It is good of you to join us as we have a very special session for you to kick off this excellent new facility here at Frankfurt Book Fair. My name is Porter Anderson. I am the editor-in-chief of Publishing Perspectives, and I am very excited about who's with us today in our very first program. Marcus Dohle is the worldwide CEO of Penguin Random House. He is going to be speaking to us on many of the best and most important subjects that we're dealing with in this very pivotal Frankfurt Book Fair. We are all looking for what's next. We're all trying to forget some of what's behind us, and Marcus knows exactly where we're going. Marcus, welcome.
Thank you, Porter.
It's so good of you to come.
It's a pleasure.
We want to stress to you, as a matter of fact, that we are both live here in the studio. The exciting thing about Frankfurt this year is that it is live. We're in person. We hope to have a much bigger fair next year as everyone is able to again travel. But one of the best things that Frankfurt Studio is doing for us is allowing us to originate original content right here from the fair so that you can join the Frankfurt conversation. And we'll be here all week with programming. So please join us every day, keep watching, and we'll keep you up to date on what's going on. Marcus, I would be remiss if I didn't start by saying congratulations. Marcus has actually just been made the Media Man of the Year by Horizon. Now, I'm saying Horizon for you English speakers, and I'm not doing it in German very well, but this is a marvelous award that actually recognizes Marcus' media savvy. And some of the things he's going to be talking to us about are the intersections between publishing and where the media status and understanding of the societal moment we're in come together. So, Marcus, one of the things you said in your acceptance speech with this wonderful award from Horizon is that you feel that long-form storytelling has become more important than ever, and particularly in helping to regain the trust that people have lost in the media. Tell me about this.
Sure. I'm happy to do so, Porter. So first of all, it's great to be here in person in Frankfurt together, and I want to thank the fair, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. So I'm looking forward to a good conversation and discourse about where the industry stands again and where the industry is going.
Likewise.
So look, we live in very peculiar times, and I think that long-form reading has become even more important in a world that is driven by a never-ending news cycle, that is driven by sort of new breaking news by the second.
That's right. That's right.
And we in publishing, in book publishing, we've always provided the deep dive and holistic view.
Yeah.
Hopefully based on facts and the truth,
right,
to actually give people like a broader, a broader information, more information about topics. In particular, of course, in nonfiction, when we want to sort of educate people, also entertain people and inspire them. So long form is important in a world that is becoming more and more short form. That's number one.
Right.
Number two is that brain science has proven that, again, immersing yourself into long form stories
right,
creates synapses in your brain that no other media consumption can do. We also know from psychology, actually, that immersing yourself into complex stories, but in particular into complex characters, helps you to put yourself into other people's shoes. Mm-hmm. It helps you to actually see the world from other points of views, and we know it creates empathy and human values, especially in young people.
Right.
And Porter, that's what the world needs, right? If we want to defend and help defend our democracy, based on human values, let's get all kids, reading in long form, and I think we can make a good contribution to help our democracy as we've enjoyed it for the last 75 years post Second World War, to survive. So I truly believe in the value of book publishing, but also our responsibility
Right.
to help our society to come together and to heal from what has become a really, really polarized world.
I think one of the most interesting things you're talking about is context and the fact that the publishing industry can provide it as many others can't. In the democratic crisis that we see ourselves to be in, particularly in the United States at this point in our market, what I keep noticing is that there are so many people who don't actually understand our institutional structure. They haven't been given the context in which that democracy thrives or it doesn't. And this is something we're starting to look more and more to publishing for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, what we've lost a little bit, again, the media industry has been under pressure from, many areas, and in the last sort of 20 years. And what we've lost a little bit is a common understanding about a fact-based truth
Right.
that we basically all sort of accept as the truth. And the internet and social media has, again, they've provided a lot of sort of great values to the world. But people who use social media as the only source of information,
Right.
as we know, quite recently also from some hearings in Washington, D.C., we are sort of losing a little bit this sort of common understanding of a fact-based truth. Call it a crisis of the truth. So how do we regain that in the concert of all media, not only in book publishing? You perhaps, of course, that it's perhaps for a reason that the Nobel Committee actually, awarded two journalists with the Nobel Peace Prize. And Maria Ressa just said 2 weeks ago, basically, quote, nothing works without facts. A world without facts means a world without truth and trust.
Right.
And here we are in the concept of media, and I think we as book publishers have a significant responsibility to help our society sort of regain that common understanding of a fact-based truth.
I was with Maria Ressa at CNN for several years. She was a colleague for a time when I was there. And isn't it something? Such a small world. And what's fascinating to me about her career and this wonderful prize now from the Nobel is that she already knew exactly where this was headed. She could see these problems coming. And so she is not surprised at everything that's happening. Even as she gets the Nobel, she has lawsuits chasing her down the street. It's an extraordinary moment, as you say, about truth.
And talking about her, we are very proud to actually publish a book with her next spring in the UK.
I'm so glad to hear this.
So it's wonderful.
I led you right into that plug so that you could say that. But it's very exciting, and it's great to see that piece coming forward, too, as a matter of fact. Last night at the opening ceremony, we heard from the Governor General of Canada, who is the first Indigenous Governor General of Canada, Mary May Simon, a fabulous speaker. And she said one of the most interesting things that she learned from her grandmother, telling her Inuit legends. She said that she had learned that all stories are creation myths, and that when we write a story, we are creating ourselves. And I thought that that is the action point for fiction. We understand nonfiction in the truth versus non-truth world. But fiction, too, can carry us forward because we can create what we need to say that's right and that's true and that's real, even through fiction.
No, absolutely. And what I just told you about, again, what psychology has found out, that applies very much to fiction, this immersing yourself into complex characters, right?
Works in your mind.
You normally do that more in fiction than even in nonfiction. But talking about yesterday and talking about Canada, one of the sort of, my most favorite quote from Margaret Atwood is, who also attended actually, the opening ceremony via a video, is quote, "You are never going to kill storytelling, because it's built into the human plan. We come with it.
Yes.
Isn't that wonderful?
Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. This is exactly what Mary May Simon was saying too.
Absolutely.
It is built into us. It's part of our DNA. And in fact, speaking of DNA and what we have all just been through with the coronavirus pandemic, it is an interesting thing to think that we're sitting here at a Frankfurt Book Fair where only per day we can have just 25,000 people. In a normal week of Frankfurter Buchmesse, we get as many as 250,000 to 300,000 or more. This year we will be smaller because the health authorities have set us, with special permission, we're very glad, at 25,000. And yet we look at ourselves as already moving out of that experience. Before we forget everything, can you help us look back at a little of what Penguin Random House experienced at the beginning? How did it look then? Because it's very different from now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah.
So again, we were let's sort of beam ourselves back into like sort of mid-March 2020,
Okay.
which is basically 19 months now, right?
Yeah, it's a tough time.
And you know, when the pandemic kicked in very quickly at that point, you know, we were thinking to ourselves, you know, basically we were thinking about a few things. One is, well, if people are now more at home, the demand for books should actually increase,
Exactly.
right? That's number one. Number two, big question, are we going to be able to fulfill that increasing demand?
Right.
You know, are we going to be able to deliver the stories to people's homes? Big question. And yeah, so and the third thing that I said from the beginning to actually our global community of publishers at Penguin Random House, we want to continue to publish and we want to continue to acquire books. So we don't want to sort of interrupt you know, the going concern of our business, basically. And so that was the beginning. Then we saw at the beginning, oh, there's a little bit of a dip, but only like sort of in April and May.
Right, exactly.
From June, July on,
Right.
you know, we could really sort of fulfill demand in most territories. I come to that. This is number one. Number two is, you know, as all publishers, we had to learn in record time how to launch our books into the world like 100% remotely.
Right. Yeah.
And kudos to so many who supported, you know, from a technical IT, you know, digital workflow process perspective, you know, the opportunity to actually bring books to market without anyone being in the office. That was pretty amazing, and that went very, very fast. And then again, with every month, we could see that demand kicked in more and more. From July, August on, we saw double-digit growth in those markets that basically have a developed, sophisticated e-commerce platform.
Exactly.
Right? Because again, physical retail was more or less being shut down at that point. And then we entered into an unprecedented fall with, in particular in the United States, double-digit growth rates year over year. I mean, we don't know these growth rates in publishing.
No.
Right, and yeah, so it was unprecedented, and also segued into 2021.
Right,
and basically across all categories, led by fiction and kids, but also in non-fiction. So like all categories up. That's what you want to see. Driven again by print.
Right.
But also again some digital formats. So yeah, what a roller coaster, but also what a great time for books.
I have a question for you as an executive. Were you surprised to see how well your staff could function remotely? Could do this from their home offices, could do this from wherever they were. In the media business, we were not surprised. We have been doing this forever, of course. But we were interested to watch other industries, and ours was fortunate in that we could actually have so much of the staff, now not the distribution folks, but so much of the staff who make the books, do it from their home offices or from another spot. Were you surprised at how well that could work?
Yes, I was I look back with utmost respect and with gratefulness
Right.
to
Well said.
what our people have done. And again, technology helped us to at least come together
Right.
in meetings remotely with new technology, of course, and virtual meetings. That was good. But again, our workflows are not completely digital yet
Right.
across the spectrum.
Right.
And again, providing our people with the technology that is necessary, providing our people with access to the systems remotely,
Yeah.
with all the interfaces. So I can only, thank everyone involved into making that possible.
And as we got into that fall and we were watching things move on all, just firing on all pistons, as we say, it was interesting to remember that in 2017, here at Frankfurter Buchmesse, you said to us for the first time, this is the best possible time for publishing. Yeah? And you're still saying it. This is heartening.
Yeah, I do, Porter. And again, yeah, it's been, I've been like 4 years into this, what I call like sort of a global roadshow,
Right.
with the title, Why This is the Best Time in Publishing Since Gutenberg Invented the Printing Press some 600 years ago. Very close by here in Mainz, some 20 miles away from here, he invented the press, which is actually a wonderful coincidence. And let me just quickly repeat what I said at that time, and then we can see how things evolved during the pandemic, right? In terms of my 6 reasons. They are all data-based, right? And let me quickly recap a little
Please
bit.
do, yeah.
So number one, why this is the best, first reason why this is the best time in publishing, basically the revenue pool of our industry is globally, is growing every year. So every year, end consumers on the planet spend more money on books, on stories in long form than the year before. That's a good starting point.
This is a good
the
thing.
revenue pool is growing every year.
Yeah.
Second reason why this is the best time in publishing, in book publishing, is that we have fairly stable, robust, developed business models for the physical distribution of our content, but also for the digital distribution of our stories.
In some countries, not everywhere.
Yeah, and we have actually, you can basically order from around the world, but and we have been able to develop a business model for the digital distribution of our stories, a functioning, and not all media industries, have achieved that goal.
Right.
So the third reason is that we have found what I call a healthy coexistence between print distribution and digital distribution, which is, again, and the discussions 10 years ago about what will be the share, the split between digital and physical distribution by 2020, 2021. Well, again, it's 80-20, like everything in nature is 80-20.
And you predicted
But again,
this.
80% is print and physical, and 20% is digital globally, which has stabilized the entire book ecosystem. Number 4, the fourth reason why this is the best time in publishing is that our addressable audience, our reachable audience is growing. What does that mean? Well, the world population is growing by 3 to 4% every year, and literacy rates are going through the roof, bringing more and more people into our reading ecosystem. And e-commerce, Amazon and Co. have helped us to reach those audiences in 3 to 4 seconds digitally and in 3 to 4 days physically, right, with our print books. Number 5, perhaps the most important reason why this is the best time in publishing, is that books for children and for young adults have been the fastest growing categories of the last 25 years since Harry Potter. And that is, of course, important because it brings new and ever larger generations into our ecosystem. Last but not least, the 6th reason is that audiobooks are booming. and they are partially incremental. They are not just cannibalizing other formats,
Right.
because you can do other things while listening to a good audio book. You can drive, commute, you can garden, you can do other things. So again, those are the 6 reasons. And if you look at those six reasons, they have all been holding true or were even accelerated during the pandemic.
Right.
And that's why we had double-digit growth in some of our territories.
And when we look back at the print phenomenon and the fact that you were saying that we were discussing, oh my God, what will it be in 2020? Will we still have people buying a print book? You knew to bet on print, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know it.
You told us you knew it.
No one knew. Again, let's go back. 2007 November, Kindle was launched, and with Kindle, the mass market for ebooks was being created, right? And the discussion, and again, steep rise of the ebook, like between 2007 and then 2011-12, when sort of it stabilized at that point. But yeah, you know what the experts said at the time, right? By 2020, Gutenberg, not really, right? I mean, print books, perhaps dead, right?
Right.
So when I started to think about that, also with my team back then, I defined our strategy in 2008-9 as being format agnostic,
Right.
and sales channel agnostic. So I said, like, we want to grow both. We want to grow in print, and we want to grow in digital. It's an and, it's not an either or. Why is everyone talking about an either or here, right? We believe that even in 50 years from now, a significant chunk of our business will be print. I didn't know the percentage at that point, and I was perhaps not as ambitious as 80% being print in 2020, 21. But I was thinking it's not going to go away. And if it's a big chunk of our business, we want to grow that part of the business. And I also, that's the format agnostic approach. We want to, it's an and, it's not an either or. And that brought also our people together, because you had people who predominantly work on print, and then you have people who work on the new stuff, on the digital stuff. And so you could actually also bring culturally your people together. Everyone is important because it's an and, it's not an either or.
Right.
Sales channel agnostic, we wanted to grow like all channels. And we knew that, again, discoverability and visibility of books in bookstores is so important.
Right.
We want to help bookstores to have a place and perhaps even grow. And we are so happy to see that the indie community in the United States has been stabilizing first and then growing over the last 7-8 years again, which we think is a great success and extremely important. But in the end of the day, we said, like, we are not going to tell our readers where to buy their books. It's their decision.
Right.
We are only publishers. We are not retailers. So we want to provide our stories, our books everywhere. And we want to make them as visible and as discoverable and as available as possible. Today, we sell our books in the United States through almost 20,000 retail locations.
Wow.
And globally, we sell our books through 160,000 retail locations in 200 countries.
Amazing. That is incredible. And yet, this is something you and I have talked about. When we see a new moment coming, when we see an inflection moment coming in the industry, there is often great tearing of hair and gnashing of teeth. There's great fear. I mean, with the digital disruption, we saw this, certainly with the onset of the pandemic. Perfectly understandable. But it does seem that the question of print versus ebooks versus audiobooks, all of these things, the format wars, if you will, some people call this, these things seize our industry. And the worry is always there. Tell me where that comes from, because we then end up successful again, but we don't seem to learn that, do we?
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, it goes back to my sort of starting point, like 4 years ago, when I said, like, I think based on data, and I'm a data-informed optimist.
Right.
Okay, so
I like that.
and if you look at the data, you will see that the book industry has had perhaps the best digital transformation of all media categories over the last 25 years, right?
Exactly.
And neither the public nor the industry itself really acknowledged it, right? And that was actually the reason why I said, like, we got to change this. Because it is so successful, and success breeds more success.
It does.
Right? And if we all talk about it publicly, but also industry internally, Porter, I think then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that was one of the reasons why I thought this industry deserves so much better. And I want to change it. And look, what I'm seeing, and again, we see it in the industry press, but also beyond, I think we see a little bit like a changing sort of, judgment.
Yeah.
It's baby steps, but I see more optimism, and we saw it yesterday also in the speeches of the officials, right?
Right.
So the success of this industry is being seen more than before. Last thing, why does the industry not see it, right? I always say, look, we in publishing, this business model is a portfolio business model.
Right.
We invest every year into a lot of stories, manuscripts, book ideas, right? At a very early stage. Very often there's only an idea, there is no manuscript or whatever, right? So it's and we put sort of a price tag in advance behind it. Because we believe in it, right? And every book is unique. It's like its own sort of, startup, right? And we want the book to live forever and become a modern classic. Yeah. But only a few of my 15,000 titles that I publish every year around the world is really sort of becoming a modern classic. So that means that failure is part of our business model because it's a portfolio business. And because of that failure that we experience every day, people think like something is wrong with the industry. It's not. It's part of our business model. And I hope that also sort of publishing internally, we become more optimistic and communicate more optimistically, about this business, because the business deserves it. Going back to facts and to truth,
right.
The facts tell a very clear story about success.
And when you look back at where the pandemic's impact, which scared everybody at the beginning, as you're saying, and
absolutely,
where it took us in terms of what readers are doing, do you see a sostenuto? Do you see this continuing in the grand scheme of things, that there is more digital acceptance in terms of format and of commerce and of how people get their books? Or are you, as we hear the people who are afraid say, oh, it's all going to collapse on us now, it's all going to go back,
Yeah, isn't it interesting that now sort of some people in the industry are worried about the sort of post-pandemic development of the industry.
The end of the pandemic. Oh no!
This is interesting and shows a pattern here, right?
You see?
But look, we have achieved a lot. So first of all, again, in large territories with a developed e-commerce platform, we were able to fulfill the demand.
Yep.
We attracted sort of new readers and families who adopted book buying and reading again or for the first time. And so more consumers sort of came into our ecosystem. The question now is, how do we keep them in the ecosystem?
That's right.
Right? With great stories.
Right.
How do we make sure they continue to buy and read books? Right? That is a big goal, and that has a lot to do with marketing, and that has a lot to do with publicity, and there's a lot to do with publishing great stories, and sort of connecting with end consumers on many levels. But I am convinced that we have a great opportunity here to actually stabilize the industry on a new
at a
higher level, right?
Yep.
And then there is this, that's the reader piece, and then there is this shift to online and e-commerce, that we've seen sort of accelerating, of course, because physical retail was being shut down. And again, kudos to our readers, right? Because even with physical retail being shut down during the crisis, readers are so resilient. They were so resilient again. They wanted books, and they found a way to get the books. Not only in digital formats, as we know, in print formats, predominantly because, again, print was driving the growth. in main territories like the US last year, which is also interesting. It was not like digital formats driving the growth.
Right.
It was the print format, again, across all categories. So kudos to our readers. Readers are resilient.
They are.
And so I hope we have developed a lot of new resilient readers who will remain in the ecosystem.
I think we have. I mean, you can look at our French colleagues who went to the government and said, you must make our bookstores essential.
Yeah, sure.
You know, classify them to make them stay open. It was wonderful. It was great to see that basic grassroots uprising, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Terrific.
We had that in many countries, that discussion about, and we heard it yesterday in Canada too, right?
Yes, exactly.
At the meeting, sort of, again, books as essential products.
Right.
Isn't that wonderful for all of us?
It's absolutely.
I love that. And we had that discussion, of course, in many countries in Europe too.
It's absolutely right. And the optimism you're showing us now, and that you've been showing us for years, it obviously is informing your decision to acquire Simon & Schuster. And this is something that's been an interesting move, of course, to everybody in the industry. Can you tell us what goes into the thinking now? Where are you in the process with S&S?
Well, look, of course, I'm sort of limited to talk about details.
Yeah, sure.
But again, I can give you a little bit sort of a blue sky picture as to why we've decided to do it. So, yes, we think that this is the best time in book publishing. It's not only sort of, I think that. It is what we at Penguin Random House think, and what our shareholder Bertelsmann thinks, right? And Bertelsmann, this sort of family-controlled foundation, that actually really sort of is also a cultural and societal institution in a way.
Right.
They've been in the business for almost 200 years, right? It all started with a book.
Right.
Back then in 1835. And so the commitment to books is extremely high, right? And they were watching the renaissance of books and print over the years and encouraged me to invest even more. Not only like sort of in the US, we've acquired some companies in Spain and Latin America and in other parts of the world, even here in Germany. And also, like, we've invested in more content into organic growth,
Right.
Which we think is very, very important to be part of the organic growth revenue pool of the industry, right? That I talked about as my first reason why this is the best time in publishing. Now,
Number one.
look. As a logical consequence, we decided to acquire Simon & Schuster, and guess what? We won the race, right? The auction. We are used to be in auction, all publishers, because we are in auctions every day for books.
Of course.
And this was, of course, also an auction. Viacom decided to become a pure-play video streaming sort of company.
Right.
So they decided, and there were rumors for many, many years, as we all know, in publishing.
Exactly.
Finally, sort of, Simon & Schuster came to market, so we didn't ask for it. Again, Porter, we've done it before with
Yes,
BDD
sure.
and Random House in 1998 following, and then, of course, with Penguin in 2013. And we've always tried to do this in not only in a pro-competitive way, but also like to the benefit of our constituencies, right? And I can give you a few examples. So yet again, what we come from is a very long-term oriented, larger purpose. Our purpose is to help create the future of books and reading for generations to come in our society, right? That's our purpose.
Right.
And we know if we achieve that goal, that purpose, that vision, then as a byproduct and logical consequence, Penguin Random House should have a place, right?
Yeah.
In this industry, if we achieve the future of books and reading, which we think is really essential for our democracy and our society. So we are coming from that. Then, as you've seen, I mean, we've invested a lot into our physical supply chain, right? In the US in particular, but also worldwide. More than $100 million in the last 10 years, right? So we zigzagged a little bit. When people were going away from print, we were heavily investing into it because we wanted to actually work on a diverse channel mix.
And this is typical of your approach, a slightly contrarian.
This is typical, a little bit zigzagging.
You call it the zigging
I like
and the
the
zagging.
zigzagging a little bit,
I know
right?
you do.
So, and we invested heavily because we knew that bookstores are important, and we wanted to make them more efficient, i.e. more profitable.
Right.
And help them sort of reduce returns and inventory levels in the chain. So we invested into that. So, and today, I think people acknowledge that we have a very good, if not the best, supply chain in the industry.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So for retailers, getting more books through that supply chain is actually a benefit, right?
course.
So we are convinced that we can sell more of the SNS books because of our fast replenishment, having the books available, and having sort of that platform developed with physical retailers. So that's that part, right? As a signature sort of value to the industry on the author and agent part, Penguin Random House has always had this sort of internal bidding kind of policy, right? We
Right.
always wanted to make sure that we find the perfect match.
Right.
The perfect match between author and publishing imprint, and the perfect match between manuscript and editor. That's what we do in publishing, right? We have to find the perfect match.
Right.
And you can, in a country like the US, where we have like 100 imprints ish, right? You need to make sure that your editors and publishers have creative but also entrepreneurial freedom.
Exactly.
And that resulted in us always saying, like, yeah, we can compete with each other because publishers should have entrepreneurial freedom. Right? And as you perhaps know, and it was sort of in the industry press, I announced a few weeks ago that if we sort of post-closing that we will keep the ecosystem of Simon & Schuster,
Exactly.
their imprint legacies, their togetherness, sort of as one. And we also basically want to bid against each other in an external way.
Right.
So so nothing would change, right? And I think that created a lot of support in the agent and author community. So what I want to say here is, look, we want to do a good job again. And if you look back at Penguin Random House and also the industry post Penguin Random House, everything is up.
Yeah.
Number of ISBNs we publish is up. Industry revenue pool is up. So, the agents are doing quite well. I guess that's what we are hearing.
Yeah.
So I think, the data show we've done a fairly okay job,
Looks like
right,
it's
with
working.
that. And retailers are saying, like, it's very good to get that much volume through that very efficient supply chain.
Yeah.
We want to do that again. We want to make this beneficial for authors, agents, retailers, and ultimately readers. And for us. In that order.
Exactly. And this announcement you made, of course, that they would be able to bid against each other, as you say, externally, was very well received in the industry. This was a moment of relief, I think, for some who were concerned. There's a term here that I think I've heard you use before, stewardship. To be the best steward means to think of the benefits on all sides, yes?
Yeah, sure. Best stewards, we also, again, we've always, in many regards, we always wanted to be also like good industry citizens.
Right.
Again, we know if the industry does well, as a byproduct and logical consequence, we should do well too, right?
Exactly.
If we publish still some of the finest books on the planet, right? Because that's driving the success in publishing, of course. And we think we are pretty good at it.
Yep.
So if the industry and the ecosystem is sort of healthy,
Right.
then the future of books and reading in our society for generations to come will become reality. And then we will have a place. So that is really it's fairly simple.
Yeah.
And the rest is a book by book kind of consideration.
Right.
I also that's the stewardship and being a good industry citizen. The other thing is like what I call Penguin Random House a community of imprints. Right? We provide some, services to our imprints and systems and sort of hopefully good reach. And the shift to online is, of course, like also presenting opportunities and challenges, right? Which we can talk about a little bit. So we want to help our publishers, our imprint publishers and editors to have the highest service levels. And that's what Penguin Random House does. We are a community and we are providing services. In the end of the day, the business is happening on an imprint level.
Yes.
It is actually the smallness in publishing that matters. It is not the size. On the creative side in particular, it's one book at a time.
Right.
There is no scale.
Right.
So you want to focus on the subcultures, on your imprint cultures, on the creative home, on creating the perfect match. And that's why, as a logical consequence, very easy for me to say, like, of course we compete. We've always competed at Penguin Random House and Simon Schuster. We can even compete like externally, because it's about the smallness that matters on the creative side. Whereas on the reach side, right, there is some scale in distribution, for example, and you want to make sure that your retailers benefit and that your books are available for readers everywhere. So that is a little bit of the thinking and the logic behind how we've always done it. And again, we have some experience in how to do it.
And it sounds like, I mean, before we leave this point, because I do want to ask you a couple more things, but it sounds like what we're saying then is that that's the answer to somebody who would say, should we not worry about consolidation, however, just in the grand scheme of things? Is there a concern of seeing more consolidation in the industry?
If you look at sort of, my answer is no. Because if you look again at data,
right.
Over the last 10 years, right? Let's say like sort of 10-ish years, right? Since Kindle took off, it's 14 years in November.
Yeah, it was 2007.
So we are now going into like almost 15 years.
That's right.
Of that mass market for ebooks, and then of course the mass market for audiobooks. So if you look at the dynamics, you will see that smaller publishers have actually in the last 10 years outperformed the large publishers.
Wow.
It's hard for me to say, right? Because I'm one of those who got a little bit outperformed by smaller publishers, and so there's also like we have a lot of very good new entrants into the market. There are no entry barriers into this market, right? There are new publishing models like the Callisto model, the data-driven publishing and stuff,
of course.
That basically gained very quickly traction in this industry, right? We have new avenues to the reader. We have self-publishing, right? We could talk about that a little bit. We don't have the time. But if you see the dynamics, they are very healthy. The industry is very vibrant. And so, if you will, the industry has been fragmenting a little, and not consolidating over the last decade. Again, the recent acquisitions of Workman and HMH, we can't go into the weeds here, have like very particular reasons. But so that's the dynamic, a very, very healthy dynamic. Why is that, Porter? Two reasons here. One of which is the shift to online. That basically has created a different sort of marketplace a little bit, where the visibility and discoverability is being created very different from a bookstore.
Exactly.
And that has also helped smaller publishers. And smaller publishers, in particular, if they have a very good backlist, they have their best time. Talk to small publishers with a good backlist. They're saying like, oh my God, this is the best time in the history of my company.
Right.
Because, e-commerce has become, over the last years, a little bit more about the long tail. Backlist is outperforming frontlist a little bit.
Right.
So if you are a smaller publisher, you have respectable, like good frontlist, which becomes backlist. You have a very efficient channel with low return rates, and your backlist is going through the roof. So the industry dynamics are extremely healthy from my perspective. I'm not worried about consolidation. I think it's very vibrant, and I hope I can stop my market share loss.
You never have to say you're out of print, you see. Yeah.
Say it again?
You never have to say you're out of print.
Right.
No, it's absolutely true. And very, very quickly, because we're very close to the end of our time, talk to us just a little bit about the fact that you did what you call the reverse value chain and learning all the things you know and that you've shared with us today.
Oh, no, sure. I'm happy to do that. We have a minute left.
Yep.
So time flies, really.
Yeah, it does.
Especially in those situations. We could talk about so many more things, Porter. But listen, look, I've been in the industry now for, almost 30 years, right? With Bertelsmann. And I've done a lot of things in publishing during that time. I think it's sort of my 27th Frankfurt Book Fair also. And yeah, so I started out sort of, in distribution, in retail service, in supply chain, the flow of money, the flow of goods, the flow of information into retail. And with that, then sort of the segue and interface into readers. Then I went a step sort of back in the value chain, and I produced book for many years. I was a printer, right? I was running a printing conglomerate of 20 printers around the world from Russia to Colombia, which was a very interesting time for me. We printed some 3 million books per day. Across those printing plants. And then in 2008, I came to New York, right? A step back again to make the books together with our publishers and editors at Random House and with all our colleagues, of course.
And thus you call it the reverse value chain.
The reverse value chain, distributed, produced, and now I make the books.
Exactly.
Porter.
A perfect place to finish up here. This has been wonderful, Marcus. Thank you so much. I'm Porter Anderson. I'm speaking to you from Publishing Perspectives and from Frankfurt Studio, new here at Frankfurter Buchmesse. Stay with us. More programming is coming right up. And thank you. Thank you again, Marcus.
Thank you.
So good to have you.
Likewise. All right.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benedict Page. I'm Deputy Editor of The Bookseller, and I'd like to welcome you all to our Frankfurt Book Fair session on the impact of COVID-19 on the global publishing industry. And we certainly know one of those impacts already because we're conducting this session virtually and hopefully reaching a wide international audience online, while, of course, many of our participants are also here physically at the fair. So perhaps this is the future. Now, this session has been organised by WIPO, the World's Intellectual Property Organisation, for the launch of its publishing industry report covering the international market in 2020 with data drawn from national publishers associations around the world. And I'm delighted that we have WIPO's chief economist, Carsten Fink, with us to present some highlights from the report in just a moment. And after Carsten's presentation, we'll be having further insights from our panel, Bador Al-Qasimi, President of the International Publishers Association, John Dagan, Executive Director of the Writers' Union of Canada and Chair of the International Authors Forum, and Andre Breed, Managing Director of Nielsen Book. But for now, Carsten, over to you.
Thank you, Benedict, and good morning to you all from Geneva. We are very pleased to release today some preliminary figures from our global survey of the publishing industry. These figures cover publishing activity in 2020, so they naturally pose the question of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the industry. By way of background, if one looks at evidence on how this crisis has generally affected economic activity around the world, it's very much a mixed bag. On the one hand, the crisis prompted the steepest decline in economic output since the Great Depression of the 1930s. According to the International Monetary Fund, global economic output declined by 3.3%. And that has meant that there has been a huge fall in aggregate demand for goods and services around the world. On the other hand, we also know that this crisis has affected different sectors differently. In a nutshell, if you were in the business of making video conferencing software, you, of course, experienced a huge boon. But by contrast, if you were in the business of providing passenger transport, you, of course, experienced collapsing demand. So how did the publishing industry fare against the backdrop of the crisis? The numbers that we have collected point to a mixed picture, though I should openly acknowledge at the outset, while our survey is really global in nature, we obtained responses only for a limited set of countries, up to 30 countries, depending on the indicators, and sometimes it is hard to compare data points to previous years. But here's what we find. So the first finding is that the impact on revenue has been mixed. Overall revenue fell in a number of emerging economies, notably Turkey, Brazil, Colombia, where we observe relatively steep declines, but also some selected high-income economies, such as Sweden, that, for example, experienced a revenue drop of 7.3%. At the same time, revenue continued to grow in many countries, and that includes many large countries. The United States, which is the largest publishing market, saw revenue growth of just under 1%. And important markets such as Japan, still growth of 10.7%, Italy growth of 8.6%, the United Kingdom more modestly but still growth of 2%, they all experienced continued revenue increases. So overall, it's fair to say that the publishing industry didn't experience a collapse in demand like some other industries in the wake of the crisis, though the exact experience still varies country by country. Second finding, unsurprisingly perhaps, we've seen a shift towards online sales. For all the countries for which we can compare 2020 data on the importance of different sales channels to 2019, we see an increase in the share of online sales and a corresponding decrease in the sales in brick and mortar sales. And sometimes these increases are quite significant. For example, they reached 13.4 percentage points for the United Kingdom and even more than 40 percentage points for Turkey. The increasing prominence of online sales, of course, reflects a longer-term trend, but it seems likely that the pandemic has accelerated this trend and may have changed consumer purchasing habits in a permanent way. Third finding from our report is that for 2/3 of the countries for which we received responses, we observe a decline in the total number of titles published. These declines, again, are sometimes substantial. They amount to 12.8% for Spain, for example, 9.2% for France, 7.9% for the United Kingdom. These are large national markets. Of course, one can only speculate what may explain these declines, but it may be a combination of conscious commercialization choices on the part of publishers, and possibly also production bottlenecks due to the pandemic's containment measures. Finally, and again, probably not a surprising finding, we find that the share of digital editions in newly published titles has increased for all the countries that could report the relevant data to us. This share increased by as much as 21.4% for Chile, and by double-digit percentage points for a number of other countries. Now, if one looks closer at the data, one sees that the driving force behind this share increase is often an increase in the number of print editions, coupled with a smaller decline or even an increase in the number of digital editions. Again, the pandemic has probably accelerated an ongoing shift towards digital here. So to summarize, the emerging picture from the data that we have collected is that this crisis has not prompted a demand collapse in the industries. Sales have largely held up. The crisis has accelerated a shift towards digital distribution and digital consumption, and it has prompted a decline in newly published works. Let me end by saying that it is not only important to look at the health of the industry, but also to look at how individual authors have fared during the crisis. And let me here just point to work that my colleagues Alexander Kunz and Matthias Sali here at WIPO recently published in relation to artistic income in Germany, based on a relatively unique data set that makes use of public insurance records. They find that there has been a decline in the income of self-employed writers. And even if this decline was smaller compared to performing artists and musicians, it was nonetheless a significant decline, certainly for those writers affected by the crisis. Let me stop here. Let me thank the partners and contributors that are part of our global survey of the publishing industry, especially the industries in various countries around the world that have kindly provided their data to us. So over to you, Benedikt, and I look forward to the perspectives of my co-panelists today. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Carsten. That's really interesting, some really interesting insights there into how the year that the pandemic hit affected our industry. And I think perhaps could we turn to Andre at this point? obviously, you have all the data from Nielsen Book, and you've analysed that in great detail. And if we look now at the current situation, what stage would you say we were at? Are we putting the pandemic behind us now, would you say? Okay, that's fine. Yes, let me go to Badur, if I may. And actually, you are close to all your IPA members' markets, including many emerging markets. What effects have you seen from the pandemic among your membership? And do you think the pandemic is subsiding, or will its effects persist?
Thank you, Benedict. And I'm really happy and honored to be with you all today. I also want to commend WIPO for the amazing work they're doing. And we're all excited to hear the results of the industry report, which IPA is really proud to partner up with them on this. So, as you mentioned, Benedict, the pandemic has had a big impact on global publishing. I mean, we've seen it firsthand with the cancellation of major book fairs and industry events. Lockdowns and supply chain disruptions have significantly affected sales. In late 2020, the IPA conducted a study by interviewing 33 of our members to see how they coped with the pandemic. We've published this on our website. It's called From Response to Recovery. The study revealed that the developed publishing markets like the US and Germany experienced market declines in the first COVID wave, but they were quick to rebound after that. These hubs were more resilient because they have a large domestic market, more mature digital economies, and governments which provided targeted stimulus packages. And we heard earlier today from Marcus Dole how he's been navigating the pandemic and how actually the book sales have gone up. However, as you mentioned, going outside global publishing hubs, the impact of the pandemic on national publishing industries in markets like Argentina, Egypt, Kenya, and Indonesia, consumer purchasing power was eroded. Institutional sales, which were heavily affected by government revenue shortfalls from slowing economies, dried up due to the government belt tightening. And many publishers, particularly small publishing firms that are not well equipped for such a rapid digital transformation, needed support. And so, pandemic driven digital acceleration revealed a significant industry skills gap that, if left unaddressed, will challenge the future of publishing, especially medium sized publishers that couldn't adapt to the evolving competitive realities. So it's looking like it's an uneven recovery where we see larger, more developed markets able to rebuild and adapt faster, while the smaller frontier markets and small, medium sized publishers are still struggling to adapt and survive.
Right, thank you. So, still a lot of challenges to certain sectors of the industry. John, could you give us an overview of what you think the situation is for authors, primarily in Canada, of course, where you're based, but perhaps also more broadly, if that's possible? What have authors been through during the pandemic, and are they recovering?
Sure. Thank you, Benedict. And good morning to everyone from Canada. It's quite early here. And hello to all my fellow Canadians in Frankfurt. Are authors recovering? It's a hard question to answer definitively. I can say that authors have been hit very hard by the pandemic. I was interested to hear that stat from Karsten. And let me just give you a sense of that as quickly as I can. So right at the beginning of lockdown, a number of author organizations like mine here in Canada, the Writers Union of Canada, we launched impact surveys among our members, and the numbers that came back were quite sobering. In Canada, for instance, with a very small sample in what is a relatively small market for the global market, we were looking at an initial impact of close to $3 million in lost income because of canceled launches, readings, appearances, other gigs, and of course royalties from book sales themselves. And just to be clear, that impact survey was launched in March, April of 2020, so it was very early numbers. Our communities then had to scramble to make sure that authors even qualified for the various government relief programs that were being launched around the world. And none of that was immediately clear because of the sort of non-employee nature of author incomes. There was a sudden increase in the pressure to make our work available for free, which is a pressure that authors feel an awful lot all the time. But with lockdown, there came a lot of requests for relaxed licensing and for instance, free read aloud online permissions for education, and the community was very responsive to that. But these things do have an impact on income. Many authors, of course, found themselves much less able to even work, to do their writing in lockdown because of suddenly increased home pressures. I mean, there was elder care to think of, there was childcare to think of, there was the need to supervise in-home schooling often, and even the need to find other income from other work. So this caused a lot of burnout among the writing community. Of course, here in Canada, we were also sort of kicked while we were down during this time. Our Supreme Court ignored mountains of evidence of illegal copying, and in a very bizarre and unhelpful decision for the middle of a pandemic, gave broad permission to the education sector to copy published work without paying for it. And we're still waiting here in Canada for our Parliament to step in and fix that ongoing disaster. And finally, there's what I would call I'd call it the hidden impact. I don't think there's any question that we as a community have lost books and lost authors because of all of this. But that's sort of impossible to measure. How do you measure books not written? We'll never know. All that said, yes, I think we've seen some positives. We came together as a sector and took care of ourselves. Author organizations all over launched emergency relief programs right away to funnel money to struggling authors. The UK had a wonderful example of that with an awful lot of money going to the sector. In Canada, we had a smaller version of that. That was extraordinarily helpful. I would say as well that authors as a group feel at this point an increased sense of real partnership with our publishing colleagues. And that's a real positive that's come out of all of this, not just with publishers, but with booksellers as well. And I think that really bodes well for the future. And of course, everyone has gotten much, much better at doing this kind of thing, at digital and virtual delivery of our product. So in a way, our professional worlds have expanded, even if we're still waiting for sales to catch up, which obviously we are, certainly in Canada. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, John. Yeah. And Andre, I think you've joined us now, which is great. I was just hoping to ask you what stage you would say we were at from your position as a sort of analyst of the data. Are we putting the pandemic behind us yet, do you think?
Well, the first thing I have to say is clearly not all of us have gotten used to doing this hybrid because I'm the one who's late. So that's my apology there, because I'm physically here rather than virtual. But anyway, are we putting the pandemic behind us? I'm sad to say that as far as anything I can see from numbers-wise, we're not really, even though we really want to think the pandemic is over, I think it definitely isn't. And every piece of numbers, whether it be sort of book sales or, COVID stats or supply chain issues, I think indicates that we're more likely in the middle of the pandemic rather than at the end of the pandemic. I think psychologically we all want to be at the end of the pandemic, but we're definitely not. That's, and I hate saying that, but that's what I think it is.
What factors do you think are still in play?
I think the biggest thing is really the disparity between how the pandemic has played out between various different countries, and I heard some others talk about that earlier, and I think that's the thing, that it isn't over until it's over everywhere, and I think that's kind of the biggest part of it, because it will continue to impact the global economy, all the different supply chains within that, and the book markets as well as people. And I think that part of it is definitely not over, because simply if you look at vaccination numbers or if you look at supply chain issues, they're more in the middle of their impact rather than at the end.
Do you have a time frame you can see in front of us, or is that really tempting fate?
I think it's tempting fate, and it is normally data people's job to never make forecasts, but rather just say how we see. That might seem a bit lazy, but I think it's really hard to tell. But it is definitely not going to be fast. I think that's the overarching thing, that if you look at where different book markets are, for example, in recovery, lots of them have only started their recovery at all, rather than any kind of coming out of it.
And what do you see as the kind of crucial factors in determining the speed of coming out of the pandemic for different countries?
For different countries and for different book markets, I think it's kind of similar. It's the infrastructure they have to be able to deliver virtual services or to deliver literally deliveries, as well as then obviously vaccinations, which is not something I'm an expert at, but the things are related to how fast an economy is able to sort of digitize itself. And there's a very uneven spread between digitization across markets and countries.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's develop that point in discussion among all of you, because obviously the shift to digital is a really major part of the findings of the WIPO report, and it's something we've all observed in our own markets and international markets. And it'll be interesting to look at some of the implications of it for the industry moving forward. Bador, on Monday, I think you unveiled some early priorities for your Inspire plan, which you have set up to build cooperation in the publishing ecosystem so that we can really support the international or the global publishing industry at a time when obviously it's been put under great pressure. Now, the digital shift is an important part of what you're addressing there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And so one of the biggest lessons we've learned in the pandemic, Benedict, is that we're stronger together. And I thought it was a wonderful opportunity to start fostering solidarity. When I took office as president of IPA in January earlier this year, I formed the International Sustainable Publishing and Industry Resilient Plan Task Force. Now, I know it's a mouthful. I know it's really long, but it really expresses what we're going through in the industry. And that's something that we look forward to, is having more resilience and more sustainability. And so we call it Inspire for short. And the task force is currently leading an industry-wide consultation to identify key pandemic-induced challenges facing publishers. And we're trying to find ways to cooperate and move forward. We recently celebrated one of our first achievements, which is we had over 50 publishing ecosystem partners sign the Inspire Charter, which is a commitment to continuing this kind of high-level work of industry-wide cooperation. And we've also, as you mentioned, Benedict, launched our Inspire report, which highlights findings from the ecosystem plan consultations. I also want to highlight that we'll be having an Inspire symposium earlier next year, around the first quarter of 2022. And you can find the report on the IPA website. So please download it, have a look at it, and get in touch with us if you want to be involved in the Inspire plan. We believe that this is an opportunity for us to work together. Obviously, the pandemic has showed the cracks in our industry, and we want to use this opportunity to build better partnerships and better relations with all the stakeholders. I also want to mention that IPA this year is celebrating its 125th anniversary. So we really want to take this opportunity to showcase just what great work publishers are doing, but we also want to expand our partnerships with other stakeholders in the industry.
Yes, this whole point about working together is really something that has come out of the pandemic, hasn't it? And John has touched on it before. What are the sort of major sort of digital upskilling projects that are among those priorities that have come out of the consultation?
So one of the interesting findings of the consultations was that in markets where there wasn't a digital infrastructure, our members really needed support in upskilling. And so one of the initiatives we're working on this year is the IPA Academy, an online portal for publishing industry skills development, where we're going to help publishers develop advocacy and other key digital capabilities. We're currently in discussion with WIPO and other partners as well to provide training material to help the industry navigate through these current challenges and rebuild stronger. I think this is the best way that we can really support our members that are going through this uneven recovery period.
Yes, yeah, okay. Andre, could we go to you and ask you a little bit about some of the digital changes that you've observed on a data level in terms of audio consumption and so on? I know you had some interesting thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think it was really interesting what happened. I think there was a shock unlike we've really ever seen before. And some of it, so for example, audiobooks immediately saw a huge drop because people didn't commute. And lots of people use audiobooks mainly in their commuting. But then it also had this psychological impact of convincing people, or actually teaching them, they can listen to audiobooks when they're not commuting. So after the initial drop-off, there was a huge increase in audiobook usage. Similarly with ebooks and physical books, I think ebooks saw a huge increase because if you can't get hold of a physical book, then you buy a digital book. Similarly, though, physical books also, I think people needed an escape from doom scrolling on Twitter about whatever awful thing was happening. So the book market, I think, saw psychological changes in how consumers interacted with books. And for us as an industry, I think almost all of them have been positive because they've reinforced how important and solid books are, rather than lots of other sort of more transient media.
Yeah, so a lot of changes really that have been really prompted by the pandemic, not just accelerated but really prompted.
Yeah, I think some of them were prompted and others were sped up. So it has sped up some people's willingness to read an ebook or buy a book online. And then audiobooks, it has also helped people to see audiobooks, I think, in a different way. Some of that was happening anyway with how audiobooks and podcasts have merged into almost like a multi-channel radio format. But it really, I think that psychological shift beyond commuting had a huge impact on people, and also the immersive nature of audiobooks themselves, I think helped a lot of people escape the pandemic, other than those who somehow chose to read about other pandemics, which is something I will never understand, but that was relatively popular.
John, you've already touched on the sort of digital upskilling of authors. Can you say a little bit about how they've kind of taken the virtual world on, and how much it's sort of expanded the skill set that authors are able to employ?
Sure. Let me start by thanking Bador and the IPA for the Inspire plan. We've been examining that over at the International Authors Forum, and we're fully in support of everything in that plan. We're looking forward to the symposium and everything. Upskilling is a new word for me, so thank you very much for that one. I've written it down. I think that for me, the impact of digital is absolutely, certainly ebooks and audio and podcasts and all of that kind of stuff. But as importantly, it is it's the development in the bookselling community, especially indie booksellers, of their own online presence and their ability to take digital orders of hard copy. We've seen in Canada that was a huge development within our industry, and I don't think there's any going back from that. And I think it's really strengthened the independent bookselling community, which is wonderful news for all of us. So on the author side, I think there has been a real development of authors' skill sets and audience on the digital side. I would say that authors have expanded their natural market and natural territory during this time in a really profound way. So, for instance, in Canada, we've seen very regionally focused authors become national voices during COVID, just because they focused so much on virtual audience building. And I believe that same development is happening globally. And I mean, the shift to author-centered audience development has been happening for a while. It's been happening ever since, you know, the launch of Twitter and all that pressure on authors to sort of build their audience. But I would say that over the last 2 years, authors have really learned to be in charge of their own audience development in a much more profound way. And where they're doing that work, their networks and profiles have expanded greatly, which I think sets us up for a very hopeful recovery. The one caveat I would have about all of this is that when we look at digital, and especially in Canada, as I mentioned before, we really need the laws protecting our markets to catch up with where we are in the digital sense. Once our experience is once our product goes digital, it's much harder to keep a hold of and to protect. So we need our laws to catch up and help us there.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, we've all, obviously the industry's gone through an extraordinary time and it is still in flux, as we know. Is it too early to say? Or obviously in some markets we are returning to a little bit more of a semblance of normality, or we hope that we are. It's all still to be proven. Are there signs that the changes that we've undergone in those markets are permanent, or might we go back to a bit more of the previous pattern? Might we be seeing quite different scenarios in the next couple of years? Andre, what have you seen what have you observed in markets where there has been a little bit more settling down? Are we seeing the changes that came about through the pandemic? Are we seeing them persist, or are we seeing some return to old patterns?
I think the answer is really interesting because the answer is basically both. So a really nice thing to see is that really people do love a good independent bookshop, and if it has been closed or if they've been unable to access it for a period of time, they've flocked back to it once they can. And I think people have also realized the role of a good independent bookshop in their neighborhood, almost like we would see a coffee shop or in the UK a pub. It's more than a bookshop, and I think really the pandemic has highlighted that as a part of the community to people. So at the same time as it's increased online shopping and people's willingness to use digital media, it's also reminded them of how important physical spaces are to them. So it's kind of done both, and that's really borne out in most of the data we've seen in any of the kind of developed economies which have then bounced back. And I think so there's still huge difficulties for retailers to operate, and there's a lot of other things that could be done to make the retail environment more functional. But from a consumer perspective, I think it's reminded the consumer of things that they've missed, much like those of us who are at Frankfurt. It's reminded us of how much we miss a book fair, how much we miss a bookshop and a bookseller, meeting an author, going to a book signing. I think all those things have been highlighted as to how precious they are almost. So I think both things have actually benefited, ironically, from it. And we're in an industry which, as awful as the pandemic is, our product has been highlighted, or our sort of core asset of the ideas of books have been shown as to how important they are rather than how not important they are.
That's interesting. So do you think, I mean, there's the potential, isn't there, that the move to online retail has converted some people to buying in that way who didn't before, but you still see the resilience, the real resilience of the bricks and mortar industry?
I do, and I'd also say in research terms or in market research terms, we often refer to heavy book buyers sort of particularly as being promiscuous in their channel usage, i.e. they will buy a book in a supermarket, they'll buy a book in a bookshop, and they'll buy a book online, and it doesn't really bother them. They'll do all of them. So I think online retail, some people who hadn't maybe shopped online have now and have liked it and will keep on shopping online, but that won't stop them from also shopping at a bookshop. So overall, really the aim should be, from a retail perspective, to grow the pie rather than to have sort of parts of the pie fight with each other over the pie. And something that was earlier said, I think the importance of seeing the author, or if you're looking at a non-fiction work, the idea as the brand is more important than seeing the medium that you get it, to the reader overall.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Badur, how about you? I mean, obviously, you hope that through initiatives like the Inspire plan, there will be some positive, lasting changes coming out of the pandemic. What do you see as being the things that will shift permanently?
Well, like Andre was saying, I agree 100% that it's really given us an opportunity to appreciate our industry a lot more. But it's also an opportunity for us to see how we can improve our industry. And in IPA, we've been having consultations with all of our members around the world. And we've come up with some recommendations that we're putting forward so that we can improve our industry for the future. One of those recommendations is the industry's success really rests with every stakeholder in the ecosystem, not just publishers. And that's why the Inspire plan is crucial. We want to really develop stronger relationships with authors, illustrators, distributors, libraries, booksellers, and the like. This will be moving forward. We also noticed that publishing was deemed non-essential in many markets, and that's something that really broke our hearts as publishers, but also gave us something to work on. We had to convince governments how essential publishing is, not just society, creating jobs, arts, and many other things. It also provided books provided a lot of solace for people during lockdowns, and so we really need to make sure our message is clear. We're also looking at an interesting angle, which is how we can minimize the environmental impact of publishing on the supply chain. And we have a session today called the Sustainability Session, where we'll be exploring our carbon footprint and how we can minimize that moving forward. And a few other points that came up is we need to also protect copyright and freedom to publish, create reading culture, champion diversity in the industry as a whole, support Indigenous voices, and small to medium-sized businesses, which, as we know, are the backbone of our industry.
And Badur, I'd also like to bring out the vision that you have with education publishing, because that's an area where you see publishers having a changing role, but a very important role, don't you? And I wonder if you could just say a little bit about that, because the role of education has been really highlighted during the pandemic, and the changing role of education publishers.
Yeah, absolutely. And, our markets around the world really got affected by the pandemic, especially places like Africa, where the publishing industry is heavily dependent on textbook publishing. And there was a big need to upskill and really make sure that all educational publishers could still continue working after the pandemic. A lot of our members really struggled with that shift and the change. Many of our publishers closed down their businesses. And so, in response, IPA is really trying to make sure that our members have the support they need through these online masterclasses that will be launched early next year on the IPA Academy.
Yeah, okay. And John, what do you think are the kind of lasting takeaways for authors from the pandemic months and years?
I think for us, what we're really concentrating on is the most worrying of the stats in all of the information that we've heard today, which is the overall decline in titles, the overall decline in new titles, despite any sales recovery that might be going on. It may seem counterintuitive, but author organizations have grown during the pandemic. Certainly, this one, the Writers Union of Canada, that I work for, our membership spiked during the pandemic. So there are more people turning their professional attention to this business, and we really need the market to catch up to that, and hope that that's coming in the future. So that's really what we're watching. I do think there have been many positive changes to our business over this time, but that certainly is a worrying trend that we're keeping our eye on.
Yes, no, that's certainly a really interesting statistic to come out of the WIPO report, the fact that that reduction in title numbers is so widely echoed in a number of international markets. Now, a number of you have touched on supply chain issues, and I know that that's something that we're all very concerned about in the UK at the moment, and I see that concern echoed elsewhere. How much of an issue is that going to be for us over the next few months? Andre, what are your thoughts on this?
Again, I think it's really hard to tell because a lot of it is very complex. As far as anybody can tell, though, the supply chain issues aren't purely short term because they've sort of rippled all the way through the supply chain. If a factory in China that manufactures a part for a printers in Spain isn't able to manufacture it, that impacts the supply chain. The UK specifically has its own additional complications with Brexit, but the global supply chain, I think, will continue to be impacted for an extended period of time. Again, it'll be interesting to see how that impacts sort of consumer behavior. So far, mainly consumers in Europe appear to have shrugged it off. You know, they've just bought other things, but that's not the same in emerging economies. So serious supply chain impacts haven't really struck yet, and I really hope that they don't. But the whole global economy moved to a sort of just-in-time model, but a just-in-time model is not designed for a pandemic. It basically doesn't work. So now it's how that shifts. And where Bodo was talking about building resilience and upskilling, I think that's also something that may come out of alterations to the global supply chain of, is it more important to have something as cheap as possible, or is it more important to have something in a sustainable manner? And I think that is probably the biggest thing, not just for the book industry, but for the whole global economy that has to be figured out as we emerge out of the pandemic.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Is that something that John or Badur, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that. I don't know, John, do you want to go first?
John, yes, John, go first.
Well, all I was going to say is obviously we're keeping our eyes on that, but I think one of the interesting developments that may come from all of this is another rise in authors moving towards self-publishing, not as a replacement for traditional publishing, but as an adjunct, as an extra piece of their own careers. And I think that what will be interesting is how the traditional business is going to integrate all of that. And I think there are exciting new relationships that can come out of this development for sure. I mean, it doesn't address directly the supply chain, but since most self-publishing is digital, you avoid a lot of that problem.
Yes. Badur.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, it's been interesting listening to this conversation, Benedict. And, you know, what I notice you mentioning a lot is the aftershocks of the pandemic. And I think we're still feeling that, and we will continue to feel the aftershocks well into the early next year. And, you know, obviously the pandemic created a lot of pressure for publishers as supply chains were disrupted abruptly. And, you know, that's significant for any industry that depends on its products made in different parts of the world and then shipped to different parts of the world to be distributed again in different parts of any market. So obviously publishers had to resort to digital solutions to market, sell, and distribute books to offset some of their losses in the physical book sales. But we found that in IPA, through talking to our members, not all markets had digital infrastructure available, and their publishers didn't have the digital capabilities to be able to switch and make that shift very quickly during the lockdown. So in a way, the pandemic really revealed serious gaps in our market, and we need to really build the infrastructure to be able to cope with the evolving consumer behavior.
Yes, no, absolutely. That's definitely come out very clearly from this discussion. Now, I believe I was told to keep this to 45 minutes. So I believe that we should now be wrapping up. So I'd like to thank very much Carsten for presenting the WIPO data, and our panelists, Bador, John and Andre, for their very interesting insights. We obviously have, we've faced huge challenges over the past months, and we have challenges more ahead of us. But the focus on togetherness and working together, and a vision of the industry coming together in the future to strengthen itself and provide more resilience, we will rely on that to inspire us, I think, going forward. So thanks to all our panelists, and we'll draw this session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Liebe Kolleginnen und
What is the
Kollegen,
power of creative?
freut mich, hier auf der Frankfurter Buchmesse zu sein. Live aus einem Studio der Frankfurter Buchmesse. Und ich darf Sie ganz herzlich begrüßen zur Publishing Service Stage. Dieses Jahr etwas anders als Business-to-Business Talk. Und wir haben spannende Gäste. Wir haben einen spannenden Gast heute. Und ich möchte mich aber zuvor bedanken bei der Frankfurter Buchmesse. Einerseits für die Möglichkeit, für die Umsetzung hier und andererseits natürlich ganz herzlich, dass wir diese Panels hier durchführen können. Und ich bin Markus Wilhelm von den Publisher Consultants. Wir sind eine Unternehmensberatung, fokussiert auf Strategieentwicklung, Geschäftsmodellentwicklung, Workflow-Prozesse, IT, aber eben auch Beschaffung. Und immer mehr, wir sehen das seit vielen Jahren, kommt auch das Thema Nachhaltigkeit mit in die Verlage. Nichts Neues. Wir haben es zwar sehr zu spüren bekommen in den letzten Monaten und Jahren, aber sicher in der Verlagsbranche schon immer ein Thema gewesen. Bevor wir jetzt einsteigen in die Diskussion, wir haben einen sehr spannenden Diskussionspartner, Herrn Dr. Martin Bethke, hier heute mit auf der Bühne. Möchte ich ganz kurz noch einleitend sagen, worum geht's? Es geht darum, wir merken es schon lange, welche Relevanz hat Nachhaltigkeit für uns, für die Verlage? Und auch, welche Gesetze und Normen muss ich heute oder vielleicht schon in naher Zukunft beachten? Wichtig ist aber auch, was ist überhaupt mein CO2-Footprint? Wie kriege ich das für mich hin, dass ich zukünftig Teil der Lösung und nicht Teil des Problems bin? Und ich glaube, gerade wir als Verlage, für uns als Verlage ist das eine ganz besondere Herausforderung, weil wir publizieren ja auch in dem Bereich ganz intensiv. Und deswegen freue ich mich ganz besonders heute mit Dr. Martin Bethke, einen einerseits erfahrenen Verlagsmenschen, aber eben auch einen Entscheider des WWFs mit hier in der Runde zu haben, mit mir als Diskussionspartner auf der Bühne zu haben. Und ich darf Sie ganz herzlich willkommen heißen, Herr Dr. Bethke.
Vielen Dank.
Und bitte Sie auch vielleicht ganz kurz zu Ihrer Person was zu sagen, sich ganz kurz vorzustellen.
Ja, gerne. Also vielen Dank, Herr Wilhelm, für die Einladung. Ich freue mich sehr, heute hier sein zu können. Mein Name ist Martin Bethke. Ich bin seit 15 Jahren in der Buchbranche unterwegs. Ich habe angefangen damals bei National Geographic in Hamburg, bei Gruner und Jahr, Bertelsmann, habe dort das Buchprogramm mit aufgebaut und auch das Magazingeschäft mitgeleitet. Bin von dort dann mal nach Ravensburg gegangen für 3 Jahre als Geschäftsführer im Kinder- und Jugendbuchverlag, habe noch für Red Bull Media House weltweit Projekte betreut und bin seit Anfang des Jahres 2020 als Executive Officer Markets and Business beim WWF Deutschland beschäftigt und auch Geschäftsführer der Panda Fördergesellschaft, das ist die Lizenz- und Marketinggesellschaft des WWFs in Deutschland und verantworte dort im Prinzip alle Unternehmenskooperationen und versuche das Thema nachhaltiges Wirtschaften innerhalb der planetaren Grenzen voranzutreiben und Unternehmen, insbesondere auch natürlich in der Buchbranche, zu zeigen, wie ein nachhaltiges Wirtschaften funktionieren kann und worauf man zu achten hat.
Vielen Dank. Sie sind auch jederzeit herzlich eingeladen. Ich habe hier noch so ein iPad liegen, uns Fragen zu stellen. Die kann ich dann auch direkt an Herrn Dr. Bethke richten. Kommen Sie gerne über den Chat auf der Website auf uns zu. Dann, ich habe jetzt eben schon mit ein paar Fragen eingeleitet. Welche Relevanz hat überhaupt das Thema Nachhaltigkeit für Verlage, für Buchverlage in Deutschland aus Ihrer Sicht?
Das Thema hat eine ganz große Relevanz. Ich glaube, wenn man den großen Bogen einmal schlägt, man braucht sich ja eigentlich nur die vergangene Bundestagswahl angucken, welche Themen dort auch bestimmt waren. Das Thema Klima, Tempolimit, Nachhaltigkeit, Klimakrise, all diese Aspekte spielten eine große Rolle. Es ist eine große gesellschaftliche Diskussion, weil wir einfach sehen, dass sich in unserer Welt etwas verändert. Wir sehen, dass das Klima sich verändert. Wir alle merken das. Ob es eine Krise im Ahrtal ist mit entsetzlichen Ereignissen, die viele Menschen betroffen haben, die zeigen, was in Deutschland auch das Thema Klimakrise bedeutet, bis hin zum Thema Artensterben. Über 70% der Wirbeltiere der Population sind zurückgegangen in den letzten 50 Jahren. Wir alle merken das, wenn man im Sommer mal mit dem Auto durch die Landschaft fährt. Früher hatte man immer das Problem, dass die Scheiben mit Insekten zugekleistert waren. Heute hat man dieses Thema gar nicht mehr. Man fährt da durch, man braucht den Scheibenwischer gar nicht mehr. Das ist auf der einen Seite natürlich bequem, das ist komfortabel, aber es zeigt, wie groß das Problem eigentlich ist. Und das hat natürlich dann auch in der Summe Auswirkungen auf die Buchbranche, auf unsere Branche hier, weil wir einfach auch natürlich auf Rohstoffe, auf Lieferketten angewiesen sind und das Thema Nachhaltigkeit für uns auch in Zukunft ein großes sein wird, wenn wir eigentlich das Geschäft so weiter betreiben wollen, wie wir es im Augenblick betreiben.
Bevor wir jetzt nochmal tiefer in die Buchbranche einsteigen, hätte ich nochmal die Frage, wofür steht der WWF? Was genau macht der WWF? Was sind die Kerntätigkeiten des WWF?
Ja. Also den WWF gibt es seit 1961. Wir sind jetzt quasi 60 Jahre jung. Wir sind eine der größten Naturschutzorganisationen der Welt, in über 100 Ländern vertreten, über 6.000 Mitarbeiter weltweit, die sich in Projekten engagieren, versuchen, einen Einklang zwischen Mensch und Natur herzustellen, in Projekten Gebiete zu bewahren und gleichzeitig aber auch Menschen dafür zu sensibilisieren, dass wir auf einem Planeten leben und im Augenblick etwas schiefläuft und wir genau dies aber auch in der Hand haben zu verändern. Und das ist die Aufgabe des WWFs, das ist das, was wir auch in den Projekten machen, aber wir sehen eben auch, dass das Thema Naturschutz, Nachhaltigkeit immer auch was mit Wirtschaft, mit Politik und Gesellschaft zu tun hat. Also wir sind quasi als, glaube ich, einzige NGO in der Mitte so ein bisschen positioniert, weil wir sagen, okay, wir sehen ganz viele Probleme, aber wir weisen nicht nur auf die Probleme hin, sondern wir wollen gemeinsam mit den Akteuren Lösungen entwickeln. Lösungen, um eben das, was wir glauben, was schief läuft, was ich eingangs ja beschrieben habe, eben zu verändern.
Ja, ganz konkret, wie stelle ich mir Ihre Arbeit beim WWF vor?
Das ist ein voller Tag, das kann ich Ihnen sagen. Die Arbeit ist eigentlich sehr komplex, weil jedes einzelne Unternehmen, jede einzelne Branche hat bestimmte spezifische Herausforderungen. Ja. Viele Unternehmen kommen auf uns zu und sagen, wir haben hier ein Problem, wir sehen, es wird sich in der politischen Landschaft was verändern, was die Gesetzgebung angeht. Wir sehen, dass wir in Bezug auf Rohstoffe Probleme haben und wir sehen natürlich auch, das ist dann das Thema öffentlicher Druck, dass wir uns im Bereich Nachhaltigkeit positionieren müssen. Wie machen wir das?
Ja.
Und das ist so der Ausgangspunkt in der Regel für den Beginn eines Dialoges, um erstmal zu verstehen, was will die Gegenseite eigentlich, weil natürlich sich mit einer NGO wie dem WWF auseinanderzusetzen, bedeutet immer auch, ich hole mir da jetzt nicht den unkritischsten Partner ins Haus, sondern das ist auch unsere Rolle. Wir sind der kritische Partner. Wir stellen unbequeme Fragen und wir weisen eben auch auf Probleme hin.
Ja.
Aber das ist genau das, was viele Unternehmen von uns nicht nur erwarten, sondern auch sehr schätzen, weil wir einen anderen Blick auf das Unternehmen haben und auch auf den Gesamtkontext. Und diese Einbettung in einen Kontext aus Politik, Gesellschaft und Wirtschaft, ich glaube, das ist das Spannende. Und das ist das Interessante auch an dieser Arbeit, in dieser Rolle, die ich habe.
Ja. Ich hole mir den WWF ins Haus, darauf komme ich gleich gerne nochmal, was das heißt, weil ich glaube, das sind ja dann die spannenden Anknüpfungspunkte, wo man wirklich ins Tun kommt und ich glaube, an der Schwelle stehen wir. Wir müssen ins Tun kommen, aber Sie haben gerade schon das Stichwort Branchen auch gesagt. Aus Ihrer Sicht, aus Ihrer Erkenntnis, welche Branchen bewegen sich denn im Moment am meisten? Wo ist die meiste Power drin?
Ich glaube, das kann man gar nicht so pauschal sagen. Ich glaube, die meisten Branchen bewegen sich schon sehr. Ja. Ob man nun den Bereich Mobilität nimmt, ob man Infrastruktur würde ich mal außen vor lassen, aber Lebensmitteleinzelhandel zum Beispiel, produzierendes Gewerbe. Ich sehe eigentlich keine Branche im Augenblick, die nicht bei uns anruft, die nicht sagt, wir haben Handlungsbedarf und wir wollen uns verändern. Natürlich gibt es immer Ausnahmen, insbesondere wenn ich jetzt die fossilen Energien mal nehme, Großkonzerne, die mit Mineralöl ihr Geld verdienen, von denen wir alle wissen, dass Fossil Fuels an der Stelle jetzt nicht mehr wirklich weiter zukunftsträchtig und fähig sind, die rufen nicht so unbedingt häufig an und da sieht man auch nicht so viel Veränderungswillen, wie es eigentlich bräuchte.
Ja. Ja. Wo sehen Sie denn die Verlagsbranche?
Das ist eine gute Frage. Das Interessante ist ja immer, da ich so viele Jahre in der Verlagsbranche verbracht habe und hier jetzt auch auf der Frankfurter Buchmesse total gerne wieder durch die Hallen laufe, auch wenn sich das ein bisschen verändert hat in dieser hybriden Welt, ich sehe die Verlagsbranche eigentlich auf einem guten Weg. Man muss sagen, wenn man sich die Druckerzeugnisse einmal anguckt und wie das Thema Nachhaltigkeit auch in den Herstellungsprozess mit eingefasst worden ist, wie darauf auch Bezug genommen wird, dass man sich hier verändern möchte, dass man eben auch eine Verantwortung als Industrie hat, als Branche hat. Da sehe ich viele Anzeichen, wo sich vieles in die richtige Richtung bewegt. Ob es das Thema Papiere ist, FSC, PEFSC ist ja ein Beispiel, Wasserverbrauch, Recycling, Drucke, Farben, Lacke, CO2-Fußabdruck, ein ganz großes Thema natürlich, wenn man die Summe einfach mal der Aspekte zusammen betrachtet. Da sehe ich viele Anzeichen, die im Prinzip Mut machen.
Ja. Würden Sie sagen, dass das Thema Nachhaltigkeit schon zu einem Wettbewerbsvorteil geworden ist?
Ich würde sagen, ja. Ich weiß nicht oder kann nicht genau beurteilen, ob es in der Buchbranche oder beziehungsweise bei der Zielgruppe schon so ein Wettbewerbsvorteil dann ist.
Ja.
Ich glaube aber, unter den Verlagen ist es definitiv ein Thema, weil am Ende des Tages wir auch überlegen müssen, innerhalb der Branche, wo kommen eigentlich die Rohstoffe her und wie viele gibt es?
Ja.
Und das Thema Rohstoffknappheit, wir kennen es ja aus diesem Jahr, gibt es ja in vielen Bereichen. Ich nehme jetzt mal einmal den Gebäudesektor, wo auf einmal keine Häuser mehr gebaut werden konnten, weil Plastik fehlte für Rohre, es fehlte Holz für die Dachkonstruktion. All diese Themen beschäftigen natürlich auch uns hier in dieser Branche, weil Rohstoffe immer knapper werden. Und das heißt, damit steigen die Preise und das heißt am Ende des Tages, ich muss gucken, wie kann ich meine Rohstoffe im besten Fall auch in einem Kreislauf führen, um am Ende des Tages einen Wettbewerbsvorteil an der Stelle zu haben.
Ja, Kreislauf ist auch ein gutes Stichwort. Würde ich gleich nochmal dazu kommen. Wir haben jetzt schon ganz viele, ich sag mal, Worte verwendet, einfach so im Gespräch über Nachhaltigkeit, CO2-Footprint. Was ich gerne machen würde, ist erstmal von Ihnen auch hören, weil ich habe mal so ein bisschen mich eingelesen. Wir beschäftigen uns auch schon länger mit dem Thema. Was bedeutet Nachhaltigkeit? Was bedeutet Nachhaltigkeit? Was ist damit gemeint für Verlage?
Ja, also Nachhaltigkeit für Verlage es ist komplex. Es ist nicht einfach nur das, was ich gerade gesagt habe in Bezug auf die Rohstoffe, sondern Nachhaltigkeit für einen Verlag bedeutet eben auch, ich muss mir mein gesamtes Business einmal angucken. Das geht los beim Fuhrpark, das geht über die Produkte, die ich verkaufe, bis hin zu, wie ist die Governance aufgebaut in Bezug auf Nachhaltigkeit oder Incentivierungssysteme für Mitarbeiter für das Thema Nachhaltigkeit. All diese Themen muss man sich einmal angucken. Die Lieferkette natürlich sowieso, die gehört zu den Produkten logischerweise, um am Ende des Tages erstmal ein Assessment zu machen, wo stehe ich eigentlich. Ja. Ich glaube, das ist so der erste Schritt und auch der wichtigste Schritt für jedes Unternehmen eigentlich, ob Buchbranche oder andere Branche, zu gucken, was ist eigentlich mein CO2-Fußabdruck, wo stehe ich und was kann ich gegebenenfalls schnell verbessern, was sind so die low-hanging fruits, die ich verändern kann, was sind aber auch die größten Impact-Hebel, die ich in meinem Business habe.
Was heißt das Wort Corporate Social Responsibility? Das geistert ja auch immer wieder als Synonym für Nachhaltigkeit durch die Presse. Ja. Was verstehen wir darunter?
Ja, am Ende des Tages die Verantwortung des Unternehmens für das, was es produziert und die gesellschaftliche Verantwortung für die Schadstoffe, für den CO2-Fußabdruck, der damit einhergeht.
Ja, Sie haben eben auch gesagt, Wirtschaften im Rahmen planetarer Grenzen. Ja. Was genau meinen Sie damit?
Das ist eigentlich im Prinzip ist es relativ einfach. Wir alle wissen, wir leben auf der Erde und wir haben diesen einen Planeten. Das ist ein begrenzter Raum mit einer begrenzten Anzahl an Rohstoffen. Ja. Diese Rohstoffe wachsen natürlich nach, in bestimmten Bereichen schneller, in anderen weniger schnell oder sie sind in der Menge begrenzt. Ja. Und das heißt, wir haben planetare Grenzen in Bezug auf Rohstoffe, in Bezug auf Landnutzung, in Bezug auf Klima, in Bezug auf Biodiversität, wie ich eingangs schon sagte. Und wir müssen gucken, wie wir mit diesen Rohstoffen, wie mit diesem Planeten und dem, was er produziert, auskommen. Und das beste Beispiel ist eigentlich immer, wir haben, ich glaube, dieses Jahr war es am 29. Juli in Deutschland den Earth Overshoot Day gefeiert. Also gefeiert in Anführungszeichen, weil das bedeutete, am 29. Juli hatten wir eigentlich alle Rohstoffe, die wir für ein Jahr zur Verfügung haben, aufgebraucht. Das heißt, wenn jeder so leben würde wie wir in Deutschland, bräuchten wir eigentlich schon mal 2 Erden.
Ja.
Das ist ein Problem. Es sei denn, Sie wissen, wo die zweite Erde ist.
Hat noch keiner gefunden.
Hat noch keiner gefunden und deshalb müssen wir gucken, wie kommen wir mit dem, was wir zur Verfügung haben, wie kommen wir damit aus. Und ein anderes Beispiel, zum Beispiel, wenn Sie nach Amerika gucken, dann brauchen Sie 4,5 bis 5 Erden.
Ja.
Ja, und das sind so die Maßstäbe, mit denen man sich dann auseinandersetzen muss. Und deshalb müssen wir diese planetaren Grenzen berücksichtigen, damit am Ende des Tages Ökonomie und Ökologie in einem vernünftigen Verhältnis bleibt und wir eine lebenswerte Zukunft auch noch haben werden.
Ja. Wer sind denn die größten CO2-Verursacher? Wer hinterlässt den größten CO2-Footprint oder welcher Bereich?
Energie.
Energie.
Ja.
Ja. Und wenn man das so auf die einzelnen Personen vielleicht runterbricht, so als auf mich, wenn man das auf mich runterbrechen würde, in Europa, in unserer Gesellschaft, wo hinterlässt man den größten CO2-Footprint?
Ja, ich brech das immer nicht so gerne auf den Einzelnen runter, weil das Problem ist, an der Stelle verlagern wir ein Problem der Wirtschaft auf das Individuum. Und auf einmal sind Sie sozusagen derjenige, der den Karren aus dem Dreck ziehen muss und die Wirtschaft macht im Prinzip so weiter wie gehabt. Aber wenn Sie mich so direkt fragen, natürlich ist es das Thema Energie. Fahren Sie mit Ihrem SUV die Kinder zum Kindergarten, fahren Sie damit zum Bäcker, wie häufig fliegen Sie mit dem Flugzeug in den Urlaub, wie heizen Sie Ihr Haus, was für ein Haus haben Sie, wie ist es gedämmt. All diese Aspekte zusammen machen Ihren CO2-Fußabdruck aus und da müssen wir halt, wie ich eben schon sagte, gucken, ob der Standard, mit dem wir im Augenblick leben, so noch in Zukunft darstellbar ist.
Ja, aber es geht doch um jeden Einzelnen, dass er bei sich anfängt und was tut.
Ja, ich würde es anders formulieren. Jeder Einzelne kann dazu beitragen, dass es in Summe besser wird. Aber ich würde an der Stelle, wie gesagt, ich nehme die Wirtschaft nicht so gerne dann aus dieser Gleichung raus, weil bestes Beispiel, wenn Sie eine Straße bauen, werden Sie Autos ernten. Wenn Sie einen Fahrradweg bauen, werden Sie Fahrräder ernten. Das ist die Aufgabe der Rahmenbedingungen, der Struktur. Sie als Einzelner haben natürlich auch immer die Entscheidung, fahre ich mit dem Auto oder fahre ich mit dem Fahrrad. Und das heißt, am Ende des Tages ist jede einzelne Entscheidung, die wir tagtäglich treffen, natürlich Teil des großen Ganzen. Und das macht am Ende des Tages die ganze Diskussion natürlich auch erheblich komplex und für viele auch überfordernd. Das muss man ganz klar sagen. Das hat man ja auch in der politischen Diskussion gesehen, wo dann natürlich schnell gesagt wird, naja, was soll ich denn als Einzelner dazu beitragen? Ich bin doch nur ich, Max Mustermann, hier in Deutschland. Aber am Ende des Tages ist jede einzelne Entscheidung ein Teil des großen Gesamten und deshalb haben Sie auch eine entsprechende Verantwortung, damit drüber nachzudenken.
Sie haben jetzt eben ja schon gesagt, das Thema Nachhaltigkeit für Verlage. Mich würde sehr interessieren, was haben Sie aus Ihrer Verlagskarriere mitgenommen in den WWF und inwiefern können heute Verlage oder vielleicht die ganze Branche auch davon profitieren?
Ja. Was habe ich mitgenommen? Ich glaube, dass das Thema Nachhaltigkeit oder alle die Aspekte, die damit zusammenhängen, dass wir in der Buchbranche, in der Medienbranche eigentlich noch viel stärker auf die Zusammenhänge hinweisen müssen, dass wir noch viel klarer kommunizieren müssen, wie komplex das Thema ist und was es für jeden Einzelnen am Ende des Tages bedeutet. Ich glaube, das ist ein Punkt, wo ich häufig denke, dass wir viel mehr dazu noch publizieren können und wo wir auch überlegen müssen, und das ist aus meiner Sicht auch, es hängt mit dem Storytelling zusammen, was ist eigentlich diese erstrebenswerte Zukunft, diese positive Vision, wo wir hinwollen? Weil es geht am Ende des Tages, es geht nicht um Verbote und Verzichte, sondern es geht um das, was richtig ist und was uns gut tut. Es würde ja niemand von uns auf die Idee kommen, heutzutage noch sein Haus mit Asbest zu verkleiden, weil es krebserregend ist. Tun wir nicht, weil es uns nicht gut tut und weil es entsprechende Auswirkungen hat. Und auch sowas kann man natürlich auf Verhalten, man kann es auf den Umgang mit der Klimakrise und mit dem eigenen Konsumverhalten übertragen und sagen, lasst uns doch mal drüber nachdenken, wie sieht eigentlich die Welt aus, wenn wir innerhalb der planetaren Grenzen leben. Wenn wir eben schaffen, die Klimakrise weitestgehend einzudämmen, Biodiversität zu fördern und eben Wälder nicht abzuholzen, weil am Ende des Tages ein Baum, der stehen bleibt, der produziert produziert Sauerstoff und absorbiert CO2 und ist am Ende des Tages vielleicht auch noch schön anzusehen, mal abgesehen davon, dass er auch noch Schatten spendet.
Ja. Jetzt sind wir natürlich in der Branche, wo wir Bäume bedrucken.
Ja, ich weiß.
In Form von Papier, aber wir bedrucken Bäume, wie ich gelernt habe.
Ja.
Und insofern wieder zurück auf die Verlagsbranche. Welche Rolle sehen Sie denn für Verlage heute, aber auch in Zukunft?
Ich glaube, es sind zwei Aspekte, die mich da umtreiben. Das eine ist das, was ich gerade sagte, einfach auf das Thema aufmerksam zu machen, weil wir sind diejenigen, die Geschichten erzählen, die auch Visionen gestalten können, die Menschen die Stimme geben, beziehungsweise das Medium geben, um das nach draußen zu tragen, auch mit der Reichweite, die wir haben. Auf der anderen Seite aber selber zu gucken, wie wir in der Branche nachhaltig agieren. Ob es zertifizierte Papiere sind, ob wir uns Druckereien angucken, die vielleicht klimapositiv sind. Auch diese Beispiele gibt es ja schon. Es gibt Cradle-to-Cradle-Ansätze in bestimmten Verlagen. Ich glaube, Knesebeck ist einer, der es jetzt gerade gemacht hat, ein erstes Programm aufgelegt hat, was extrem spannend ist, auch diese Geschichte zu erzählen und den Menschen zu zeigen, wir haben nicht nur ein publizistisches Interesse, nach draußen zu treten, nach draußen zu tragen, sondern das, was wir drucken und was wir erzählen, versuchen wir auch selber umzusetzen. Natürlich geht das nicht in allen Bereichen, das ist klar. Aber zumindest diese positiven Beispiele zu geben und die Menschen damit auch zu inspirieren, weil am Ende des Tages, auch das ist eine gute Geschichte, die man erzählen kann. Und damit sind wir auch wieder bei dem Wettbewerbsvorteil, den Sie vorhin schon ansprachen, mal zu gucken, wie kann ich das, was eigentlich gesellschaftlich erforderlich ist, selber umsetzen, selber was beitragen, selber was tun und das nach draußen tragen.
Ja. Damit sind wir ja auch für mich so ein bisschen bei den Gründen, weshalb sollte oder muss ich das ein Stück weit sogar tun, als Verlag mehr oder mehr auf Nachhaltigkeit zu achten und vielleicht auch in einem gewissen zeitlichen Horizont eine CO2-Neutralität herstellen. Was sind die Gründe dafür? Ist es Qualitätsmerkmal oder weil meine Shareholder das wollen oder weil meine Kunden das wollen oder weil es in meiner DNA ist, wie vielleicht bei einigen Verlagen? Was sind die Gründe?
Naja, einer der Gründe oder einer der primären Gründe sollte ja sein, sie wollen im Business bleiben. Und wenn wir jetzt auf das Thema Rohstoffe mal eingehen, Holz ist natürlich ein Rohstoff, den die Branche braucht, aber genauso wie Wasser und Chemikalien und auch Strom, dann müssen Sie am Ende des Tages gucken, wie kann ich mit diesen Materialien oder Rohstoffen, die ich brauche für meine Produkte, wie kann ich die auch in Zukunft zur Verfügung haben, zu einem erschwinglichen Preis, damit ich meine Produkte gestalten kann. Und das bedeutet natürlich, Sie sind schnell bei zertifizierten Hölzern, bei FSC oder PEFC, wenn Sie so möchten. Und Sie müssen sich überlegen, mit welchen Dienstleistern arbeite ich zusammen, damit ich am Ende des Tages auch keine überteuerten Preise zahle, damit ich noch marktgängige Produkte etablieren kann. Das sind die Herausforderungen, das sind die Themen, mit denen Sie sich beschäftigen müssen.
Ja. Weil ich direkt jetzt hier auf eine Frage eingehen möchte an der Stelle. Wie kann ich als Verlag, vielen Dank auch da, an unsere Zuhörer für die Fragen, wie kann ich als Verlag meinen ökologischen Fußabdruck optimieren? Wo könnte ich mit kleinem Aufwand anfangen? Oder geht das nur mit dem ganz großen Rad?
Nein, das geht nicht nur, überhaupt nicht. Es geht auch mit dem kleinen Rad. Einfach zu gucken, hängt immer natürlich von der Größe des Verlages ab. Was haben Sie für einen Außendienst? Ja? Wie häufig fährt der Außendienst mit dem Auto zur Buchhandlung? Kann man diese Reisen auch anders gestalten? Was gibt es überhaupt für eine Fahrzeugflotte? Was verwendet man im Bürogebäude für Materialien? Also sprich, wie gehe ich mit Wasser um? Wie gehe ich mit Ökostrom um zum Beispiel? Das sind alles nur kleine Beispiele, wo man sagen kann, ja, da muss ich mich einfach mal mit beschäftigen und das führt am Ende des Tages natürlich auch zu einer besseren CO2-Bilanz, bis hin zu Themen, wie kann ich meine Mitarbeiter motivieren und incentivieren, über Nachhaltigkeitsaspekte in der Unternehmung nachzudenken.
Ja.
Auch sowas.
Was mich immer sehr beschäftigt, weil ich sehr aktiv auf der Einkaufsseite tätig bin, sind die Zertifikate. Es gibt, wenn ich auf die Website von Druckereien oder auch anderen Branchen, Unternehmen und so weiter, eine Unmenge an Zertifikaten. Also inzwischen fast nicht überschaubar. Wenn ich sehe, ich habe mir ein paar notiert, EMAS zum Thema Energie, PFC, FSC, klar, kennen wir alle. Es gibt die ISO-Standards, es gibt den blauen Engel, Cradle to Cradle, Sie haben es eben schon angesprochen, jetzt mit eigener Marke, die REACH-Verordnung. Also für mich kommt es schon fast an eine Grenze dessen, was ich überblicken kann und auch zu entscheiden, was hat Relevanz. Wie stehen Sie zu diesem, ich hätte fast gesagt, Zertifizierungsdruck Wahnsinn. Ist das ein Zertifizierungswahnsinn oder ist es nur meine Wahrnehmung?
Naja, ich glaube, Ihre Wahrnehmung täuscht nicht so sehr an der Stelle. Ich glaube, man muss immer unterscheiden bei den Zertifikaten, was ist wirklich ein Zertifikat und was ist am Ende des Tages auch Marketing. Auch das ist natürlich ein Thema, insbesondere bei großen FMCG-Herstellern, die ja Klimaneutralität, also es gibt ja Klimalabels in allen Varianten inzwischen schon. Der Verbraucher blickt am Ende des Tages nicht mehr durch, muss man ganz klar sagen. Und das ist für uns auch etwas, wo wir wenn wir mit Unternehmen zusammenarbeiten, sie unterstützen, indem wir einfach sagen, wir machen erstmal ein Assessment. Wir gucken mal, was ist eigentlich relevant für dich? Ja, wo sind die größten Treiber in Bezug auf deinen CO2-Fußabdruck? Wo sind die Low-Hanging Fruits, die ich schon vorhin erwähnte? Um dann auch zu sagen, was ist denn eigentlich an der Stelle relevant? Weil es geht ja nicht darum, nur einen Zertifizierungswahnsinn mitzumachen, sondern die Relevanz und den Impact sich an der Stelle anzugucken.
Ja.
Und wir machen das, natürlich ist der Panda als unser Symbol kein Zertifikat. Aber nichtsdestotrotz gibt es Kooperationen, in denen der Panda auf bestimmten Produkten drauf ist oder im Markenumfeld stattfindet, als Hilfestellung für den Konsumenten, dass hier etwas in Richtung nachhaltiger Konsum passiert. Ob es das Produkt ist, ob es eine Marke ist, einfach um Orientierung zu bieten.
Ist das schon bei Verlagen? Entschuldigung.
Nee, aktuell nicht. Also nicht in Deutschland.
Gibt es da Interesse von WWF-Seite von Ihnen, sowas auch für die Verlagsbranche? Ich meine, Sie als Verlagsmensch, wenn ich das so sagen darf.
Ja, das treibt mich um. Das kann ich ganz klar bejahen. Das ist ein Thema, sowohl was das Publizistische angeht, zu gucken, was für Bücher, welche Themen könnte man gemeinsam mit dem WWF auch kommunizieren, was könnte man gemeinsam nach draußen tragen, welche Geschichten könnte man erzählen, bis hin zu, wollen wir uns nicht mal zusammensetzen mit verschiedenen Verlagen, vielleicht auch in der Branche und überlegen, was müssten eigentlich Standards für die Branche sein, damit sie nachhaltig aufgestellt ist, damit ein nachhaltiges Wirtschaften innerhalb der Branche vorangetrieben wird. Ja. Das ist ein Thema, also da gebe ich Ihnen gerne meine Telefonnummer sofort. Rufen Sie mich einfach an, weil das ist etwas, was mich umtreibt. Ich glaube, da kann man viel bewegen und man muss den Horizont aber dann häufig auch ein bisschen weiter strecken. Man kann nicht nur sagen, das ist jetzt nur ein Verlag, hängt natürlich ein bisschen von der Größe ab. Je größer, umso mehr Impact haben sie auch, aber häufig sind es auch, das sehen wir, Branchenlösungen, die sie brauchen. Nehmen wir zum Beispiel das Thema, wir hatten vorhin schon kurz drüber gesprochen, Rohstoffe, Kreislaufwirtschaft. Ja. Wenn Sie jetzt Rezyklate nehmen und Sie sind ein kleiner mittelständischer Hersteller und Sie wollen aber das Plastik, was Sie produzieren, auch wieder im Kreislauf führen, wir müssen ja dafür Sorge tragen, dass es auch wieder zurückkommt. Das reicht in der Menge in der Regel gar nicht. Das heißt, Sie brauchen eine Branchenlösung. Ja. Und das sehen wir eben gerade auch bei großen Unternehmen, mit denen wir zusammenarbeiten, die branchenübergreifend arbeiten, einfach aus der Not heraus, weil sie wissen, sie werden diesen Rohstoff in Zukunft als Branche brauchen. Ja. Und sie können nicht solitär einen Kreislauf etablieren. Ja. Das heißt, sie müssen es in der Branche oder vielleicht sogar branchenübergreifend machen. Ja. Und das ist etwas, was, glaube ich, uns alle dann auch umtreibt und vorantreibt, wenn wir diesen Scope einfach mal einnehmen und nicht nur solitär in unserem Silo denken, sondern sagen, was tut uns als Branche eigentlich gut? Ja. Was brauchen wir in Zukunft?
Ja. Das heißt, wir können uns nicht vom WWF mit dem Panda zertifizieren lassen, aber als Signal für nachhaltiges Handeln wäre das für die Branche schon denkbar, diesen Panda unter bestimmten Voraussetzungen, die man gemeinsam erarbeiten müsste, dann zu nutzen und vielleicht auch von dieser Menge an Zertifikaten, die ich vielleicht in meinem Impressum drucke, FSC und was weiß ich was alles, vielleicht auch wegzukommen und einfach dem Kunden zu zeigen.
Ja, würde ich jetzt noch nicht ganz unterschreiben. Ich glaube, das Erste, was man machen müsste, ist, man müsste sich einfach mal zusammensetzen und sagen, okay, was ist unser Ziel, wo wollen wir eigentlich hin? Ja. Weil für uns als WWF ist es entscheidend, was ist der Scope, was ist das Ziel, wo wir irgendwann mal hinwollen? Ja. Um dann auch zu sagen, wie kann so ein Transformationspfad für eine Branche, für ein Unternehmen transparent gemacht werden und wie lange dauert das? Um dann zu überlegen, an welcher Stelle kann man dann auch gemeinsam mit dem Panda kommunizieren, auf welcher Ebene, ob es nun Corporate ist, ob es vielleicht im Bereich Marke ist oder im Bereich Produkt, da unterscheiden wir immer und das muss man sich dann im Einzelnen angucken, aber möglich, im Prinzip, ja, ist es.
Ja. Ich kriege gerade auch eine Frage, sind Bücher für einen biologischen Kreislauf nicht viel zu schade?
Ja,
Der Verleger, das Verlegerherz.
Da blutet ja immer das Herz, ja. Genau, wie soll man ein Buch überhaupt, das man besitzt, in einen Kreislauf zurückführen? Man will es ja besitzen und es steht ja im Regal. Ja, da würde ich jetzt aber mal auf die Magazinverlage hinweisen und sagen, ich meine, wie viele Brigittes, Geos, Sterns dieser Welt wollen Sie im Regal stehen haben? Irgendwann laufen sie zum Container.
Ja.
Ja? So.
Ja. Zurück nochmal zu einem anderen Thema. Wo hänge ich das Thema bei mir im Verlag auf? Ist das ein Geschäftsführungsthema? Gehört es in die Strategie? Wo verorte ich das im
beides.
Verlag?
Also aus meiner Sicht oder aus unserer Sicht des WWFs ist es kann gar nicht hoch genug aufgehangen sein, weil am Ende des Tages es hat mit der Gesamtorganisation zu tun, es hat mit der Strategie, mit der zukünftigen, mit dem Business Development zu tun, es hat mit Produktentwicklung zu tun. Ich glaube, Sie können das nicht irgendwo in einer Abstellkammer parken, jemanden da reinsetzen und sagen, und du machst jetzt ein bisschen Nachhaltigkeit, sondern Sie müssen schon überlegen, wie bin ich als Unternehmen aufgestellt, wie muss ich in Zukunft aufgestellt sein, wie kann ich das Thema Nachhaltigkeit an der Stelle sowohl in meiner Organisation als auch bei den Produkten und auch bei meinen Zulieferern, wie kann ich es dort etablieren und welche gesetzlichen Regelungen gibt es auch zu beachten? Auch das ist ja ein Aspekt, der immer wieder hinzukommt. So gesehen, ich würde es immer auf Board-Ebene platzieren und an der Stelle dann auch die entsprechenden Hebel bewegen, um eben das Thema voranzutreiben. Was aus meiner Sicht, und das sehen wir nicht nur in der Buchbranche, sondern auch natürlich bei großen anderen Branchen, das ist essentiell für die Zukunft, wenn Sie als Branche, als Unternehmen weiterhin im Spiel bleiben wollen.
Welche Kompetenz muss ich selber im Haus aufbauen, wenn ich das auf Board-Ebene aufhänge?
Eine Nachhaltigkeitsabteilung wäre ganz gut. Ja, also zumindest jemand, der aus diesem Bereich kommt, in diesem Bereich Ahnung hat. Natürlich können Sie auch immer mit Beratern arbeiten an der Stelle. Es gibt, ich glaube, die Big Four oder alle großen Beratungsunternehmen haben das Thema Nachhaltigkeit inzwischen auf der Agenda. Wir als NGO haben es auch auf der Agenda. Wir beraten auch Unternehmen. Einzelne Leuchttürme, Edeka ist eins unserer größten Beispiele, wo wir zusammenarbeiten. Ich glaube, die Kompetenz im eigenen Hause aufzubauen, ist essentiell, ähnlich wie es damals war, Social Media im eigenen Haus, diese Kompetenz aufzubauen, weil es geht um Storytelling und Sie müssen in charge sein in Bezug auf das Storytelling, genauso wie auch in Bezug auf Ihr Business Development. Und Nachhaltigkeit gehört am Ende des Tages dazu, um weiterhin auch als Unternehmen erfolgreich sein zu können.
Ja, Sie haben gerade schon mehrere Bereiche angesprochen. Wenn ich auf mein Unternehmen schaue, auf meinen Verlag, welche Bereiche sind betroffen? Marketing, Presse, die Geschäftsführung?
Herstellung, es sind alle Bereiche im Prinzip alle.
Ja.
Und das ist ja aber auch das Charmante eigentlich daran. Es sind alle Bereiche betroffen und deshalb muss es auch auf Board-Ebene institutionalisiert werden. Es muss ein essentieller Bestandteil der Unternehmung sein, weil jeder Einzelne muss auch überlegen, bei Produkten, die ich entwickle, ich muss ja vom Ende her auch mal denken, was ist das Lebenszyklusende dieses Produktes? Jetzt lassen wir mal den Sammler der Bücher außen vor. Angenommen, der Sammler ist irgendwann am Ende, weil er keinen Platz mehr hat und die Bücher müssen irgendwohin wieder zurück.
Ja.
Was passiert dann?
Ja.
Und das ist ja die entscheidende Frage, auch bei Cradle to Cradle, wenn Sie sich das angucken. Wie kann ich diesen Rohstoff, den ich mal produziert habe, wieder in meinen Kreislauf zurückführen? Und da ist es in der Buchbranche, klar, der Lebenszyklus der Produkte ist auch relativ lang, aber wir haben zum Beispiel, ich habe vor kurzem Gespräche geführt mit einem Fensterhersteller.
Ja.
Jetzt verbauen Sie mal ein Fenster und denken Sie über Rohstoffe und Kreislauf nach. Ja, ein Fenster wird verbaut und ist in einem Haus 20, 25 Jahre. Als Unternehmer, der diese Fenster produziert, sind Sie vielleicht irgendwann auf diese Rohstoffe, die Sie mal verkauft haben und verbaut haben, wieder angewiesen. Das heißt, Sie müssen gucken, wie kriege ich eine Generation später den Rohstoff wieder zurück. Das ist eine ganz große Herausforderung. Und dann müssen Sie auch noch wissen, welche Rohstoffe sind in diesem Fenster überhaupt verbaut.
Ja.
Das ist ja bei Büchern genau das Gleiche. Welche Druckfarben habe ich verwendet? Aus welchen Bausteinen oder Bestandteilen sind die zusammengesetzt? Wie ist das Papier zusammengesetzt?
Ja.
Das ist am Ende des Tages auch ein entscheidender Aspekt, um überhaupt so eine Kreislauffähigkeit zu etablieren.
Ja. Wenn ich jetzt auf den CO2-Footprint in meinem Unternehmen, in meinem Verlag schaue ich aufs Unternehmen oder schaue ich auf Produktebene?
Im Prinzip auf beides, weil Sie können Produkt und Unternehmen ja an der Stelle nicht trennen, sondern ich würde das Produkt immer in den gesamten CO2-Fußabdruck des Unternehmens mit eingliedern, von der Herstellung über die bis hin zum Verkauf. Und auch da geht es ja noch teilweise darüber hinaus. Wenn Sie jetzt das Nutzungsverhalten, das ist bei Büchern ja nicht das Problem, aber angenommen, Sie verkaufen Waschmaschinen, ja, oder Waschmittel, dann haben Sie das Problem des Stroms des Nutzers.
Ja.
Also Thema, um wieder zurückzuspringen, Sie müssen es ganzheitlich betrachten.
Ja. Sie haben eben schon mal gesagt, wie starte ich mit einem Assessment, eine Klimabilanz zu erstellen, wie groß ist überhaupt mein CO2-Fußabdruck. Genau, und da unterstützen Sie auch vom WWF. Würden Sie auch Verlage oder unterstützen Sie auch Verlage? Oder würden Sie eher dann auf die Branche gucken, vielleicht zum Börsenverein oder ähnliche?
Ehrlich gesagt wäre mir die Branche fast lieber. Und zwar aus einem ganz einfachen Grund. Wir sind eine NGO.
Ja.
Das heißt, wir haben nicht wir haben nicht unendliche Kapazitäten und Ressourcen, sondern wir müssen gucken, wie können wir mit den Ressourcen, die wir haben, sinnvoll Impact erzielen, wie können wir sinnvoll Transformation antreiben. Und da ist eine Branchenlösung natürlich immer einfacher für uns, weil wir dort an einem großen Hebel arbeiten.
Ja.
Oder aber es ist ein sehr großer Verlag, mit dem man zusammenarbeitet und für die Branche gemeinsam mit dem dann etwas entwickelt.
Ja.
Einen Leuchtturm zu kreieren, der letztendlich andere dann auch mitzieht. Das ist in der Regel unser Ansatz.
Ja.
Es ist für ein kleines Unternehmen oder einen kleinen Verlag mit einem kleinen publizistischen Programm, ehrlich gesagt, nicht sinnvoll, mit uns zusammenzuarbeiten, weil wir würden ihn überfordern.
Ja. Weil anschließend hätte ich jetzt die Frage, was kostet mich sowas? Klar, wenn man es jetzt als Branchenlösung hat und vielleicht auch mal sowas wie ein Best Practice in der Branche hat, etwas, woran sich Verlage orientieren können, wo muss ich in 3, 5, 8 Jahren stehen?
Ja.
Sowas gibt es, glaube ich, noch nicht. Das sind im Moment...
Es ist customized, ehrlich gesagt. Es gibt natürlich von uns auch, es gibt Assessments, die gehen los ungefähr bei, ich scheue mich immer so Zahlen zu nennen, aber damit so ein bisschen Pi mal Daumen zwischen 30 und 50.000, das ist dann der Nachhaltigkeitsnavigator, wo wir ein Unternehmen wirklich auf links drehen, gemeinsam mit CEO, gemeinsam mit Shareholdern, gemeinsam mit den Angestellten, mit Workshops, mit Interviews, mit Research uns angucken, wo ist dieses Unternehmen oder wie ist das Unternehmen aufgestellt, wie ist seine CO2-Bilanz und wo sind letztendlich dann auch Anknüpfungspunkte oder Hebel für einen transformatorischen Weg.
Ja.
Und das ist genau der Punkt, wo es für kleine Verlage dann vielleicht keinen Sinn macht, mit uns zusammenzuarbeiten, aber das ist auch nicht ausschlaggebend, sondern es geht ja darum, dass ein Unternehmen das Thema für sich erkannt hat und überlegt, wer ist der richtige Partner, mit dem ich zusammenarbeite. Da gibt es sehr viele auch Beratungsunternehmen draußen, die sich mit diesem Thema auseinandersetzen und da vielleicht auch punktuell einfach mal zu starten, weil man sagt, okay, die große Lösung will ich noch gar nicht, sondern ich will einfach mal einen Berater haben, der mir hilft, das Thema zu verstehen und mir auch sagt, wie kann ich es in meinem Unternehmen aufsetzen.
Ja. Und das ist aber für alle Verlage gleich welcher Größe denkbar.
Ja.
Sie würden schon sagen, einfach anfangen, sich jemanden holen, aber auch intern das Wissen aufbauen.
Ja. Genau.
Aber zusätzlich auch eine gewisse Erwartungshaltung, habe ich jetzt gehört, an Branchenverbände, dieses Thema auch noch mehr, sage ich jetzt mal, mit auf die Agenda zu nehmen. Und da wären Sie auch zu Gesprächen bereit. Das heißt, Verbände könnten auch direkt auf Sie zukommen.
Ja.
Und,
Das ist ja genau auch unsere Rolle, die wir einnehmen. Es gibt viele NGOs, die stehen an den Toren, ketten sich fest und sagen, ihr dürft so nicht weitermachen. Das ist legitim, das ist auch richtig. Das machen wir teilweise auch.
Ja.
Aber wir begreifen die Wirtschaft nicht nur als Problem, sondern eben auch als Teil der Lösung.
Ja.
Und eine Lösung zu erarbeiten bedeutet immer am Anfang erstmal den Dialog zu führen, zu überlegen, was können wir eigentlich, wo steht der eine und wo stehen wir, um dann zu überlegen, was könnte eine gemeinsame Lösung sein und wie kann auch ein Weg dorthin aussehen.
Ja.
Und dazu sind wir immer bereit.
Ja. Wir hatten schon mal das Thema in den Vorgesprächen Cradle to Cradle.
Ja.
Das ist einigermaßen in der Branchenpresse. Einige Verlage machen. Sie haben jetzt eben schon einen genannt.
Ja.
Wie stehen Sie dazu? Wie sehen Sie das von der Wiege zur Wiege? Ja, wieder, da gibt es ja auch die Diskussion um heimkompostierbar und industriell kompostierbar und da kommt man ja schnell wieder in ganz schwierige Gefilde.
Ja, ich bin jetzt kein Kompostierexperte an der Stelle, aber das ist es auf jeden Fall der richtige Ansatz, weil wir haben ja über das Thema Kreislaufwirtschaft schon gesprochen und Cradle to Cradle ist ja nichts anderes an der Stelle. Sich von vornherein mal Gedanken zu machen, wie sieht eigentlich der Lebenszyklus meines Produktes aus und wie kriege ich am Ende des Tages die Rohstoffe wieder zurück oder wofür können sie verwendet werden. Ja. Und das ist aus unserer Sicht natürlich eine Lösung, die begrüßenswert ist, weil sie einfach den Rohstoffverbrauch minimieren kann, wenn richtig eingesetzt. Und ein Baustein ist, um das ganze Thema Nachhaltigkeit nicht nur in dieser Branche, sondern auch in anderen Branchen weiter voranzutreiben. Und da müssen wir hin.
Sie haben gerade auch schon ein Wort Kompensation mit angegeben. Wie stehen Sie zu dem Thema? Viele Dinge können wir heute noch nicht neutralisieren. Dann steht immer dieses Wort Ablasswirtschaft, Kompensation im Raum.
Mein Lieblingsbeispiel ist Lieblingsbeispiel ist ja immer, Unternehmen kommt an bei uns, ruft den WWF an und sagt, wir möchten Bäume pflanzen. Ja, das ist ja das Lieblingsbeispiel, was im Augenblick alle haben, Bäume pflanzen. Ich weiß gar nicht, wo der ganze Platz herkommen soll für diese Bäume, Klammer auf, den Platz haben wir auch in Deutschland wirklich nicht, Klammer zu. Außerdem macht es hier keinen Sinn, die Bäume zu pflanzen, ist aber ein anderes Thema. Am Ende des Tages ist es wichtig, dass die CO2-Bilanz eines Unternehmens sinkt und nicht einfach durch Offsetting aufrechterhalten wird. Der Ablasshandel, Sie haben es schon angesprochen, den darf es an der Stelle nicht geben. Deshalb ist für uns, wenn solche Themen an uns herangetragen werden, immer die Frage, wie ist eigentlich die Balance? Inwieweit verändert das Unternehmen oder verringert das Unternehmen seinen CO2-Fußabdruck? Und auf der anderen Seite, was gibt es auch noch für Maßnahmen, die im Augenblick eben noch nicht ergriffen werden können und deshalb vielleicht auch mal eine Pflanzaktion oder ähnliche Aktionen in bestimmten Regionen dann dazu beitragen können, an dieser Stelle was zu verändern oder zu verbessern. Aber es kann nur eine Übergangslösung sein.
Ja. Glauben Sie, dass Verlage irgendwann, und da würde mich interessieren, wann CO2-neutral sind?
Naja, sie werden es sein müssen. Ja, wir kommen aus dieser Nummer ja nicht wirklich raus, wenn wir die Klimakrise verändern wollen, beziehungsweise einigermaßen eingrenzen wollen. Wir haben das Pariser Klimaabkommen, wir haben ein 1,5 Grad Ziel uns vorgenommen. Wir sehen, dass wir es im Augenblick bei weitem verpassen. In Deutschland sind wir schon bei einem 1,6 Grad Ziel im Augenblick, laufen locker auf die 3 zu. Und am Ende des Tages, das möchte keiner erleben. Ja. Wenn es aber so weitergeht, werden wir es alle erleben. Und deshalb gibt es an der Stelle eigentlich gar keinen Handlungsspielraum, sondern wir müssen auch als Branche CO2-neutral werden. Punkt. Im besten Fall sogar Nature Positive.
Bis wann?
2045, 2040. Je
das
früher,
heißt,
umso besser.
Das gehört in jede Strategie der Verleger bis 2040 CO2-neutral. Ja. Ich gucke auch auf die Uhr, wir sind fast am Ende, wir haben noch 2-3 Minuten. Vielleicht noch mal so ein bisschen auch diese Ernsthaftigkeit der Situation, einfach aus Ihrer Wahrnehmung. Ich glaube, das wäre noch mal auch ein guter, runder Abschluss, wenn Sie einfach noch mal so ein bisschen aus Ihrer Erfahrung, aus dem, was Sie beobachten, was Sie sehen, was Sie hören, was Sie lesen, noch mal sagen, wo wir stehen. Wir waren ja gerade schon ein bisschen bei dem Thema.
Ich glaube, was ich eigentlich auch noch mal sagen möchte, ist, wir haben sehr viel über Probleme gesprochen. Aber ich glaube, wir haben auch sehr viel Gestaltungsmöglichkeiten an dieser Stelle, weil es verändert sich was. Wir sehen, dass Veränderung notwendig ist. Wir sehen die Probleme, die wir haben, aber wir können sie alle lösen. Am Ende des Tages ist es nur die Entscheidung zwischen machen oder auch tun. Oder wollen oder tun, sorry. Dass wir einfach in diese Aktion hineingehen und sagen, so, wir greifen das jetzt an, wir packen es an und wir warten nicht auf 2040 oder 2045, sondern unser Ziel ist, 2030 klimaneutral zu werden als Unternehmen. Was hindert uns daran? Ja? Und ich glaube, das ist so auch der Impuls, den ich in die Branche dann geben würde. Ich glaube, jeder einzelne Verlag, jeder einzelne Mitarbeiter kann an der Stelle mitarbeiten und gemeinsam kann man das auch alles schaffen. Ich glaube, das ist gar kein Problem, man muss es nur wollen. Ja, und das dann auch letztendlich implementieren, umsetzen und mal tun. Das ist die große Herausforderung, vor der wir alle stehen, aber vor der Herausforderung stehen wir eben nicht nur als Branche oder als Gesellschaft, sondern wir stehen global vor dieser Herausforderung und die ist riesig. Ich glaube, das ist eine Zäsur, die wir im Augenblick in vielen Bereichen erleben, die so von uns keiner je erlebt hat und hoffentlich in Zukunft auch keiner mehr erleben muss, weil wir irgendwie das Ganze jetzt in den Griff kriegen. Und das ist genau das, was wir anpacken müssen.
Ich würde das Gespräch wahnsinnig gerne mit Ihnen fortsetzen. Ich hoffe, da gibt es Gelegenheit zu. Ich hoffe, da gibt es Gelegenheit zu, das auch vielleicht in der ganzen Branche zu tun und mit Ihrer Unterstützung da auch noch mehr Fahrt aufzunehmen in der Branche. Und ich bedanke mich ganz, ganz herzlich bei Ihnen als Zuhörer, Zuseher, wo auch immer Sie waren. Wünsche Ihnen noch eine ganz erfolgreiche Messe und packen wir es an. Lassen wir es tun. Ja. Das nehme ich mit. Und zwar bis spätestens 2040, aber besser schon 2030 oder jetzt sofort.
Wäre super. Ich bin dabei, gerne.
Herr Dr. Bethke, vielen, vielen Dank und Danke an Sie.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das?
Ja. Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
What is the power of creativity? The perfect pixel? The right note? The swish of a skirt on the runway? At times, it's a challenge. A choice between doing the same thing over and over again until it's right, or finding a new way. The power of creativity is innovation. Innovation allows for experimentation, for risk-taking. It harnesses creators' skills, allowing artists to evolve in ways they didn't think possible. And with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, anything is possible. The EIT will grow a community to strengthen Europe's creative and cultural industries, paving the way for new skills and new opportunities for entrepreneurs and innovators to flourish across Europe. It'll change your work, change your thinking, change the world. Because innovation is creativity. It is evolution. It is power.
Good day, or guten Tag, I think would be the most appropriate to say. Welcome to the Frankfurt Book Fair and the Frankfurt studio, discussing important things in creative industries, publishing, and Europe in general. My name is Sten Salover. I will be your moderator today for the next 45 minutes, and we are going to talk about a really exciting and I would say a great structural opportunity that will be opening up in a few days. 26th of October, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology will launch a new creative industries KIC, or key industry consortium that in the next 7 to 8 years will revolutionize how creative industries in Europe will grow, transform, and innovate. Today with me to talk about this new, exciting, and I would say forward-looking initiatives are Mr. Martin Gern. He is the director of the EIT. We have Anna-Liisa Palatu, who is the CEO and founder of Vula, a company that uses waste wool to replace bubble wrap. And Anna-Liisa has been participating and benefiting from several initiatives of EIT. And last but not least, today joining us from Brussels, I presume, is Lucia Recalde Langarica. She's the head of the unit at the Audiovisual Industry and Media Support Programs at the DG Connect at the European Commission. And prior to that, she was a part of the management for the DG of Education of Culture, and she joined the European Commission in 1995, excuse me. Lucia, I would like to turn to you. Welcome, good to see you. It's a very exciting time right now for Europe. We're here at the Frankfurt Book Fair. European industry is finally opening up. We see a lot of excitement in the cinema sector where people are returning to cinemas. We see a lot of excitement at the publishing sector. Today we see many exhibitors, participants here at the book fair. And also at the Commission side, it's a year of big and very optimistic changes and proposals. New financing schemes are being launched, the recovery and resilience mechanism, the Media Invest, the new initiative for news, virtual reality coalition, and so forth. How the EIT KIC relates to those opportunities, to your portfolio and the Europe in general?
Sten and all, thanks very much for the invitation. I wish I could be there with you. Unfortunately, this time is not possible. Maybe next year. So the KIC is a wonderful complement to the initiatives that we have put in place. Just allow me to give you 5 reasons why I think the KIC is the great initiative at the right time. The KIC is going to bring together talent from all over Europe, multidisciplinary talent, because talent has no borders today in Europe. And by bringing people from different backgrounds, we are convinced that it can really spark innovation. And I work primarily with the audiovisual sector. We see that the relations and connections to other creative industries are of the essence for the audiovisual industry itself. The KIC will do this new portfolio of activities. It's not just one activity alone. It's this combination of activities from education, entrepreneurship to innovation. And this is something that in the Commission with our programs, we are perhaps a bit fragmented and we need this holistic approaches that the EIT is going to bring about. The EIT will think about impact long-term, impact, economic impact, and societal impact. And we see the power of the creative industries in really bringing this societal and both economic impact, because they were resilient before the crisis and now they need this kind of booster. I think the KIC could be a booster. And finally, this requires long-term commitment. And for an industry like creative industries that have been so fragmented, a project that can federate them, unite them on a long-term basis is really very much welcome on our side. Don't forget, a KIC is to be run by a business. And I think for creative industries, instilling this business mindset across the whole ecosystem, again, can bring about a long and really long-lasting systemic impact.
Lucia, we all know that creativity in its various forms, publishing, audiovisual, performance, education, but also licensing and the business you said, is really at the heart of Europe, at the heart of the European values, at the heart of European mission. How do you see, you briefly mentioned the role of the business. How do you see in the longer 7 to 10 years game what the KIC is set to achieve? How it really is the positioning? Creative Europe has been a great endorser priorly to piloting activities to validate hypotheses for European content, for European excellence. How does KIC relate specifically in the roles of what previously has been the major catalyzer for industry, and how it can amplify or take it further in the strategic plane?
Well, Creative Europe is there to stay. Creative Europe, the way we operate is more short-term. This is why I said at the beginning that we need something that is more long-term. And with Creative Europe, we are really trying to foster these multidisciplinary approaches, but not to the level of ambition that the KIC has. So the KIC could actually, the Creative Europe could incubate some initiatives that could be taken up much further and with a more financial ambition in the KIC. Multidisciplinary approaches. This is really, we see more and more convergence in terms of content. What is today a film? What is today a book? What is today a video? We really see simply good content that is exploited using different formats. And here, really making the most of this multidisciplinarity, I think I see the KIC really fitting and bringing about really new forms of expression in 5 to 7 years' time, fueled by the power of technologies. My last point, but certainly an important one, is a scale. We know that after the COVID crisis has amplified the challenges that already existed in the creative industries. Market fragmentation is one. The power of the platforms is another one. And the KIC, through these very innovative ways of collaboration, can really bring the much needed scale that we need to operate in a more and more integrated internal market in Europe. So from that point of view, new models of collaboration in terms of content creation, business models, distribution of content, audience are really important, and the KIC again can play a role there. Final point, data. Data is the new currency these days. So a KIC, because of its long-term perspective, these multidisciplinary approaches, and by bringing together content and tech industries, I think they can really be extremely powerful and making full use of the potential of data in the creative industries.
So if I summarize those again, so new forms of creativity, multidisciplinarity across industries and borders. Number 2, scalability, looking at how we can invigorate the European industry. Number 3, taking this to a global arena and understanding that we have measures and opportunities to play a competitive, excitingly competitive game. And number 4, yes, putting in place those exciting data and audience-driven pipelines. Thank you, Lucia. We'll come back to the discussion a little bit later. Martin, you have been the director of EIT since 2019, and but you were an interim director and CEO since 2014, and you also have had a long career in European Commission for 15 years in various capacities. Martin, you and your team are overseeing this new exciting venture, and I must mention that the EIT KIC doesn't appear out of nowhere. It comes from a long history of very well validated different types of interventions in the market, in climate, in energy, in digital, and so forth. Would you walk us a little bit more in detail how this new exciting initiative will play out?
Yeah, thank you very much, Stan. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Annalisa, for being with us today to promote and bring to you here at the Frankfurt Book Fair this new opportunity for culture and creative industry. I would like to pick up one word that Lucia used, which is ambition, because what we are doing, what we're planning to do in less than a week, launching a call for a new knowledge and innovation community on cultural and creative sectors and industry is unprecedented. It is really an ambition that is unique in Europe, and it's the first time we try to create a pan-European partnership where the universities, where the research, where the business can get together to really boost and accelerate innovation in this field. And I would like to explain you what what we do at the European Institute of Innovation and Technology so far with our 8 knowledge and innovation communities, and also why we think in particular in this sector there is a massive innovation potential that such a new initiative can take forward. So at the EIT we have been in the last 10 years building Europe's largest innovation ecosystem, and that innovation ecosystem has already very impressive results. So we have supported over 3,000 ventures with 2,000 partners in Europe working together, who all together put on the market more than 1,000 new products, innovative products and services that raised over 3 billion euro of investment. And this has been created in a gradual process through our 8 knowledge and innovation communities. They are all focused on the knowledge triangle, meaning a closer cooperation between business, between academia, between the education sector and research. And through this cooperation, it is not only possible to put faster innovations to the market, but also give innovators such as Annalisa, which you hear from in a minute, the opportunity to grow and accelerate their innovation process. And that is something in particular in Europe we haven't been very good at. We've been very good at research, we've been very good at university, we have fantastic ideas, but we're not as good as other parts of the world to put those on the market. And working together in such a close ecosystem over many years, building trust, building relationships is how we can change that dynamic. So you can see our 8 knowledge and innovation communities there. What makes them unique is that they're always focused on societal challenges, so on particular sector, but they're giving a bottom-up opportunity to create innovations where they come, and good ideas are all over Europe. So we try to find the best ideas in Europe and then help them to grow and accelerate with whatever support they may need to get to the next level. Why we think now this is a good idea to come to the culture and creative sector, which is new for the EIT, I think it's 2 evident reasons. First of all, there is an enormous innovation potential. There is a lot of fragmentation within different sectors of culture and creativity, but also across Europe. There is not enough cooperation across different countries, so many good ideas never really reach the scale, never really reach the market. And that's something we can change through such a knowledge and innovation community. Moreover, this sector has been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. I think that is very evident, even if you look at the book fair, at the sector here. But now is actually the moment to get back to growth, to bring more innovations, to accelerate them, and like that create employment, but also create the solutions that help the sector to grow again and really create a pan-European dynamic that can accelerate things. Now, our aim is to create such a sustainable innovation ecosystem. It will be supported by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology with funding, but of course also with all the support, advice of the 10 years of lessons learned that we have to offer. And of course, joining that innovation community means also joining our broader ecosystem, the 8 knowledge and innovation communities that we already have. So hopefully we can overcome the fragmentation and power lots of new ventures, technologies, help them to get to the market and make Europe a global player and global leader in this field. What each knowledge and innovation community does is train entrepreneurs, helping innovators at an early stage, bring them to scale, but also collaborations between different actors to bring solutions which hold the sector back, which prevent innovation potential to materialize. Now, what will happen, and that's why we're so excited to be here today. In less than a week, we launched the call on the 26th of October, and then we invite consortia, meaning business, universities, research organizations, other organizations, publishers, many of them we want to reach here today at the book fair, to be part of that, to participate in this call, to participate in this consortia, and then hopefully after we close the call next March, be designated as the EIT Culture and Creativity, and deliver in the next 7 to 15 years the innovation, the entrepreneurship that the sector needs and that makes Europe a leader in this field. So very happy to be here today. If you want more information, there's plenty on our website. There'll be info seminars coming up in November. So any of you interested, please check it out. We also have a matchmaking platform or approach me or any of my colleagues to get involved. Thank you very much, Stan. That's my introduction.
Thank you so much, Martin. We're going to get into a little bit of your previous experience, what makes a successful kick, and who is it exactly for, and how matchmaking happens, and so forth in detail. But Anna-Liisa, I'd like to turn to you right now. You have been celebrated all over Europe, including our Estonia, of taking something which, on a first sight, might not be so innovative, such as wool, and actually turning it into a very innovative product, solving the huge bubble wrap crisis. And since we are in a post-COVID world where everything will be, or a lot of things will be around delivery and packaging and so forth, also optimizing the way how we package goods needs a lot of innovation. I'd like to really talk to you in your work and you've done with Vula. How have creativity and innovation come together in this groundbreaking product?
Yeah, I think that creativity and innovation really helped us gain momentum. So the model for starting a high growth company is usually the same across all industries. You first find a problem that has critical mass, meaning that there's like a large number of companies who need this problem solved so bad that they're actually willing to pay money for it. Then you make a prototype and you start fundraising. So in our case, our idea or our product was closely related to manufacturing and making physical products, since we were taking wool, sheep wool that would go to waste across Europe, and we would use it to make new material that replaces bubble wrap and that doesn't derive from fossil fuels and single use. So when we got to fundraising and started putting together our first round, we were essentially competing for funds with hundreds and hundreds of software companies. And from the point of view of investors, software companies have a much more, let's say, logical business model. And manufacturing and hardware companies are actually rarely funded in the early stages because they need capital investments and investors don't understand it or they don't like it. So we had to compete to these software companies, and I think this is where creativity and innovation really changed the game for us. Because if an investor looks through like 50 to 200 companies in 1 week, creativity and creative solutions stand out, and sheep wool stood out. So we were able to complete our funding round quite quickly and easily because we had this creative approach that kind of acted like a USB to us. So in that sense, I think creativity can be a huge selling point in business.
I want to actually continue on this line, because not only you're innovating product packaging and manufacturing, but you're also providing a sustainability approach. And since Europe also in creative industries has very strongly prioritized green, your product comes very important in there as well. Can you a little bit talk about us? How has been your journey with EAT? EAT in one way has been very ecosystem centric in enabling big dramatic shifts in ecosystems, but it's been also very pivotal in supporting the career of innovative entrepreneurs.
Yeah, we've had quite a long journey together with EIT. So the first point of contact that we had was the Climathon, which is a global climate hack organized by EIT. So that was about 2 years ago when we had basically just started Vula. So at that time, I committed to becoming an entrepreneur full-time. So I quit my job in management consulting, but things didn't really go as planned. So I went through 6 business ideas that all failed before getting to Vula. And then I saw this, like it was probably on social media, I read about Climathon. And one of the businesses that I was working on the side was an e-commerce store where I was selling my own clothing brand. And that's where I saw the packaging problem and the need to replace bubble wrap. So I read about sheep wool, being a huge waste, considering that 90% of it is just burned or buried across Europe. So I figured this is a good idea to test out at the Climathon. And I attended the Climathon in Tallinn. And we made a first prototype there, and we got a lot of instant feedback, which I think was great, and which is a probably good tip for everyone wanting to test out ideas quickly. And we won the hackathon, and that was a huge shock for us, because that was the first time that, we had actually won something or things went well. And we ended up going to the finals in Paris, and we also won there, which was kind of a game changer for us. We saw, like, from the recognition that we got from EIT and the network, that this is a business idea that actually has potential. And we also got financial support from winning the hack. And then a few months later, we participated in InnoEnergy's competition, which we also won and got more financial support from there. And I think this is where this was a huge contribution to our success later on, because with this support, so both like in terms of the funds that we were given from winning the competitions, as well as the knowledge and the contacts, we were able to reach our first results, like actual, sales and traction. And that meant that we could raise equity funding very quickly. And this is a huge problem that early stage companies are facing. They often have to accept very bad deals, equity deals from investors or VCs, because they're so early that they're not able to show any results yet, but they need money to develop their idea.
Yes, or there might not be a market precedent.
Yeah, exactly. It just might be too early. So these companies need investment, and if they don't have access to, financial support from EIT, they will have to go with funds that will often offer very bad terms, which will kind of ruin their chances for success in the later rounds, because they have already given up too much control. So in that sense, like I said, our journey with EIT has been quite long already within the 2 years that we've been active, but it has definitely played a part in our success.
Thank you. Lucia, I'm turning back to you. A very inspirational story where we can see that those multidisciplinary innovations can that go from one area and sprout into others can very well happen and grow. We are here at the book fair, right? Publishing is a very big core of European industries. It's something that powers a lot of our creativity. How do you see that innovations also in the publishing area can contribute to not only for European recovery, but Europe's growth in terms of the content digital industries globally?
Well, indeed, you're absolutely right. The publishing industries are a fundamental part of the creative industries, and they generate alone a significant part of our GDP. Not to mention the number of people employed in the sector. I think what I would like to highlight is that perhaps the publishing industry has been front runners in really trying to embed and take up new technologies. I hope other sectors won't be angry at me, but it is true. When I was at the Frankfurt Book Fair, I was amazed. I was really surprised by seeing the number of interesting projects already embedding these tech developments. And I think from that point of view, the publishing sector, we see now all the developments when it comes to audio, the podcast, how these new business models are evolving could be inspirational for other creative sectors where perhaps there has been a bit slower in really thinking about this take-up of different technologies. So I think this is an important element. And then I come back again and again to this multidisciplinary element, because I think the publishing sector is really well placed to take a very important role in that. I see already the synergies with the audiovisual industry when it comes to scripts. Many of the good scripts come from books. And I think there is much more that could be done in really fostering this connections between, for example, the video games, the publishing industry, and the audiovisual industry already at creative stage. So here from my side, I would say that I see a lot of potential for this industry to come out of the crisis stronger, building on its main asset, which is the fact that they are small and big industries very much present in Europe, is one sector where it's not just SMEs, there are also big, large European groups that could actually drive the process forward, and this very decisive strategic uptake of technologies that could be inspirational for other industries.
Thank you. And ironic, saying out that it's very, very strange that some of the most popular content in those big platforms that are sometimes a bit concerned for Europe is coming from Europe. So I guess here's the really perfect opportunity to build both that IP or intellectual property capacity, the audience capacity, and the technological capacity to see that amazing growth in Europe, I guess.
Well,
yes.
If you allow me to say, I think in Europe we are extremely good at one thing. We are good storytellers. And storytellers can be in books, can be in many different formats. So really, we really must take advantage of our creative power and this capacity we have to tell a lot of diverse stories.
Yes. Thank you. Martin, Lucia said we have an amazing opportunity. The halls behind us here at the book fair are full of this great European IP, artistic expression and so forth. What makes a good kick? We see that the ambition is quite long term, 7 to 15 years, and we need the combination, I guess, of strong storytelling power, innovative product and service power, and then the industrial might and willingness to cooperate along different verticals. What makes a good kick, and who should apply in that kick?
Yeah, I mean, let me pick up on what Lucia said about the opportunity in the publishing sector or in creative industries as a whole, because of course, in the end, the question is what makes a good kick in this field. I think it's evident that this sector is in a huge transformation, and then innovation is an opportunity, but it's even a must, because especially the acceleration we've seen in the last year means that now is the moment to look at new formats, to look at new innovations and really bring them to the market faster than the competition.
And have market validation exercises.
Exactly. So that's, I think, the starting point of saying what makes a good kick in this field, meaning do we have an innovation potential and do we have a group of partners that together are willing to form a long-term sustainable ecosystem that brings permanently innovations to the market. And of course, these must be successful innovations, because the successful innovations will allow to make the partnership sustainable. And the EIT is like a framework, but also a catalyst to make such a partnership happen. So a good partnership with a good strategy, meaning a strategy that builds on that innovation potential, is really what we're looking for now in this call. That means
preferably, I presume that also could be cross-border, cross-national, and really opening up.
Exactly.
So more of a joint market, if not a single market in Europe.
So you need a partnership. That means probably education sector, universities, businesses, companies, especially
R&D.
Industry, R&D, who are aligned behind such a vision, such a strategy, and are willing to put such a kick into operation and then develop education programs, because I think we need more of those talents, entrepreneurial talents, to find the most exciting companies, startups, help them to grow, accelerate their growth, and also work together to solve particular challenges that sector faces. So if you have that combination, and then of course you write it up in a coherent proposal following our call, which will come out next week, then you have an ideal kick being formed.
So that, I guess, would also mean a little bit setting aside some how can I say, some inter-European competition. I remember a few years ago having a conversation with some of the CEOs in the European publishing sector who said that the competition is not anymore between number one or number two in the market, but it's a market versus a company over there. So I guess the encouragement also would be to say, as large, perhaps even potential competitors across different verticals or vertical portfolios to come together, how they could open a market together for the joint market growth. Am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, first, I think we should have that confidence that we can build also in Europe global players and really be market leaders in certain aspects in the creative industry. And that, I think, is one of the ambition that should be there. And secondly, of course, to do that in a long-term way, to really work together in a strategic alliance. This is really what we want to see.
And I think the interesting opportunity there really is that if you are coming from a corporate sector, and I'm sure you're listening us today as well, then that spillover can also come, for example, in engaging investors through their portfolios. I guess it also can involve corporate venturing or CVC piloting and so forth to make the landscape more stronger and active.
Indeed, as I showed my slide before, there will be a core partnership that will create the strategy, drive the strategy, and implement it for 10 to 15 years. But then, of course, on top of that, you have to connect across the European ecosystem, national ecosystems, find the most exciting, powerful startups in that field, work together with the investors. And all that ecosystem coming together across Europe will really create the type of ambition that can make a structural change and transformation in cultural and creative industry in Europe.
Meanwhile, if you are watching us and you have questions, please post them in the chat. We have a little bit more than 10 minutes to go with this exciting conversation. So we'll be able to take your questions as well. Anna-Lisa, I want to a little bit kind of probe in there from kind of an investment perspective that you said that the support what you received from EIT was twofold. One was the expertise of, or even threefold, validating your product and understanding that there's the scientific or community validation, then kind of supporting your kind of community activities and linking up with others, and then there was the financing perspective. Just kind of want to, Martin and Anna-Lisa, come to you, like where does the EIT kick in that respect come in the kind of investment landscape? I guess it could be an interesting vehicle that can contribute between the grants and the VC investments as well. What are your thoughts in there?
Yeah, I think like the key part here would be joining very early stage. So before like any kind of pre-seed financing, I think that's like the critical part before an idea or a product is validated. Because like you said, I definitely agree to the fact that EIT can support on 3 levels, right? So you have the validation, the knowledge, and the financing. And from the validation part, I think this is very important because I like with my experience in entrepreneurship, I believe the fact that you should validate an idea with 0 budget. So you should, like go to a hackathon or an event like, Climate Kick has different kinds of accelerators where you validate an idea first before investing any more like time and money into it. So in this sense, I think the biggest role that the kicks can play are in the earliest stages, which are like the make or break stages if we're talking about the company. So I think this is where we already saw with our experience as well that this is where we had like the critical part that EIT played in our story.
So a critical opportunity here, kind of recapture the very early stage European innovation and not letting it to escape to outer space.
Absolutely, that's a great opportunity there.
Martin, now going into the specifics, 26th of October coming up very, very soon. Of course, this is a very big undertaking and the long-term undertaking. I understand that forming a consortium to come to the final proposal in next year is also a collaborative process. So could you a little bit talk about the matchmaking, the support and the community aspect of EIT, helping ambitious corporations, innovators, educators, R&D labs, perhaps even national governments and support organizations coming together to form this kick?
So what will happen next week on the 26th of October is that EIT will open the call for consortia to apply to form this new exciting knowledge and innovation community. This call will be open for 5 months, and we expect these consortia to consist of around 50 partners coming from diverse mix of, as you said, industry, business background, R&D background, university background, or whoever has the potential to contribute contribute to the
infrastructure
strategy
background
at this stage. So we expect a number of consortium to apply, and of course it will be a competition. So the EIT governing board will take the final decision after validation by independent experts of the different proposals and select the most promising proposal consortium and designate them as the new knowledge and innovation community already before next summer. So at this moment, it is really in particular also the industry players that we're looking at, because without this very, very strong business dimension being part of such a consortia, it obviously cannot have the type of ambition of bringing more innovations to the market. And of course, we're looking at those organizations which feel that such a pan-European cooperation can make a difference.
And the industry capacity is so critical in ensuring our data pipelines, our novel platforms, our future infrastructure, and so forth. Right?
Yeah. And once that knowledge and innovation community is set up, it can support innovators such as Annalisa from Vula and give them the type of support that they need to get to the next level. So at this stage, it's not so much for the individual startups, entrepreneurs to apply, but really for the organizations that can set up such a partnership.
Mm-hmm. How long usually, in terms of the process, it takes to set up a KIC? Is the time horizon still manageable, I have to ask?
I think for now, creating a consortium from scratch, that's already very late, but probably still possible. Obviously, there is an opportunity to probably form or contribute to some of the emerging consortia. That's why we have put up on our website a matchmaking tool where any organization who is interested in this opportunity can apply and can register and can find like-minded other organizations with which to participate. And I think it's a must that always we're looking at the pan-European partnership, which will have a number of hubs across Europe and which really has that vision to make a European strategic transformation in the sector.
Yes. We have a little bit less than 7 minutes to go. First of all, I would like to kind of summarize again that 26th of October, the call will be opening at the EIT website. If you are a starting entrepreneur, an educational institution, a radical innovation organization, investor, R&D unit, please go and familiarize. There is a support and matchmaking tool available, and there, as you said before, there will be specific workshops and events coming up in the next month to support the applicants to the process. I would like to actually finalize with giving each of you about 1 minute to reflect the future scenario. A few days ago, one of those big multinationals has said that they would like to embark on creating a metaverse, right? Which will be a conglomeration of content, technology, and the next generation internet and digital so forth. And that giant said that they want to create 10,000 jobs in Europe, which can be read that they will capture 10,000 jobs in Europe. So I think the EIT KIC is a wonderful opportunity to keep that 10,000 jobs in Europe and perhaps build a next metaverse from Europe. Very shortly, in 7 years, if the KIC is successful, which I think it will be, what do you think the main outcome for each of you would be? What would be the after effect for the KIC? And Lucia, I start from you.
Well, we are speaking here, this KIC is very special in that we are dealing with IP-intensive industries. And I think it will be very important if this KIC really helps the companies that will be part of this process to keep more IP ownership in European hands so it can be exploited for the rest of the world with a global ambition. But that really, I think this IP management, generation and creation being primarily European will be a great achievement of this KIC.
So Europe as a global IP excellence leader. Martin?
I would see 4 things that would make such a KIC a success. First, in 7 years' time, we see hundreds, if not thousands, students or people in Europe being trained with the skills, with the competence to become entrepreneurs in the creative sector. Secondly, hundreds of ideas being translated into companies, startups, and eventually product services that are put on the market and make an impact. Third, that we see collaborations all across Europe working on specific challenges in the field. And again, that we see tens, if not hundreds of solutions being put in terms of products and services that can be a success story in Europe, maybe some of them becoming the next unicorn. And finally, to have an ecosystem, to have a partnership that will ultimately sustain itself and keep doing that for more than the 7 years, way beyond the EIT funding.
Martin, do you have a example here from the previous kicks, which of a unicorn or a radical innovation that has come out of the kicks? I think there's quite a few.
There is a few. I mean, one of them that we're especially proud of is Northvolt. It's a company from Sweden that in only 2017 was basically just an idea, and an idea, a very ambitious one, to create the world's greenest batteries. And if we fast forward 4 years, they are indeed the unicorn. They have been supported by EIT InnoEnergy. They're part of the European Battery Alliance, and they have received by now over 3 billion euros of investment and creating thousands of jobs in Sweden, but even expanded into other parts of Europe to produce the world's greenest batteries. So that's the type of stories that inspire us.
Only in 4 years. Anna-Lisa.
Yeah, I agree with Martin's point, especially about collaboration. That's what I would like to see, since, you know, in the recent years, I think the reasons or the motivations behind starting new ideas or companies have become much more diverse. It used to be, you know, it's just about making money, but that's not the case anymore. So now there's definitely more collaboration between, you know, companies that are made to be sustainable, companies that are made to develop culture. So I would like to see a lot of collaboration. Like, we've already participated in 2 different kicks, so this could be the 3rd one. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of potential for collaboration.
So, making the next giant leap in European innovations, making European industries, especially in creativity, more sustainable in terms of business, more green, having those new industry coalitions that can have great breakthroughs, building European IP excellence, and perhaps, why not, building the metaverse or the next generation of creativity out of Europe. Thank you so much, Lucia. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much, Anna-Lisa, for joining us here at the Frankfurt Book Fair. If you are visiting the book fair, we will be available around those studios to answer your questions. If you are not able to join us today, then keep in mind October 26th. The calls are opening up at the EIT homepage. Take advantage of the upcoming workshops in the months. Please actively reach out to the consortia. I've understood that consortia is already looking to recruit the members. And then join the European next kick that will take our creative industries in the future. Thank you so much joining us here in Frankfurt, and have a good day.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen. Das, ja. Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft.
The CEO Roundtable, organized by Rüdiger Wischenbart, is a fixture in the publishing world's calendar all over the year. We've been waiting for this for quite some time now, so it's good to have you back, Rüdiger, and your team. We all are looking for new ideas. There's a lot of benchmarking going on in our industry. There are a lot of new players, and today we are getting some insights. So I wish you all the best for this meeting, and enjoy and learn a lot from what you can hear today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jürgen. It's such a delight to be here and walking the aisles and meeting all the people that we haven't seen for such a long while. And we brought two things to this program here. One is we did once again a ranking of the global 50 leading publishing houses in the world, where we tried to figure out what is going on in this industry. And that Global 50 is a big report that has all the details. If you can have a slide, then you can see also the where you can download that Global 50 report. And the second thing is we thought, what is the essence of what's going on in the industry? And we found three terms: consolidation, consumers, direct to consumer, and community. We must work together. And that is why we focused on these three topics in today's CEO talk with two guests, one being here in a minute, Klaus Driever, who has a career in publishing and in bookselling in Germany, but is now in the big finance and insurance company Allianz as a digital expert, very much busy with consumers. And the other is hopefully online in a moment, Robin Warner, an investment banker based in New York City, who just executed a big deal, Workman, a big American consumer publisher, bought by French Hachette Group for $250 million. And we want to understand this. And for this, I hand over to my colleague of Publishers Weekly, Andrew Albanese, who will explain to us the importance, the relevance of these consolidations, and start a quick conversation with Robin Warner.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Rüdiger. Yeah, the stage is finally yours.
Andrew, what do you have to say about consolidation in the US going on?
Well, I think it's certainly been quite a story. We've all been paying quite a bit of attention to it. I know that we're waiting for Robin Warner to join us shortly. I believe she's waiting for the link to join. Oh, she's here. Robin, are you there?
I am now here.
Okay. Well, why don't we find out from Robin then exactly her take on this? So obviously, this has been a very active period for merger and activity in our industry. Bertelsmann's acquisition of Simon & Schuster. We have News Corp's acquisition of the books and media division of Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. And as Robin knows very well, Hachette's purchase of Workman. So Robin, I wanted to start with a broader question. In terms of the trade book sector, does this latest wave of merger and acquisitions activity tell us anything about the state of the book business, or is this more a case of right circumstances, right, where the right deals and the right partners came together?
Yeah, so I think that we should just step back a little bit and do a little very brief history. At the end of 2019, Shari Redstone was heading up CBS. She merged CBS with Viacom, so Viacom CBS yet again. And less than 4 months later, she announced that they were going to sell Simon & Schuster. Simon & Schuster had been rumored that they were going to be for sale through the years for the right price. But this was the first time they were doing a really proper process. So what happened is that a lot of the parties stepped up. You had Vivendi, News Corp, HarperCollins, Bertelsmann's PRH. PRH won the bid, and they bid $2.2 billion, approximately $2.2 billion. That was around 10.5 times EBITDA, around 2.4 times revenue, which was very rich for the publishing industry. So then at that time, you have Jack Lynch. Jack Lynch had come over from Renaissance Learning. He'd come over to head up HMH, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. His background is education. Houghton Mifflin Harcourt had a book publishing piece, and they also had the bulk of it was education. He decides this is a good time to put this on the market. Puts it on the market, gets $350 million for this asset, which again was a very good price for this asset. But again, it was HMH Books and Media. And in speaking with Brian Murray at the time, he said, what was very appealing about this is it also had the production arm. It had the media arm in addition to great brands. So at this time also, we have 2020 where President Biden announced that they're going to increase the cap gains. He said 39.5% from 22%. I don't know where it's going to end up, but it's obviously going to raise. Carol Ann Workman, who has been approached a zillion times to sell her company, decided, now's a good time with these valuations and cap gains coming to do this. So we had 3 mandates: valuation, protection of staff for a material period of time, and the right culture for the authors and for the staff. Hachette ended up being the victor in this. They behaved incredibly. We got $240 million. I can't talk about the multiple, but it was a very, very, very good valuation. And so back to your point, it was kind of a confluence of things happening versus major changes in the industry.
Yeah, it seems to me that having a good view of the horizon is really important to making a strategic decision, especially one to buy or sell. In recent years, I'll note at the Frankfurt Book Fair, we've heard that publishers have grown more confident in the future about how print and digital are going to coexist, for example. And then came COVID-19. So I really have to wonder how this pandemic, more to the point, maybe the economic policies in response to the pandemic are impacting publishers and maybe even investors' strategic decisions. I mean, the good news is that print books have done very well for trade, but is there still this element of uncertainty with the pandemic? And how are people approaching these big strategic decisions going forward in these unprecedented times?
Yeah, no, a very, very, very valid point. In selling businesses during this time period, you always hear, is this the COVID effect? Obviously, for most publishers, revenues went up dramatically during this time period as people rediscovered books, both print, digital, audiobooks, big audiobooks, etc. So, and we are still in the COVID effect time period with the Delta variant, etc. Schools opening, schools not opening, etc. So, to your point, buyers look very carefully and are concerned that they want to pay a fair price, which right now is going for a very nice price, but they also don't want to overpay if after COVID things settle down a bit.
Well, Rudiger mentioned consolidation. There's been a lot of concern about consolidation in the industry over the years. I know there's only so much you're going to be able to say about this. Obviously, you're not a regulator, but I'm going to ask you anyway, very broadly. What can you say to those who are concerned about the impact of consolidation in the industry on smaller players?
Yeah. Well, first of all, a lot of the big guys distribute for the smaller players. I mean, Penguin Random House, Macmillan, HarperCollins, Hachette, they all have distribution arms and they distribute for them. This has been where the regulators came in. As you know, the Penguin Random House deal still has not closed. Hopefully the concept is that it will close by the end of the year. But for a lot of these other companies, if you're a $25 million company, et cetera, Penguin Random House may not be able to buy you. But for the other parties, it should not be a problem. It's all about market share. And that's what particularly the big guys are looking for, as much market share as possible. But again, you've got Chronicle, you've got Abrams, those are still the material companies that are out there. And, depending if they ever were for sale, depending who would buy them, that's when the regulators would jump in. The Authors Guild has been very active in terms of expressing concern for authors about this consolidation.
I know that we're tight on time, so I should probably hand it back to Rudiger at this point. Robin, great to chat with you again. Thanks for being here today. And to all my colleagues in Frankfurt, I wish I was with you next year, hopefully.
Same here. Same here.
Robin, please stay with us. Thank you so much, Andrew, for these first sets of questions about consolidation in the United States of America. We are used, of course, that in the US, that's the kind of business that is going on. But how about Europe? So we move over to France, and I welcome Fabrice Piot from the French magazine Livre Hebdo, who will add another few questions, because in France, a very, very dramatic development has started, which points in a similar direction. Fabrice, and together with Robin, what do we need to know to understand what's going on in France in these terms?
Well, the main event now is that, in the US, there used to be the big six, then the big five, now the big four. In France, we have the big two, with Hachette, number one, and Editis, number two. And the owner of the number two, the owner of Editis, which is Vivendi, is now taking over Hachette. I have a question for Robin about this. Robin, hi. I was wondering how do you feel with this perspective of the merging of the two main groups in France, which can be in any country actually. Do you think it's a risk or an opportunity for the whole book industry?
So you are not going to like me right now, but we literally have signed confidentiality agreements as the representative of Workman and working with Hachette, not to comment on this scenario. So I had said that up front to the group, so I hugely apologize, but I'm legally bound.
But maybe we can enlarge the question. I mean, generally speaking, as now in several countries, we have only a very few big actors controlling most of the market. Don't you think it can be a threat for the development, innovation capacity of the whole industry? It is not an Hachette Vivendi question.
It's just an opinion. So, I don't know what weight that has. I mean, for example, Hachette acquiring Workman, one of the things that was incredibly attractive about Workman is that they create a lot of series in-house that have become very successful and so are very profitable for the company. One of their hopes is that this type of entrepreneurial spirit will also be pervasive at Hachette, even more so than it is now. Again, I have been warned by the lawyers very severely that I just cannot comment.
Let me give it a try.
Anything involving Hachette and Vivendi. And I had told you this, I'm sorry, up front.
No, we don't need to go into the Hachette and Vivendi question more, but on a much broader horizon, we have seen lots of media consolidation beyond the publishing industry going on in the last years, not only in the US, everywhere. And there is an old strategic question. Is the book industry special and should just stay within the books? Or is there a cross-media strategy prevalent that book publishers should think about as well? Is that an angle where we can have that discussion?
That's a different question. And as you know, Hachette has acquired board and mobile game companies, Gigamic, and that are complementary to books. They also have a brain training app called Brainbow. And certainly that is what attracted Brian Murray to HMH Books and Media. And that was the production of TV show and interactive use of content. I get teased at work. I cover the education and book publishing segments. And I get teased that I have the two segments that are the least tech enabled. And education came kicking and screaming in 2020. They had no choice. We say that in the last 18 months, they've made a leap for 5 years ahead in technology. They had to, because schools were closed and, they had to be able to communicate with students in a tech way. The same thing in terms of book publishing. Book publishing has been very slow to adapt to technology. And when we did do the ebooks and so on, everyone said, oh, print's going away, which was ridiculous. It's the pendulum swings and so on. It's now got its 20% place or whatever. Audiobooks, I know you're going to discuss that later. I don't want to steal their thunder. Very, very hot right now. That's part of HMH also. They have their own audiobook studio. So it is creeping into book publishing, but it certainly isn't embracing it as quickly as healthcare, finance, all the other industries. But it's getting there.
Returning to consolidation, from your initial experience inside the publishing industry, don't you think there is an impact of the acceleration of consolidation on the innovation capacity, creation capacity inside the publishing groups? I mean, for example, Editis is a group which has had within 15 to 17 years, 5 different owners, from Vivendi to Wendel, from Wendel to Planeta, from Planeta to Vivendi again, and I forgot Hachette at the very beginning, and they have to pay. Actually, they pass a long time to pay the acquisition of from the new owner. Don't you think it can have a sort of a bad impact on their own capacity of investment?
So it's interesting because if you were a fly on the wall in the meetings that we had with Hachette, it was incredible. The excitement and the cross-pollination that was discussed and the exciting things that can be done between both companies. Yes, you can fight for that, but in this particular situation, I did not see that at all. As a matter of fact, I will share one thing that I don't think I'll get into trouble about, but we had prepared a huge management meeting deck, 100 slide management meeting deck, and Michael Peach said, I don't want to do that right now. We'll read that afterwards. I want to sit. I want to talk. I want to discuss opportunities, how we can both benefit each other, the creativity, etc. It was such an exciting meeting. and it made Carol Ann say, in addition to the other pieces, falling into place, this is a really good home for my company, and it will just expand and thrive.
Okay. Many thanks, Fabrice, for that wonderful
thank you, Robin.
Bringing us to Europe. And Robin, stay with us for the rest of the conversation. We come back to you a little later, but now we want to go from France after the US to Germany. And there is a few interesting things that we need to observe in Germany. The first reaction when you talk to someone in Germany about publishing consolidation, they would say, oh, but not here at all. There is not that amount of consolidation. There is no big mergers and acquisitions lately. And then you said, wait a moment. In book retail, there is a lot of consolidation going on. And that's where we move on with the next round. And I welcome Klaus Driever, our second expert guest from Allianz, who has a background, by the way, as Robin has a background in publishing as well. And he will be in the conversation with Lena Scherer of Buchreport, who will focus on that very specific German situation at first. Please.
Thank you, Rüdiger. You pretty much had a good point that the situation here in Germany is somewhat different to what we see, for example, in the US right now. Of course, there are M&A activities, and we have seen them for years now. But, and this is something important, I think, compared to other countries, we still have, on the publisher side, a lot of medium and smaller publishers. So we have, of course, the big publishing companies such as Bertelsmann and Random House, or the German Bonnier Group, or Holzbrink. But behind those, we still have a considerable number of companies. And this is pretty much my first question for you, Klaus. How do you explain this? Why is the German market somehow different to others?
That's an interesting question. I think there are multiple reasons for this. One is, of course, let's call it the regulatory environment, fixed book prices. Then you have the history of a wholesale system like K&V and Libri. But I think the main reason is really, on the one hand, that there always has been a diversity of different bookstores around Germany. And another topic is really we have a lot of entrepreneurs, bookstore owners, bookstore managers, who on the one hand really they have a mission. They understand the role of bookstops and bookstores, how it's changing. And on the other hand, they understand customers. And I think the first time I got this question was 25 years away from here at the Frankfurt Book Fair. Will everything be digital? And I think these managers understood that there is a hybrid way of buying books, reading books, and so on. It's not everything going digital. It's really the mixture between, let's say, physical bookstores and digital on the other hand.
What we do see, however, are strong consolidation processes in the book trade. One of the main players is the Thalia, which is the biggest bookseller in the bookselling chain in Germany. So now we pretty much have the situation where we do have two big players that are Thalia and the Amazon book business. They are pretty much acting on the same scale when you look at their revenues. What does this mean for publishers?
First of all, I think it's looking from outside, it's really a positive news, because this mixture of online and offline really gives visibility to the book. And there are many touch points where readers can get in contact with books, not only online, but also on a physical way. And you have to add that quite a lot of bookstores are really based in the high streets of cities. And I think when you walk around the world, there are very few countries where you see really the book shown in this way, like shown in the German market.
Couple of years ago, we talked a lot about Thalia's acquisition of the Meyersche book chain, which is operating in Western Germany, because it was such a major book chain. But right now, what we do see and what Thalia is communicating is that they don't necessarily want to buy other companies, but rather act as a platform and a service provider for other booksellers. So it's another way of growing. How do you assess this strategy?
I think it's a very traditional way of, let's call it, platform economy. And you see it in a lot of industries, not only in the book media industry, but also, for example, for clothing and along retail. And from my point of view, it's a rather traditional way of growing and also of M&A, because you try to realize economies of scale, and that's understandable. And I think this one as well, it's when I look from the outside, if there are possibilities really to take economies of scale, to reduce cost in, let's say, sourcing, retail management and so on, then I would say for the entire book business, that's a positive news as well.
So this strategy is working right now, growing bigger, scaling businesses, but is it enough, or when does this strategy not work anymore?
When I prepared for today's session here, I had the feeling I left the book industry 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago, and going into insurance, but always spent time with the topic of digitalization. And my feeling a little bit is that there may be a feeling in the book industry, digitalization is done. Tick, we have done everything, we have done a great amount of work, but when you see the customer, the behavior of customers that's going on, digitalization is changing customer behavior. And on the other hand, you have a lot of new developments in IT as well. And I think from my point of view that publishing houses and retailer in book, both of them really, they not only have to reconnect like the motto of the book fair here, they have to try to reinvent the business on and on because the environment is changing. What do I mean by this? It's really to understand what does artificial intelligence mean for our industry, for example. What with cloud services? What's with changing customer behavior? People use the smartphone every 12 minutes. They spend 10 hours a day in front of a screen. And really to deliver new answers, new creativity to this topic of, wow, is our industry changing? And I hope that there is no fatigueness of digitalization in the industry, because I think there are interesting times ahead of us all, not only in insurance, but also in the publishing and book market.
You lead over already, Klaus, to the next set and round. Thank you, Lena, so much for preparing the ground like a jump board to exactly the next wave. What's going on from now? We are not done with digitalization, as Klaus just said, but we have suddenly many more formats. We have audiobooks, we have subscription services, we have players like Storytel creating totally different audiences. I wait for our next interviewer, Carlo, to come to the screen, to the stage. Yes, he's coming, because Carlo sits in Stockholm, which is the home of main actors in that field of the next wave of digitalization. And I'm curious to dive into that Nordic sea of reinventing publishing. Carlo, please.
Sure. Well, I'd like to ask some questions to Klaus here. So, Klaus, you said you've been out of this market for 10 years now, but you are very active in the digital area of it. You are involved in the Tolino initiative in Germany, and I imagine that we spent lots of time 10 years ago trying to imagine what the future would be for digital publishing. So 10 years later, did you know you were going to be like here? It's more than we expected, less? Did anything happen that was really a surprise to you? How do you compare the reality today from the forecasts you had for digital in publishing?
Probably it's different than I would have thought 10 years ago, and you never know what the future will be. But from my point of view, the biggest topic is really that I see, for example, when I go into a bookstore, the way books are presented and so on. I see a lot of creativity. I think that's really wonderful to see, and really shows that book is still a very special product. I see a lot of things going on online, a new business model. I think we will talk later on, like Wattpad, Inkit, and so on. I personally would have expected a higher share of audiobooks and ebooks in the market, but for different reasons, this really didn't take place, at least in the European markets.
I understand. And when I look at the insurance market as a consumer, I realize it's more and more B2C. So I remember was living in Brazil, I needed a person, a salesman, talk to someone, call someone to get insurance. Now that I'm living in Sweden, I can just go online and just do my insurance very quickly. The companies became very B2C. And that was, of course, possible due to the digitalization of everything. Do you think that's something that's going to happen more and more in publishing? Do you think that's a trend that is going to be across all the industries? How do you feel?
So when I talk about the insurance industry, actually it's a hybrid world. We see that almost everybody who takes out a policy really does research online. But actually, more than 90-95% of people buy a policy from an intermediary agent and so on. And the challenge for us is really to have a seamless customer journey between online and offline. And when I look to the book industry, and as I said before, I think that the best thing that can happen to book publishing and the book industry as an industry is really that you understand the customer needs and combine online and offline, and really are able to, let's call it, to celebrate books and authors on both platforms.
And do you think the publishers are prepared for that, or you need the Wattpads and these new players that came from outside?
As I said before, there's a little bit of impression on my side, perhaps I'm wrong, because it's really an outside-in view that the book industry was the first industry really facing digitalization already 20 years ago. And when you have spent so much time with questions of digitalization, with all the aspects, investment and so on, trial and error, perhaps at some point you really would wish, okay, this is done. And I would say that the industry would need a new and fresh approach. What our customers are really looking for, and where can I get, for example, new authors? What's a way really to pinpoint target groups to develop new authors? And for this, because nobody knows where this really happened, I would say that the book industry as an industry needs a little bit more of, let's call it, data-driven impulses, really to understand customers, to connect directly to customers as well, and really have a kind of new ideas and new products and new approaches and attitudes toward the customers and readers.
Interesting. I would like to ask a quick question to Robin there about merger and acquisitions, and especially about these companies that try to take a new look to the customers. So we've been talking a lot about merger and acquisitions, about big publishers buying smaller ones, or just two publishers merging. But when I look in the markets I follow, like the Nordics and in Brazil, I see also companies that are not publishing companies, but they are content demanding, acquiring publishers to guarantee access to content. So Storytel has acquired publishers in Sweden, in Denmark, in Finland. Or in Brazil, you have educational companies acquiring educational publishers just to have content. Do you think that's a trend that could happen worldwide in the English world, that non-publishing companies start acquiring publishing companies just to get content?
Is still king, and there is a huge push to integrate the content from publishers into movies, into, now that you have Netflix, you've got Apple TV, you've got all these type of things. This is heating up much more. Then you've got companies like, it's in Germany, Inkit. Inkit does data-driven self-publishing, and they just got almost $60 million investment from some people that are in the US. The gentleman that was just saying that the industry really needs to adapt for more of this media interactive type of concept is absolutely 100% accurate. And that's what I was saying before, that book publishing is kind of lagging behind a bit in terms of what's out there. But There are very creative people in book publishing, and you have the content, you have the IP, and that is what's coveted out there. In addition, with pairing it with these other type of things, there should be interactive books. There should be data-driven information. Well, I'm not going to go on my grandstanding to talk all about that, but it's an exciting time for book publishing.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Carlo and Klaus, for that. But we stay with Robin for a last round because we started by saying we did a global ranking of the publishing industry. And now we have a global 50 CEO talk. How could you do any global thing without talking with China? Not only about China, but with China. And I welcome Yan Hong Kung, based in Beijing, for that last round. Because in China, indeed, that cross-fermentation, it seems to me, is much more advanced than in Europe or even in the US. So I'm very curious what kind of question, Yan Hong, you have now for Robin.
Thank you, Rüdiger. Yes, I'm. Hello, Robin. I'm Yan Hong Kong from .com of China. I have a question for you from the global perspective of consolidation. How do you think of the similarities and the differences between China and Europe or North America? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I've had some very interesting experiences recently with my interactions with Chinese companies, both on the education end and on the book publishing end. And with all due respect, our company has run into roadblocks, and we've got M&A people on the ground in Beijing and Hong Kong, etc. There has been a reticence to move forward. I have to choose my words carefully. There's been a reticence to move forward since a lot of the Chinese companies have said to us, we can do pilot programs, we can, or take your content, or we can, but with the government so strongly stepping in, and it's their right to do so, it's your country's right to run your country the way they want to. But there has been some concern in terms of the ability to work freely, excuse me, allergies, to work freely with the Chinese market. And I could give some examples, but I think I should stop right there.
But let me ask directly to Yan Hong. When you observe what's going on in North America, in Europe, with regard to audiobooks, self-publishing, publishers being linked to other universes of the media and content industries, do you see rather similarities, or do you rather see differences in the big trends?
In China, you mean?
In China, yes.
Yeah, same to Europe or North America. Now, most publishers in China, they focus on multimedia, not only book only. So it's a trend for publishing groups or publishing or private companies that want to do more content cross media. So digital publishing is a trend for them to think of acquisition or consolidation.
And that is not very recent, as far as I see. That trend of going much more aggressively into cross-media, into promoting these cross-media strategies that has started more than 10 years ago, isn't it? If you look at companies like Tencent.
Pardon? The last.
I say that is reaching out to cross-media policies, doing all kinds of medias and not just book publishing. That is not a new development in China. That is going on for 10 years. If I look at a company like Tencent or others. Can you comment on this?
Yeah, but now I want to say publishing group, they do their best on digital publishing strategies than before.
Can you repeat this? Because it was not very clear to understand.
I want to say most publishing groups, they focus on publishing strategy on digital.
So you mean the main focus of the publishing companies is now on digital and not on print anymore. Is this correct?
I want to say traditional publishing is still important and very important, but cross-media publishing become more and more important. Since last year, more and more consumers go on buying content online. So publishing digital content become more and more important. So publishers, they want to sell their content cross media. That's why our publishing groups, they invest more on digital strategies.
Thank you so much, Yan Hung Kung from Beijing. Thank you, Robin Warner of the Oakland, the Silver and Phillips group, who is specializing in mergers and acquisitions out of New York. Thank you to Klaus Triever of the Munich-based Allianz Group. I also have to thank you, to say a big thank you to our sponsors for all these research activities, which are BOD, the Book on Demand service in Germany, the digital distributor Bookwire, and the software company K&K. And of course, I need to emphasize once again that this is all a work that comes out of a group of publishing professional trade magazines that we are working with for years and years to gather all that information. That is in Germany, Buchreport, in France, it is Livre Hebdo, in China, it is BookDAO, and in the United States of America, this is Publishers Weekly. And the Global 50 ranking, which has a tremendous amount of individual data, not only just who is the biggest, who is the smallest, but who did what, in what time, what are recent company developments. That is something that you can find online. I'm not sure if we have that slide, which I prepared initially, where we have the download website. Can we have that slide, just the first slide, for a second? Or otherwise, just Google Global 50 Publishing Ranking, and you will find it, I'm sure. Thank you very much to the Frankfurt Book Fair for allowing us and inviting us to have that conversation. And I hope that you learned a few things that are relevant to the way you do your business in the next days when, as Jürgen emphasized, again, finally again, we are able to walk through these halls, meet and chat. Thank you very much.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining us for this session on accessibility and accessible publishing, as well as the Accessible Books Consortium International Excellent Awards ceremony. My name is James Taylor, and I'm the Director of Communications and Freedom to Publish for the International Publishers Association. So, why accessibility now? Well, the clock is ticking, and those of you selling e-books into Europe only have 4 years left to get ready for the implementation of the European Accessibility Act. Aber keine Panik. Today, we will find out exactly what the European Accessibility Act is all about. We will celebrate a publisher and an initiative that are already doing great work on accessibility as we host the ceremony for the World Intellectual Property Organization's Accessible Books Consortium International Excellence Awards. We will then hear from 2 publishers who have started their own accessibility journey and will share their advice on how you can too. Those of you joining remotely can use the opportunity of this session to submit questions, and we'll try to get to those if we have time at the end of the session. So today's session is organized by the Frankfurter Buchmesse, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the International Publishers Association, the Federation of European Publishers, and is organized in the framework of the Aldus Up program supported by the European Commission. So, without further ado, allow me to welcome our first speaker today, the LIA Foundation's Cristina Musinelli, and winner of last year's ABC International Excellent Award in the Initiative category.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. We are an organization that has been funded by the Italian Publishers Association in collaboration with the Italian Blind Union. So it's a quite unique organization, and we are really focused on promoting accessibility in the publishing industry.
Thanks for being with us today, Cristina. So maybe without going into the background of the legislation as such, maybe you can tell us what exactly is the European Accessibility Act?
The European Accessibility Act is a European directive, quite recent, that will require by 2025 to all the publishing industry, not only publisher, but all the publishing value chain, the digital public value chain, to embrace accessibility. That means that publishers should produce born accessible publication, and also the other actor in the value chain, for example, retailers or distributor or people selling devices to read or people who will have application where you can read should embrace accessibility, and all these elements of the value chain should be accessible since the first production. So it's something that should be included in the project of and in the design of every activity related with digital publication.
Okay, so this is, in fact, we're not just talking about an effect on publishers, this is the whole value chain.
It's a whole value chain, yes.
Okay, and when we talk about publishers, are all publishers affected? I mean, different types of genre, different sizes?
Every publisher who publishes digital publication should be involved. The only exception are what is called in European language micro-enterprises. That means a publisher who have a revenue less than 2 million euros or less than 10 employees. So it's all the other should be compliant with these new legislations.
Okay, and so what, in fact, so you spoke earlier about born digital publications. What exactly do publishers need to do? What's expected of them, really?
The publisher should include accessibility, as I told before, since the beginning of the production process. So they should produce accessible publication, including all the requirements that are available in the standard for the digital publication that are managed by organizations like W3C. And you should then adapt your production workflow to this standard. It's not a very complex thing. It's something that you can easily do while you produce a book. And you need to be trained, you need to acquire the knowledge, but it's not impossible. We have a very good example of publishers that are big and also small who already adopted this, for example, in Italy.
Thank you for being reassuring there at the end, because you started talking about standards and things like that. And so where can... It sounds like there's quite a lot of things for a publisher to take into account, but where can they start?
First of all, I think it's important to have the involvement of all the company. It's not only a problem of the people working in production. It's a completely different mindset. I think it's something that should be a culture within the publishing house. So you need to create a culture of accessibility, and you also need to understand the advantage of digital and of new technology for people who are blind or visually impaired, or also dyslexics, because it's not only for people who are print impaired, but more general. And also you should consider that if you produce accessible content, your content will be of a higher quality for everyone. So if you embrace accessibility, you will also have a better digital publication for all your readers.
Okay. And so you spoke earlier that it's about the requirement, if you're selling ebooks, the accessible solutions only apply to ebooks. Is that right?
No, they apply to ebooks, to reading solution, to apps, and to websites that sell ebooks. So all e-commerce websites should comply with the requirement of the directive. So online retailers should be aware of that. And also, you need to provide the information on the requirement of accessibility to end user. So you also need to display, aside to the bibliographic information, also information related with the characteristic of accessibility of your title. So also distributor should be involved in that.
And from your work at the foundation, do you see this cooperation between different parts of the chain?
Yes, we see that it's growing. It's a quite new topic, so it's a journey. I think that you need to start, but we see a lot of people willing to move on that. And I also see a relevant interest from the people with disability in this field, because for them it's a very important topic, because they can have the same book at the same time as every other reader. So they won't have to expect and to ask for a special edition, but it will be the same digital book for any reader. So you don't have a different version for them. So this is a completely different paradigm in the publishing industry.
Very good. I hope this is inspiring some questions from our audience. I remind them all, please submit your questions if you have any. We've got Christina with us. I'm sure she'll be happy to answer them. So is this act and the publisher's involvement in implementing it, is this just about doing the right thing and making books accessible to more people?
I think it's also go beyond, because it's also providing high quality content and website to all your readers. Just to make a simple example, if you have an accessible book, you will be able from the index to reach every paragraph and to reach the notes and not to have to browse all the pages. That is completely different for blind people. It's absolutely necessary, but it will be much better for us as well. So I think this is one important thing. And we were able to convince the Italian publisher to join the foundation and to start producing accessible books. We have now 28,000 titles of ebooks in Italy that are already fully accessible. And we work with big publishers, but also with very small ones. So it's possible for everyone.
Okay, and so you're optimistic, at least within Italy, that
yes, but I have a quite wide overview, and I know that also in many other countries the situation is changing, and there are a lot of good examples. We will listen some later, but there are a good experience in Canada, who is a guest of honor. There are good experience in Germany, because the Publisher Association is working with the blind organization very strongly on that. So I'm quite sure that it will be possible to achieve a result by 2025.
That's great. And you mentioned earlier, we'll close with this, maybe training and things like that. Is that something that you've seen developing?
I think that training is important. It should be a training, as I explained before, that should be a general training to understand the need of this category of readers, but it's also a very technical training on the production and the distribution topic. So I think this is important. We do a lot of training in Italy for publisher, training and consultancy.
Great. Well, thank you, Christina. I think that sets the scene perfectly, actually. Now we're going to move from talking about what needs to be done to celebrating those who are already doing it. I'm delighted to welcome virtually Mrs. Sylvie Forbin, the Deputy Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, who will present the Accessible Books Consortium International Excellence Awards. Madame Forbin, c'est à vous.
I have the honor of announcing the 2 winners of the 2021 ABC International Excellence Award for Accessible Publishing. Every year, the WIPO-led Accessible Books Consortium recognizes a publisher and a project initiative that demonstrate outstanding achievement in advancing accessibility for persons who are print disabled. A jury of experts selected this year's winners among many excellent nominees. The finalists in the publisher category are the House of Anansi Press from Canada, the Taylor and Francis Group from the United Kingdom, and the University of Michigan Press from the United States. And the winner is the Taylor and Francis Group. The jury was impressed by their innovative approach in requiring their authors to include alternative text for images, graphs, and diagrams when submitting their manuscripts. Alternative text is a key element of accessibility. It allows people who are print disabled to obtain the information contained in the images. We will now hear from our winner in the UK.
Hello, my name is Brianna Walker, and I'm the Head of Content Management for Taylor & Francis Books and a member of our Accessibility Working Group. Taylor & Francis is honored to accept the 2021 International Excellence Award for Accessible Publishing. Thank you to the World Intellectual Property Organization, the Accessible Books Consortium, and the selection panelists who have recognized the commitment we've made to our customers and our content. And congratulations to the other shortlisted nominees, House of Anansi Press and the University of Michigan Press. This award represents more than 2 years of dedicated work. What started with a small group of colleagues working to improve our ebook specifications has grown into a large community of stakeholders working to implement accessibility considerations across all areas of our publishing programs and culture. We've recently hired an accessibility officer who will shape our forward publishing strategy with accessibility at its core and a firm focus on customer support. We've also published an informative accessibility statement, increased the site functionality of our websites and product platforms, and improved the accessibility of our ebooks and journals. As part of this work, we'd like to thank the authors and contributors who have engaged with writing alternative text for images for both our journals and books publications. We've also supplied more than 28,000 accessible file requests directly to customers, both institutional and individual, through our Taylor & Francis Alternate Format Request program. Through our partnerships with Bookshare, the Royal National Institute for Blind People, and the Access Text Network, we've been able to expand this to more countries and more communities, ensuring that our research and content is accessible to those who need it most. We are grateful for these partnerships and their support. Taylor & Francis will continue to build and improve our accessibility program to better support customers with equitable and fair access to our research and our content. From all of us at Taylor & Francis, thank you so much for this award.
And now the award in the initiative category are the Dorina Noel Foundation for the Blind from Brazil, the National Network for Equitable Library Services from Canada, the Sao Mai Center for the Blind from Vietnam, and the Interdepartmental Steering Committee for the Promotion of Born Accessible eBooks to People with Disabilities from France. And the winner is the National Network for Equitable Library Services. NELS converts content on demand to accessible formats for their client base. The jury noted NELS' work in organizing the Accessible Publishing Summit in the past 3 years to push for meaningful change at the publisher and library level. We will now hear from our winner in Canada, who has a very personal interest in accessibility.
Hello, my name is Daniela Levi-Pinto, and I am the manager of NELS, National Network for Equitable Library Service in Canada. I am honored to accept the Accessible Books Consortium International Excellence Award on behalf of NELS. I am totally blind and I understand firsthand the impact of barriers to reading, so it is incredibly meaningful for me to be here today. NELS is grateful to the members of the expert jury for having selected us, and we are also very grateful to our nominator. NELS works to ensure that people with print disabilities can have access to the same content as all other readers at the same time. Since it was created in 2013, NELS evolved from a repository, digital content, and an alternate format producer to a catalyst in how Canada thinks about equitable reading and accessibility. NELS puts users at the center and builds capacity by employing people with lived experience of print disability, including blindness, low vision, and dyslexia, who provide insights and expertise as accessibility testers and consultants. Much of our work is possible with support from the Government of Canada's Social Development Partnerships Program, Disability Component. We are also thankful to NELS provincial and territorial funders for providing instrumental support. And we are also grateful to all our partners, including publishers, publisher associations, libraries, library organizations, other alternate format producers, content creators, and of course, people with print disabilities. This is an exciting time for accessibility. It is wonderful to witness publishers learn about and work towards producing accessible content for everyone. This award motivates us to continue our efforts towards the goal of a fully inclusive and equitable reading landscape in Canada and beyond. The momentum created by stakeholders collaborating together at a global scale means that we are looking at a bright future for accessibility. NELS is proud to be part of that movement. Thank you.
A big congratulations go to our two winners. I will turn over to James in Frankfurt, where he will continue moderating the seminar on accessibility, which I hope will convince many publishers to produce fully accessible digital publications. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Forbin. And congratulations to our winners, Taylor and Francis Group and NELS, an inspiration to many who are wondering where to start their accessibility journey. Let's continue in that spirit of inspiration by welcoming our guests, two guest publishers who will talk about their work within their publishing houses to make accessible books a reality. Our guests are Canadian publisher Laura Brady of the House of Anansi, shortlisted, as you just heard, for this year's prize. My commiserations, Laura, at not taking home the award this time. And our second guest, Rachel Comerford of Macmillan Education. Rachel is also a past winner of the ABC International Excellence Award. Very happy to have you both with us today. Laura, Canada is the guest of honor, so maybe I can start with you. And I'm going to start with the subtitle of today's session. So, will you be ready for the European Accessibility Act in 2025?
Hiya. I am delighted to say that I think we will be. Yeah, we have been working on our accessibility profile at the House of Anansi Press for some time. That includes things like remediating our backlist, working on our audiobook program, working really hard on our workflows from Word to layout programs to ebook exports and testing in the various reading systems that our books head into. We've done a lot of work. I think we'll be ready.
Okay, great. That's great news. So maybe we can put that into context for our audience. So could you maybe just tell us a little bit about the House of Nancy, your size, the kind of books you publish?
For sure. So House of Nancy Press is one of the biggest independent publishers in Canada, so that's outside of the multinationals. We publish adult trade, fiction and nonfiction, and we have a children's imprint called Groundwood Books, which publishes children's picture books and fiction as well. So we have a fairly diverse output. It's not academic publishing like Rachel will talk about in a minute. So in fact, it's a little bit easier to make that content accessible than in higher ed publishing. But we can have a fairly big impact on the market in that our books, are on Giller short lists and are prize winning on the regular. And so the products that we put out in the market infiltrate the market, if that makes any sense.
Sure. Okay. And maybe how long have you been working on accessibility at the House of Nancy?
So I've been at Nancy for about 4 years and have been working on accessibility that whole time. Before I came to Nancy, I worked in the ebook development community and was very busy working as a consultant, a trainer, and a developer. So actually in the weeds making ebooks. I think it's salient to the example of House of Nancy that I used to code ebooks every day, and so know how to implement change. I also helped plan eBook Craft, a conference that's around sort of focused on the craft of making ebooks, and brought an accessibility focus to that as well.
And how much has changed in those 4 years? From what you said earlier, it sounds like you've made great progress, but tell us a little bit more about those 4 years.
Sure thing. I think we've made great progress. I bring a fairly strict accessibility lens to what I do. So I'm the annoying person in every single meeting at Nancy that says, but what about accessibility? But what about accessibility? But I think that role is super important, and I'll speak to that in a minute as well. But at this point in time, our editors and our authors are writing alt text, and the alt text gets copy edited, which is a big deal. We're working on our Word to InDesign to EPUB workflows. We've actually hired a person on a year-long contract whose only job is to write image descriptions for our website. So she's currently working on image descriptions for all of our book covers going back 5 or 6 years. I'm so lucky to have that body doing that work. And we plan content that is consistently taking accessibility into account. And then finally, we have a Braille publishing program. So we publish a few titles a year in both digital and physical Braille, simultaneous with the print pub date, which is a sort of critical note. It doesn't come 3 or 4 months later. The Braille is available on the publication date. And we work with the fine folks at NELS to get that done. They are excellent co-conspirators in the accessibility space.
Okay, right. So yeah, it sounds like you're really tackling this from many different angles and putting the resources in to do it. And you alluded to this a little bit in what you just said. In your biography, you describe yourself as a accessibility busybody. And I guess there's a lot of, I've heard Christina also talk about this being part of the culture of the companies. How important is that evangelist sort of role?
So I think it's critical. A piece of advice I give to anyone who's just starting out on their accessibility journey, especially small publishers, is to designate someone as the accessibility busybody in-house. So I definitely fill that role internally, but I also fill it externally. So I'm involved with the Accessible Books Consortium. I'm involved with eBound Canada, which is a publisher support organization when it comes to digital publishing. I consult a little bit for the Canadian government on funding and projects and how best to support publishers. I still do a lot of training and mentoring and consulting. So if people show the least bit of interest in accessibility, I pretty much pop up like some kind of genie and say, how can I support you? How can I help you do this a little bit better? Like, please let me bring what I know to help you. Because House of Anansi doing well is one thing, but more publishers in Canada doing well is quite another. And that's really what I want to see.
Well, it's nice that you talk about it that way. So Canada is the guest of honor here in Frankfurt, and we've just seen also for the Initiative Award, Nels receiving that. You were shortlisted. It seems like Canada is very active on this issue. Is that really the case? Is that representative? And why so?
Yeah, so Canada is really active in this space. And so about 2.5 years ago, the federal government announced what I like to call a big old pot of gold for accessibility projects. It was $28.5 million to be spent over 5 years in funding and support both directly to publishers and to publisher support organizations for both projects and workflow and consultancies. So what that's done, there's really great projects happening all around the country that's tapping into those monies and those supports. And it's meant that people are doing things like fixing their backlist. A lot of backlist is EPUB 2. Converting that to EPUB 3 and shining it up a little is a major step forward when it comes to accessibility. The year-long contract that we have with the person writing image descriptions is tapping into that government funding. So more and more initiatives like that are happening quite across the country. There's also a lot of training and resource development for publishers, both at a sort of high level and in the nitty-gritty in the weeds. There's quite a lot happening when it comes to that, in addition to workflow consultants and websites that are designed to support publishers. There's a lot of projects that derive directly from the federal government support of this kind of accessibility work.
Okay, so you've spoken about sort of external funding, being able to sort of set off decisions to invest in accessibility. I guess over your last 4 years, how often is budget part of the conversation that you have to have when raising accessibility issues?
Such a good question. There is, this is a labor of love for a lot of people. It's also the right thing to do morally, but there is a business case to be made for working better on accessibility. As Christina talked about earlier, a really well-made ebook that hits accessibility standards is better for all readers, for a plurality of readers across the spectrum. That said, budget is a consideration. It's a consideration every single time. A lot of publishers in Canada are very small and have limited employee capacity. Their employees are doing 2 or 3 or 4 jobs, wearing many hats. So being able to have government support for accessibility projects is kind of critical, especially for the smallish publishers who just don't have the capacity for it. The profit margins are slim in the best of times, and this is, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. So support from a place like the Department of Canadian Heritage is really critical.
Okay, and I have Christina in the studio nodding her head along with you there. And maybe one last question before I bring Rachel in to share her insights. Talking to you and Christina, we cover a wide range of things from standards to metadata to all of these things. So what would you give as advice to a publisher just starting out? It can maybe seem a bit daunting. What was your first advice maybe?
Yeah. Well, my main advice is to just start. Take baby steps. Do it one step at a time and start to incorporate accessibility into how you think about publishing, from the contract stage to the editing stage to the production stage. There's a lot to think about in there. So baby steps, just start. And then again, just like you designate someone in your office space as kind of the fire warden who makes sure everybody gets out during a fire drill, designate someone in your office as the accessibility person. Spend money on their training, send them to conferences, train that person with an accessibility point of view, ideally a person with the lived experience of a print disability, if at all possible, but have a person who is your internal accessibility busybody, and that will go a long way towards getting things done.
Okay, great. Thanks, Laura. Before I come to Rachel, just a reminder, those of you watching, we've already had a few questions in. Please, we've got some great people with us today. Take this opportunity to ask your questions. Rachel, Macmillan Education, from what Laura said, it sounds like you have a tougher job than her with your accessibility work. So I'm still going to start with the same question, though. Are you as optimistic as Laura? Do you think you'll be ready for the European Accessibility Act in 2025?
Congratulations to this year's winners. It's quite an achievement. I'm grateful that I work with an organization that recognizes the urgency and the importance of accessibility, and not just in terms of legislation like the European Accessibility Act, but also in terms of just the individuals that are depending on accessibility to learn, to make a living, to participate in their communities. A few years ago, though it feels like yesterday, Macmillan Learning invested in the Global Certified Accessible program from Benetech, so that we could ensure that our ebooks are accessible for all users. The changes in our workflows and the changes in our standards, that took almost 2 years for us to complete. It was quite an investment, but we're kind of in a constant state of updating as we learn more about users, as we learn more about accessibility, as we learn more about technology. But that certification has really given me a lot of confidence. We've managed to maintain it for 3 years now. So I think that we're ready for the European Accessibility Act, but I also think that we're really ready to keep pivoting based on the continued feedback that we get. Okay.
Well, that's great. It sounds like the investment's been made to make it possible. So maybe just as Laura did, what's maybe different in terms of the size of Anansi compared to Macmillan in terms of the particular challenges you make that makes accessibility that bit more difficult, apparently?
Macmillan Learning it's a privately held, family-owned education publishing and services company. We distribute all of our content, including digital textbooks and learning platforms, internationally. As Laura said, textbooks can be quite complex. We have nonlinear narratives. We have tons of content asides, so that little boxed content that you see in textbooks often. We have complex diagrams and imagery. We have a ton of math and science, and representing that in an accessible format can be quite challenging. So all of those really add to the complexity of making a textbook accessible. But at Macmillan, accessibility is kind of a part of our larger diversity, equity, and inclusion principles, and it's really deeply ingrained in the culture. So we feel the responsibility of the broad impact that educational publishing has. There are opportunities in what we do to sort of rebuild the future of education, to reset expectations for the next generation of learners, and to set them up for a world where they can continue to contribute to making content accessible, making accessible technology.
Okay, so yes, you join on to what both Christine and Laura have said, where this is bigger than just implementing legislation and being ready for it. It's a broader thing. You talk about diversity and inclusion as well as part of that. I guess to understand your journey better, because I think a lot of us try to think of this accessibility as a journey, starting from somewhere and trying to get to 2025. How many years have you been doing this, and you've spoken about some of the parts of the journey so far. What have you seen of the changes in that time?
The changes are, they occur on a very small level, and also a really large one. So There are increased investment in all of our content and engineering teams in terms of just understanding what accessibility is and how it impacts users. We now have alt text on all the images in our books. We have captions and audio description on all of our videos. We have an accessible navigation. We have the print page numbers embedded into the metadata of our digital books so that users can switch back and forth between the two without losing their place. Even just the move from having a fixed layout textbook, something that's in a format that just doesn't resize very well, to the EPUB format, which allows the text to go up to 200, 300% of the original font size and still reflow and have this easy reading experience for users. The latest investments that we're seeing in terms of creating accessible STEM content, the sciences and math, has really made a huge difference in the quality of our textbooks, being able to provide students with math that's readable, but also math alt text that gives them more of a plain language description of what's happening on the page.
Okay, wow. It covers so much. Do I understand that you are the evangelist, the accessibility evangelist within Macmillan Learning?
I am. I'm Macmillan's busybody. But I have to say, Laura is one of my favorite accessibility busybodies. And I think she described that role better than anybody else ever could. I think that the intimidating part of accessibility is that we get so focused on expertise. We want to be the accessibility maestro. And then we fall short of that goal and we get discouraged. I think that the role of the evangelist or the role of the busybody, it's really important because accessibility should be integrated into the discipline knowledge base that we're working from. So we don't need engineers and accessibility engineers. We need engineers that code correctly. And that is to say, engineers that code accessibly. So the busybody is sort of the connection point for that knowledge shift. I think the most satisfying part of my job, and I really hope that my boss is not listening when I say this, is when I'm not necessary. So when I check with design and they've already taken contrast into account, and I talk to the content team, and the alt text and the closed captions, they've already been written, and I talk to UX, and they've interviewed students with disabilities, and on and on and on. And to me, that means that I've been doing my job well, and I've been asking the right questions. So basically, I'm trying to make myself obsolete as an evangelist.
Okay. Great. So we only have a few minutes left ahead of us. We've had a couple of questions in, some of which I think we've answered already, but I still have one more question for you, Rachel, before we move on to that. And so Christina spoke, she mentioned earlier standards and training, but if we look at standards, I saw you doing a webinar a couple of weeks ago. You're speaking a lot about standards. Publishers starting out, should standards be a daunting thing for them to consider?
I think standards are really great for insomniacs. There's no prescription required. They'll put you to sleep really fast, but it doesn't take away from the importance of their existence. So standards create a template for publishers to work from in terms of making content accessible. It means that no publisher is starting from nothing. So they get to build from this really strong base that these editors and programmers and testers have put together for them. So they're pretty dry, but I like white wine and British humor, so I think dry can be a positive thing.
Great, thank you. I take that as a compliment on British humor. So thank you, Rachel. So a couple of questions that we had, and so as I say, I think we've covered one. But so does accessibility include descriptions of all images and graphs in an ebook? Yes. Yes, Christina.
It's a mandatory request because for a blind people, if the image is not described, doesn't exist. I mean, if the image has a relevance in the text, it should be described. Only decorative image can be skipped. But if you have a graph, if you have an infographic, if you have a picture, and the picture has a relevance in the text, should be described.
Okay.
And just a comment related with the standard that I think it's important. The standard for accessibility are not different standards from the one used in the publishing industry. This publishing industry already have standards like EPUB and WCAG for the website that include accessibility. So you don't need to use a different standard. You need to use this standard that the one you already use in your publishing industry and just implement the accessibility features that are already embedded in them. So it's not a different workflow, it's not a different process. You can include accessibility while you produce the paper version of your book. So, or the digital version of your book. So you don't have to invent something completely different. You have to include accessibility in your path. And I think this is very important because I don't want to give the impression that you need to do something different. You should do the same as you do, including accessibility.
Any follow-up comment on that maybe, Laura, Rachel, in terms of the standards?
I think one of the most important things to keep in mind when you're writing alt text, though, is to not repeat the content that's already in the text. And this goes back to textbooks being a little bit more complicated sometimes, in that we provide a ton of information in the basal text and a ton of information in the caption. Sometimes this renders these complex graphs unnecessary in terms of alt text explanation. And so the alt text tends to become very truncated. And that's okay because the student is getting that information from other parts of the text.
And if you would like to have an idea which are the advantage of a person who is blind or visually impaired reading a book that is accessible, you may go to the Fondazione Lia website or the Fondazione Lia YouTube, and you will find some video who explain quite easily what happens when you have an accessible or inaccessible publication or website. That is very important because it's easy to understand. We spoke about a lot of things, but it's much easier than we thought. Okay. And it's really impressive to see the advantage for the people who get benefit of accessibility.
Thanks. Okay, we have one last question before we wrap up. So they ask about the best options for paper books, referencing the exhibit. How can we prepare a book for everyone? And they ask for some examples.
In paper book?
Paper books. Now, from what I understand, the Accessibility Act itself doesn't apply only to paper.
The Accessibility Act applies only to digital publication. Normally, the paper version of accessible content are created by organizations like NELS or other organizations. They are normally the Braille version or the enlarged character version, so they are produced as a conversion from the paper, from the book provided by the publisher. It's for the paper version, I don't think that publisher, except some very good example like Anansi, normally don't produce the Braille version or the enlarged character version.
But Laura, maybe you have something that you could add on that question.
For sure. Yeah, so as someone who manages a stable of typesetters and designers, I could also say that there are very good print best practices. You know, don't typeset on a super long measure, for example. Make sure that there's enough leading that the content is really readable. Don't get super fancy with your fonts, especially handwriting or script fonts. Those tend to get in the way of legibility. There are very good standards around just basic typesetting. So I just retypeset a book that has an accessibility focus and took it from 240 pages to 368 pages because it needed to breathe in order to be accessible. There's a lot you can do around that. And in particular, mind things like contrast. Pay attention to the reading experience. Make sure there's space for thumbs. Make sure that there's enough of a gutter that people who may have trouble holding open a print book can hold it open with some ease and without any trickiness.
Thanks, Laura. So, and well, thanks to all of you, Laura, Rachel, Christina. That's all we have time for today. My congratulations again to the winners of the ABC International Excellence Awards, Taylor and Francis Group and Nels. My thanks to the partners who made this session possible, WIPO's Accessible Books Consortium, the Frankfurter Buchmesse, IPA, the Federation of European Publishers, and Aldesub. Should anyone in the audience have more questions they didn't get a chance to ask, please write to us at accessible.books@wipo.int, and we'll be happy to answer them. Now, 2025 is just around the corner, but I hope that today's session has given you some inspiration on how you can start your accessibility journey and be ready for 2025. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Ja.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
everybody. Good evening, everybody. We are here in the Buchmesse, Frankfurt Buchmesse 2021, and I have the honor to have an excellent panel discussion with the Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Nicholas Getromanoulakis, and the CEO of the Library of Zealand and IFLA Treasurer, Perry Moret. By the way, I didn't forget it, but I wanted to say this right now. My name is Tonia Rachova, and I am the IFLA President-elect and the President of the General Council for Libraries in the Ministry, the Greek Ministry of Education. So, I'm going to start from our Minister. Nicholas, please tell us what is your opinion and what are your main thoughts about libraries and cultural institutions and how you see their future together.
Thank you, Tonya. Well, you know, COVID, I think, put a lot of things into perspective in the way we are examining the book industry and the book ecosystem. And of course, libraries are an integral part of that ecosystem. Sometimes, though, it seems, at least in the case of Greece, that there are a lot of moving yet disconnected parts. So I think an important thing going forward and moving forward is to figure out ways where we can actually connect all these institutions so that we can maximize their impact. The book industry and the book sector in general has been affected, as every cultural sector actually, by COVID. Libraries had to remain closed for a long time, and so did other institutions. And this also, I think, created a discussion about the role of all of these institutions and how they can become more resilient in the future and how they can actually enrich their role, especially under this light. I've been observing, for example, IFLA's campaign on about fact-checking. And I think this is a good example on how the role of libraries is actually evolving. You know, it's not just an aggregator of content anymore. It's not just a place, a physical place where you have books, you store books that people come and get. I think it is a place where information scientists can play an important role in actually providing the skills necessary to the public to analyze and evaluate and assess all this information that is out there. There was a time where we didn't have enough information and libraries played the role to provide this information. Now, as we have tons of information, the role of libraries is also changing, and I think it's more about evaluating and assisting people to assess this information. But in order to do that, first, we need to give libraries the skills in order for them, in their turn, to provide these skills. So I think it's really important to develop such projects like the ones we're now designing in Greece, within the framework of the Resilience Fund of the EU, on how to actually increase both the capacity and the skill building, and we build the capacity and the skills of the book industry, including libraries, the book sector, including libraries, but also how we adapt and we evolve and we transform digitally this entire ecosystem. So the only way actually to move forward, to just close the way I began, is if we connect disconnected dots that exist out there and create a holistic strategy towards this end.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point because without having this kind of holistic strategy, Nicholas, that you just mentioned, and create synergies, because I think that in many issues, people are doing things that the others, they don't know. So this really creates a mess that it shouldn't be. And this holistic strategy could really be very helpful in solving these kind of problems that really raise up, especially in these high-risk management periods like the COVID-19. And I think one of the best practices, a worldwide example, is the Netherlands. And now I give the floor to my dear colleague and one of the most prominent worldwide librarians, and not only, Perry Moret, to give to us his ideas and, of course, his experience. Perry.
Okay, thank you, Tonia, and I'm humbled to be in the presence of a Greek minister and the next IFLA president. So it's something big for me. What can I say about the Netherlands? It's interesting your plans with in Greece, and how dreadful this COVID period has been, of course, also for libraries and, well, basically everybody. It gave us a chance to think about the library system in the Netherlands. And what happened in this 1.5 year of COVID-19 was that in the Netherlands there came to be a library covenant, as they say it, including all persons like the Ministry of Culture, the National Library, the Library Association, and all public libraries, about 150 in the Netherlands. So there's now a library covenant. Basically, these are guidelines for the future. And as we are talking about culture, culture is a very big deal now for public libraries. This was not in every case in the Netherlands so, but there's now an explicit, and I think it's of 5 new tasks, it's the 4th task, I think, and it says libraries are here to distribute culture, but also to make that the library buildings are meeting places for people to enjoy culture and literature, those sort of things. So we're in the middle of this, and it's exciting, and it's for lots of libraries. It's new tasks, and well, after COVID is finally finished, I hope we enter a new age with culture.
Yeah, this is really important. And I have to say that listening from both of you, I really want to make a remark that one common thing between the 3 of us, except from, the 3 of us, we are book lovers, and except for our humanistic background, the 3 of us, we have studied management, business, and economics. And I think that this is very important when you have to design strategies and policies that has to do with culture, because I think that in people's mind, culture is something very theoretical, that when you design this kind of policies, you also have to think only about specific factors, only on thinking of some of the dots, Nicholas, that you mentioned, and not the holistic dots. And the holistic approach, especially in high-risk management times like the one that we are going through now, have to do also with finance, with business models, and about the ways to get connected and interconnected with things that they influence you as ministry, as CEO, as librarian, but also that influence people. And having a user-centered kind of approach, Nicholas, what is what are your thoughts about how to approach this kind of user-centered theory?
Well, as you said, as you pointed out, cultural governance is an important element in this, in order for all these changes that we all want, to happen. Because actually there is a gap there. I mean, there are studies done in Greece, done globally. Cultural governance is an issue because exactly there is this perception that creating culture is just about the art. But it's not just about the art. And I mean, when I was speaking before, a lot of times I said the book industry, and sometimes, I try to correct myself and say the book sector, because I feel that even now, people don't want to feel that this is an industry, that we don't want to, tarnish our hands with money, But at the same time, if you do not take into account the economics of the cultural industry and the book sector. If you do not take into account the fact that people have to live from these jobs, I mean, they have to be sustainable, and they have to, I mean, these jobs have to be sustainable, and these jobs have to be, remain there. I mean, if you omit this from the equation, you are probably going to end up in the wrong situation. So I think it's very important to provide, as I said before, skills, but also to change the mindset. And this is not about the artists. It's also about, as you said, about how you also treat the audience and the public and the readers, and how do you feel that you're going to be connecting with them. What I always say to our cultural institutions in Greece is, like, for example, a museum, don't just say that your task is done because you're in the museum, you open the museum and you sit there and you wait for the public to come. You have to go to them. And it's the same with reading. Times have changed. The books, however, I think they showed how resilient they are through COVID. It was a refuge. People would go back to books. But we need to make sure that this continues. And we have to go to them, not to wait for them to come to us.
Exactly. And of course, Perry, this is something that we actually trying to do in IFLA, to go to our members, to our thousands and thousands of members. And by the way, for the audience who may not know what IFLA is the International Federation of Libraries Association. So we go to our members, and we have designed a new strategy to go to our members. And we have organized several projects about this, like the preservation and conservation. So what do you think about ways to keep on the good work that we are doing?
Well, IFLA has become very fastly more active in approaching the members, and also they have opportunities, they offer opportunities to teach libraries new ways, and there are projects worldwide basically to enhance this. And this is great, of course. I've been involved with IFLA for 100 years now, but I have to say that the last 5 years, they actually this reaching out, and you really see the effect on other libraries also. And it could be academic libraries, could be public libraries, government libraries, whatever. But well, the success is rising, I think, of this.
Yeah. It's rising, and also talking about sustainability, as Nicholas mentioned, in IFLA we work very hard to embrace the 17 sustainability goals of the United Nations, having in our minds that IFLA is also an observer to the United Nations, and of course an associate partner in UNESCO. So for us, issues like the preservation and the conservation of the cultural material, and the relationship between libraries, publishers, and other sectors like the industry, which I really like the word, I must say. The industry is very vital for the presence and for the future of these players, because without having a very clear strategy of how we all work together in order to achieve our main goals, I think nothing can work, or it works just for a very short time, and not having in our mind, for the future. And talking about the future, could I have just a remark from each one of you, dearest gentlemen, about what you think that it is the most important in the cultural sector, that we have to work very hard on this issue for the next 5 years?
There are some basic stuff that I think we need to make sure that they're there, so that we can build the foundation with them, and then there are some other things that we need to do, in my opinion at least. So what COVID, for example, showcased is how vulnerable the cultural sector is and its people. So one of the major projects that we have undertaken in Greece is to reform the cultural sector in terms of the labor and social security issues. This is a huge task. It is also linked to a broader discussion that is happening in the European Union, in Brussels, but also in different countries, about what we call the status of the artist and the situation of the artist. And this is not a philosophical discussion. If you define who the artist is, then there is a series of repercussions and there's a series of things that you can actually deal with once this is done. So that is one important thing. The other thing is how you make the sector more resilient, how you help the sector to go into a next stage, a more digital stage, for example. Many people are afraid of that. They're afraid that we're going to lose the touch, the real, real live theater, live performing arts, real libraries. No, that is not the point, and that is not the case. The case is how you add to it. It's not how you subtract or remove things from it. It's just how you add layers that will actually make you even more effective. And I think this is a great challenge that we have to face.
Yeah, for sure. It's the added value. So, Perry, in IFLA, what specific is the added value that we should put in our strategy for the next 5 years?
I think IFLA is capable of binding people together and binding institutions together on a very international level. Basically, they're everywhere around the world, and I strongly believe in international cooperation between South American libraries and Australian libraries. Why not? I mean, and this is what should be promoted even more and more, I think, by IFLA.
Yeah, also having in our mind that talking about libraries or cultural institutions, we're talking about multi-spaces.
Yeah.
And about creative and innovative spaces with new kinds and new types of audiences and new opportunities, even for babies, and not only children, but babies, in order to have a culture engaged in culture. And I think this is very important. COVID, except from the millions of problems that created worldwide, it's in many cases it showed us how to get through situations that we never thought of. And there is a saying, I know, that closely the unthinkable becomes thinkable. So I think it is a new way of rethinking our cultural institutions, as Nicholas, you just said, not only to have theatrical performances live, but also virtual, and also rethinking the opportunities that the libraries have to offer, and also from the strategical point of view, how big organizations like ministries and libraries association and also in the international field can really work together in order to achieve their goals in the best way that we have.
Yep.
So, gentlemen, one last sentence from each of you, and I would like just to ask you, what's your biggest dream about your field that can be fulfilled the next year, the coming year?
Wow. I will go back again to what I said before, the fixing the basics. COVID was a catalyst. It brought all of the dysfunctionalities of the sector up in the surface. So this is an opportunity. I mean, it was a horrible situation. It was a difficult time for everyone, but it's also an opportunity, a silver lining in this cloud, to actually have an honest discussion about these things and sit down and actually fix things. And I mean, that would be that would make me elated. I mean, because I think this is a priority, and because that will enable things to be built upon. So that.
Personally, I'm very confident that you are going to achieve, because you are a doer, and we are very proud to have you as a minister.
Oh, thank you for saying that.
Eric.
Well, you talked about dream, and I was going to say we are going to fight against inequality, which is, of course, one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. But I don't think we can achieve it within 1 year. So this will be the long-term dream. My short-term dream is, and we're basically already working on that in the Netherlands. By the way, I work in the south of the Netherlands, a small province, Zeeland. And what we did during COVID was to collaborate with all the cultural institutions. So the music school, the museum, the archive, the Heritage Foundation, and because we have the biggest building in Zeeland for this sort of institution, we invite those others.
Okay.
If you want to have a performance, please do it in our building, and it's simple but practical.
It works.
Yep.
No, it works. It worked also. I mean, we started the project in Thessaloniki, the second largest city of Greece. Sorry, during COVID. We have 7 cultural institutions that we supervise as Ministry of Culture in Thessaloniki, and before COVID, they didn't collaborate.
Yeah.
So simple but effective.
Yes.
So it is an open invitation, I think, for cultural institutions and libraries to work together. And as Greek, I would like also to underline quite calmly that synergy and dialogue, they are Greek words, and having them in our mind, it is very important in order to achieve serious things. And also in the General Council for Libraries in Greece, we are trying to implement a new policy in order to bring libraries together and in order to have a new, potential, effective and measurable strategy for the near future. And I think there is an open invitation also to the Ministry of Culture in order to work closely
rest assured,
together.
We shall. And actually, one of our plans is to make sure that the Hellenic Foundation for Culture, which is going to be the main institution regarding the book ecosystem in Greece, will be institutionally linked to the library network so that we make sure that libraries are never left outside the conversation and out of the equation, because they are an integral part of the book policy, of the national book policy.
So, gentlemen, thank you very, very much for this vivid, short, but I think substantial, a conversation which we had. And I really wish for the Greek Ministry of Culture, for IFLA, and for all the libraries and cultural institutions around the world, having in their mind the power that we all have to bring people closer to us and to go to people in order to listen their main needs. And my last sentence is to invite everyone to this amazing book messe that every year is holding here in Frankfurt. So thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Our research had the objective of collecting information about the comic book market in Europe, of course, and also assessing the degree of digitization of this market, because then we want to help publishers step up their digital game. And this input will be instrumental to build the tools, the training tools that will come later on in the project. How did we do that? For the time being, we have administered quantitative questionnaires to find out about the size of the markets. Our partners in focus countries, Italy, Poland, Spain, and of course France, where Isneo stems from, have taken care of that. And then we have also administered the questionnaire to all of FEP members, so another 20 odd countries. And we have also prepared a qualitative questionnaire, which we are administering to a number of individual publishers from all over Europe through interviews. I'll give you some preliminary results. First of all, really an overview of the responses. Of course, we have gathering detailed information from the focus countries, again, France, Italy, Poland, and Spain. And we have been able to gather also comprehensive information from other major markets for comic books, that is Belgium and Germany. And then we have found a little information about, as I said, another almost 20 countries from our membership. And first of all, we have figured out, maybe for you it won't come as a surprise, that the comic book market is significant, but only in a limited number of territories and countries. Detailed information on comic book sales, and especially in digital, is very difficult to find. This is no exception. Also, information on digital sales of books in general is difficult to find. Comic books publishing is, to an extent, a niche sector, and often it has relatively weaker links with the rest of the sector, also in association terms. So sometimes comic publishers are not necessarily members of national associations, which makes it a bit more difficult for us to reach out to them. And in most cases, the digital penetration in the sector is very low. So it's confirmed that there is a need for some support to step up the digital game. Going a bit more into the substance of what we find out from the quantitative point of view, data from the main markets we surveyed show that the big markets, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, produce some 3,000–4,000 new comic titles per year. Here we're talking print, with France coming on top of the ranking. Mid-size markets such as Belgium and Poland have 1,000 to 2,000 titles per year, with Belgium, since it's a relatively small country, punching above its weight in terms of number of titles. There are between 100 and 400 comic book publishers in most of these major markets. Again, France is the one that has the most. Few publishers in Spain, less than 50, even though the production is comparable to other large markets. Poland also has less than 50, and Belgium has 75. Again, a large number compared to the size of the country. Turnover, in most cases, in the large markets where comics are relevant, they represent 2 to 6% of publishers' sales. But there are notable exceptions. In France, comic books represent 15% of the market, and in French-speaking Belgium, comic books make up 1/3 of publishing revenues. This doesn't mean 1/3 of all books sold in the country, but it's 1/3 of the revenue of French-speaking Belgian publishers. Average prices range between 7.5 and 15 euros, but there is no clear link between the average price and the country's income. And digital catalogs, the situation is very varied. There are between a few and several thousand titles available in Italy, Spain, Germany, also in Belgium. But there are more than 20,000 digital titles available already on the French market. whereas there are very few for the time being in Poland. More on the quantitative side for other markets, then we'll see later the detail country by country. But overall, we've seen, again, that in terms of production, very little information is available, likely hundreds of titles per year at best. Publishers are often very few. In some countries, there are barely any comic book publishers. Turnover is a very small share of the market. In most cases, already Luke told us it's less than 2%, although there are a few exceptions. The market is a niche market, mostly based on imported titles, and the level of digitization is very low. Digital presence, so a few results from the qualitative questionnaires. Digital presence and strategy of the publishers we have interviewed. They do all have a digital presence. They all are very well aware that you need digital for example, marketing, but not many of them do sell digital products. They do, in most cases, intend to go digital. They see the digital market as an opportunity, but they all say that they want to wait until the conditions are right. So they have all in all a positive but cautious attitude towards digital, and the purely digital option, so going for only publishing digital titles, is not seen for the time being as viable by many comic books publishers who are not already doing it, of course. We have asked about challenges and opportunities of going digital, and the challenges they have identified. First of all, there is the perception that readers have of comic books are very much attached to paper. They see themselves as collectors, so they want very much to own a print copy of their favorite comics. Obviously, piracy won't be a surprise for anyone here, is seen as an extremely difficult challenge to tackle, because of course competing against an offer that is for free on digital is extremely difficult for anyone. Publishers do want to, well, remunerate authors and sustain their business, and competing with offers for free is extremely tough. There is a need to find the best business models when you go digital, because there are obviously differences from the physical domain. And there is also, for some, the awareness of a risk of placing your digital product wrongly. So you have to really know what you want to do with your digital media when you publish comics. And then webtoons that Luke already mentioned have been perceived already by several publishers that we interviewed as a potential, well, let's say, threat to their market, because there are very aggressive policies of conquering European markets on behalf, for example, in this case, of Korean publishers. And still, many people we interviewed see digital as an opportunity. They would really like to take up this opportunity, but they need to have the right conditions. Therefore, there is definitely an interest in a dedicated platform, if it were available. We've been told that they would like it to be accessible, fair, effective, and supportive from a technological point of view. Why? Because one thing that everyone basically agrees on is that in order to go digital, you need investments. It's really not true that going digital is as easy as creating a file and putting it out there. That's maybe what a pirate can do, but a professional publisher that wants to build a sustainable business and remunerate his or her authors also from digital sales needs a solid plan and needs strong investments. So any support from that point of view will be welcomed by the publishers that we have interviewed. So with this, I'll just make another few concluding remarks again that we see from our preliminary survey. We have seen that we have difficulties in finding data and also in comparing different countries, because not everyone measures things the same way. We do plan to continue our effort throughout the project. So the survey is not over, and we absolutely welcome input from all interested stakeholders. So all of you that are here today, also spread the word. This project is going to go on for more than for a year and a half now. We are interested in all kinds of information. You'll see later on the presentations on individual countries. If you see your country up there and you think you have more information or better information, we are happy to hear from you. What we know for the time being, just a brief summary, and then give the word back to Thierry, is that the digital market for comics is very small. But it means that there is a huge opportunity for growth if the demand is there. And there is definitely a large untapped potential. And there is at the same time potential for our platform to provide support for all publishers in taking advantage, tapping this kind of potential. And also from the, let's say, the push side, there is a clear and present danger, a risk that non-European platforms and players will fill the void that currently is present in digital distribution of comics in Europe. So this is also an invitation to all of you to get active, get ready, step up your digital game, because digital comics, one way or another, are coming. And if they don't come from Europe, they might come from the US or Asia.
Hello and welcome to This e-Learning. This e-Learning module aims to provide a toolkit to launch and develop a digital comic portfolio. Building a digital comic catalog is interesting for several reasons. First of all, digital helps to reach new and varied audiences. Digital comics are attractive not only to traditional comic readers, but also to digital content consumers, who tend to be younger and more digitalized. Secondly, digital has already taken over a significant part of the largest comic markets. For example, in Japan, 55% of manga revenues come from digital. In Korea, the amount is already 50%. In the US, digital comics amount for 9% of the total revenue. The expectation is that, at some point, Europe will also follow this trend. Thirdly, digital sales help grow in print as they help to capitalize marketing efforts and allow for a cheaper discovery. Finally, the distribution costs of digital comics are low and allow to sell backlist titles that may no longer be available in print. The first thing to be checked is the extent of the available digital catalog. In this regard, an inventory needs to be done with regards to the number of titles for which the digital rights are already available, and the number of digitalized volumes. By digitalized volumes, we mean the number of comics already available in PDF or JPEG format. Another point to consider is the territorial scope of digital rights. The scope of these rights is specified in the main contract and determines where the publisher can sell the comic. As an example, the rights can cover the whole world or be country-specific. Once the size of the digital catalog has been determined, it is vital to establish a release schedule to avoid releasing all the titles simultaneously. This step allows making comics available to the audience at the most appropriate moment while maintaining attention over time. What's the best way to plan a release schedule? There's some information on release schedule planning that should be taken into account. When it comes to the backlist, there may be part of the backlist that is already digitalized. If that is the case, the initial release of many titles can provide visibility on the publisher's digital catalog from the very beginning. Additionally, on a general basis, it is better to launch all the volumes and chapters included in one series at once, as this helps to capitalize on marketing efforts. For the non-digitalized backlist, the digitalization process can be planned according to a release schedule. In these regards, it is important to consider three aspects. First of all, some public institutions are interested in the digitalization of books catalogs and provide monetary support to publishers. It is important to check one's eligibility for this kind of help. Secondly, there are always events and possible future trends that could match with the comics topics. As an example, this could be Christmas or upcoming movie series. Thirdly, it might be interesting to group similar topics. For example, it could be a good idea to issue at the same time science fiction digital titles or romance, When it comes to already digitalized new releases, when possible, the best is to release all the existing versions simultaneously. On one hand, this allows to capitalize promotion efforts. Releasing digital comics simultaneously with print allows getting the maximum audience attention. Same happens with translations. Many times, translated print copies are not available at the same time as the original copies. In those cases, if the digital translation is already available, it is interesting to release the digital translation simultaneously as the original. This digital release provides several benefits. First of all, it reduces and prevents piracy. Secondly, some of the digital readers will still be interested in collecting the print copy afterwards. For example, the last chapter of Attack on Titan, which was released digitally, had a tremendous success. Still, this digital success has not prevented the printed volume from getting a lot of attention on sales. Digital allows adapting one's offer to different budgets. In this regard, digital comics can be read after buying them individually or as part of a subscription. When it comes to single purchase, the user gets permanent access to the volume as long as the platform exists. With regards to subscription formats, they provide access to many titles in exchange for a fixed amount, generally paid every month. Titles are usually only available to the user while he pays for the subscription. In these regards, users do not own the titles. This kind of option makes sense when the user can access a large amount of content for a reduced price. Therefore, subscriptions should generally grant access to varied content and different publishers. Digital also allows for selling a volume also by chapter. This option allows prospect users to check whether they like the story before buying the entire volume, while it also encourages trying out digital. Digital also allows to provide free volumes. This can be interesting for all backlist titles. If the titles are part of a long series, providing the first volume for free can attract new readers. The extent of the available business options depends on the platform where the books are sold. The available channels are going to be described in Module 3 of this e-learning series.
I would name 3 reasons for that, I think. Firstly, it's in demand. At least our readers here in Germany were asking for digital editions of comic books constantly, and a lot of them still are. And so obviously there is a demand for digital entertainment and digital media, and comic books are supposed to be a part of that too. Secondly, availability. It makes it a lot easier to keep a large portion of your portfolio in stock, in digital stock, so to speak. If you're struggling to keep books in print, or if you're just not willing to do that for all eternity, then that's an elegant solution to keep your books available to large portions of readers. And thirdly, it's really easy nowadays to digitalize your comic book catalog, especially if you have good partners to do that in distribution and manufacturing. The only real issue that we had was finding the right balance between file size and readability of the books. So the digital editions we use at Splitter are made from the print files of our comic books. So of course we cannot upload just the print PDFs onto the web. We have to compress them somehow. And striking a balance between clearness of picture and brilliance of color, etc., as well as file size, so the web shops wouldn't complain that the files that we provide them with are too large, was a bit tricky at first, but after some experimentation and a few couple trial and error runs, we're really happy with the result right now. And now that we've found the correct settings and the correct program to use, it's really easy and basically not an issue at all anymore. Three recommendations that I would have for a publisher are, firstly, establish a workflow as soon as possible. Find the correct programs you want to use, find the correct settings you want to use, find a schedule in which you want to upload, set all the media data for your digital books as soon as possible, so you just have to adhere to the schedule and can regularly supply your distributors with new comic books. Because just as in print, the digital comic book market lives by this regularity with which you can provide new content. Secondly, and that plays into the first one a little bit, try to find popular and, in an optimal case, long-running series that your readers already love, because those are easier to market and to find readers for, especially by word of mouth, than for something that's completely new and with which you have no experience. And thirdly, give some thought to the pricing. At least here in Germany, ebooks are not super popular because a lot of publishers are not willing to give discounts on the books that are in any way significant. So as a customer, I'm often not willing to pay just €1 or €2 less for the digital copy if I can have the hardback copy for €2 more. So we at Splitter decided to go halfsies, so to speak, and have our e-comics cost roughly half the amount as the printed copies. And both our readers and we are very happy with that because it's a fair discount for something that you can't hold in your hand, we think, and our readers agree. And also it leaves us with enough wriggle room to give some discounts for special occasions and also make some money with our ebooks.
Thanks for your attention and interest during this module. Would you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Spain is going to be the guest of honor of the next Frankfurt Book Fair. We have been facing quite challenging times since the contract was signed a few years ago. And today, one day before the press conference, I want to welcome 3 representatives from Spain here at the Frankfurt Book Fair 2021. Maria José Galvez is the Director General of Books and Reading Promotion at the Spanish Ministry of Culture and Sports. She has a graduate degree and doctorate in law from Valencia University. She has held the position of editorial and training director for the publisher Tirán lo Blanc. She has worked as an advisor for the first Deputy Prime Minister's Office and Deputy Director of the Prime Minister's Office in the Congress of Deputies and as assistant to the European Parliament. Maria José was Associate Professor of Constitutional Law at Carlos III University of Madrid, as well as tutor at University Oberta de Catalunya and the Spanish National Distance Education University. She has studied in Padua, Pisa, Harvard, and Brussels. Welcome, Maria José.
Thank you.
The second person I want to welcome is Elvira Marco. She's the project director of the Guest of Honor Spain 2022. She holds a degree in law and in political science and a general management program by IESE Business School. She has held senior positions in Spanish public art sector for the past 20 years and has a long-standing experience in directing international projects such as Spain Cultural Years Abroad, anniversaries, or Spain pavilions at World Expos. Welcome, Elvira Marco.
Thank you.
Patrici Tichis, the third person, is the president of the Spanish Federation of Publishers Guilds. In other words, the Spanish Publishers Association that englobes all other national and regional publishers associations in Spain. He is also member of the executive committee of the International Publishers Association, IPA. He is a journalist, completed a training in business management development, and he worked in print and audiovisual media in Spain before he started to work with Grupo Planeta in 2001. He is currently the director of corporate communications at Grupo Planeta, the largest Spanish and Latin American publishing, training, and media group. Welcome, Patrici.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Maria José to talk a little bit about the project Spain Guest of Honor 2022.
Thank you very much, Marife. This is my pleasure to be here in the Frankfurt Book Fair this year, representing the Spanish Ministry of Culture and together with Patrici Tichis and Elvira Marco. And thanks personally also to you, Marife Boys, for all the help that you gave us. Spilling creativity is the motto of our participation as guest of honor country in Frankfurt next year, 2022. An opportunity to show Spanish literature and our publishing industry to the world through Frankfurt. Culture and literature and reading are values, but also our rights and our principles that enriches us as individuals, as in democratic societies, but also, as Patrici Tichis will explain you later in his presentation, publishing industry is a key sector for economics and employment in Spain. More than 3% of our GDP comes from culture in Spain. Spanish Ministry of Culture, Miquel Iceta, recently took a sentence from La Fortuna series from Amenábar, based on a comic from Paco Roca, El Tesoro del Cisne Negro, in which the ministry of the series say that la cultura es nuestro petróleo. Culture is our oil. How true is this affirmation? We know our publishing sector, and the key words will be given to us for Patrici Tichis, but what are we doing and what are the characteristics of this publishing sector here in Spain. Our publishing sector is strong, is competitive, is multilingual, has an international vocation, and is bibliodiverse. And we have two main challenges in this present and for the next years: digitalization and sustainability. With these challenges, we are working with the European funds for recovery and also with our own budget from the from the Spanish government in order to accompany and impulse the Spanish publishing sector the next years and in this present. But returning to Spilling Creativity and our project as guest of honor country next year, this is a unique opportunity. This is a state project that we are impulsing together with all the administrations and with the publishing sector as well as the creators. And of course, with the help of the Frankfurt Fair. I hope that our talks today inspires you to follow us next year. I would like to finish by talking about reading, because nothing exists without reading. Reading plays an immense role in Spain, I think in the world, but in Spain in last 2022, the year of confinement due to the pandemic, as all you know. The percentage of book readers who read at least once a week in Spain reached almost 60%, and the time spent reading increased more from 6 hours to 7 hours and 25 minutes at the end of the 2022. Our principal challenge is to hold these readers, these new readers that we have had during the pandemics, and I think the rest is what we can dream for the sector. I invite all of you to follow us, to know us better as a country, as our publishing sector, and the Spilling Creativity that we have. Thank you very much, Marife. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Jose. As the next speaker, I would like to invite Elvira Marco, the project director of the Guest of Honor 2022.
Thank you, Marife. It is a pleasure to be here again. This year, the Frankfurt Book Fair's slogan is Reconnect, and I just realized we're also reconnecting with this Have a Look at Spain session. If you remember, with your support in 2019, we were here at the book fair presenting Spain for the first time in the first edition of this Have a Look at Spain. Last year, we managed to have a session online, and I must say it's great to be back here at the Frankfurt Buchmesse to have this Have a Look at Spain session. And of course, I think next year we are guest of honor, so I would invite professionals to become a part of the Guest of Honor Spain project. I must say, this is your last chance. Tomorrow we have our press conference, but there is still the opportunity to become a part of our project, and we would really welcome you to it. Because the Guest of Honor project has been for us, and is still for us, an opportunity to build a network for our publishers. As you know, we have had professional meetings here at the fair and online when it hasn't been possible to be face-to-face. 2 years ago, we created the Books from Spain platform to have 100 publishers and agents showcase their titles for licensing in order to promote translations. And of course, it is a great opportunity to promote our authors and our literature, as Maria Jose was saying. We have brought authors since 2019 to the book fair, and this year we have a professional and literary program of 70 authors and book professionals, from poetry readings to dialogues between a younger and more consolidated generation of writers. We have also debates about the challenges of the book sector, about new formats such as audiobooks, about film adaptations. So I invite you to see this program. And of course, next year our wish and our goal, and we will be here at the book fair showing our spilling creativity in a strong literary and cultural program. But as we are addressing professionals, of course, translation has been an important part of our project. We know that translations make our stories travel, and we can get to new readers for our authors. So 2 years ago, we started a specific program for translation. We're very happy to see that the Guest of Honor project has raised the demand for Spanish titles, and we have increased investment in translation considerably since 2019 with the current funding from the Ministry for Culture and from the Cultural Institutes of Spain's official languages, and also with this specific call, we have invested 2 million euros since 2019, and this has been given us fruits. More than 800 grants have been awarded, not only to foreign publishers, but also to Spanish publishers and agents to help foreign rights sales. And we look forward to having more titles translated into other languages, as the open call, this specific call from Acción Cultural Española is still open. It will be open until the 31st of December for books published by Spanish publishers, and of course supporting all of our official languages. Next year we will bring our authors here to meet their readers, and I would like to say also to foreign publishers that there will be support for promotion for traveling of authors next year. You have the specific grants from Acción Cultural Española and many other grants available to help us to build this Guest of Honor project in 2022. So see you in Frankfurt next year. Nos vemos en Frankfurt en la Feria del Libro en 2022.
Thank you very much, Elvira. The program is on the website spainfrankfurt2022.com. So there you can see all these pre-recorded videos Elvira was talking about. So please have a look at the website. And now Patrici Tixis. He's the president of the Spanish Publishers Association, so we will hear something about the sector, about the publishing sector in Spain, and the challenges of the publishing sector in Spain, as in every other country, also during this time of pandemic, but of course also very positive information on that. Patrici.
Thank you, Marife. And first of all, I'd like to give you two kind of thanks. The first of all is thank you to the Frankfurt Buchmesse for this invitation. Thank you as well at the Ministry of Culture for the effort that has made to be possible the Spain invitation here, and as well the effort that has made all the administrations in Spain to cooperate just to be a successful days in the mess next year. The second one is I like to pay a tribute to two men that has made a lot for the publishing industry. I am talking about a German man and a Spanish man that 100 years ago they make an innovation and the creativity of his great minds could be possible to change the publishing industry. I am talking about two men that you perfectly know. I am talking about Johann Gutenberg, the inventor of the printing press, and as well Miguel de Cervantes, that was the Spanish writer that invented a new way to tell stories. Thanks to them, I think that 100 years later, we are here with a strong industry, and I think that without them, the democratization of the culture would not be possible. I'd like to vindicate an image that is what you see on the screen. That is the knight, thin, tall, and riding a horse. and the servant that is fat, short, and riding a donkey. That is an icon of what has been the best or the longest seller book in the history of the literature. 500 years later, that what we are seeing now on the screen, we are now talking about an industry in Spain that I like to summarize in some figures. That is not the most important thing, because we will see other features of our industry. But first of all, what is important for us is that you can see that the book industry accounts for 39% of the GDP, the cultural GDP. It means that the cultural GDP is 3.2% of the GDP in Spain. It means that it's a very, very important industry. As you can see, we are talking about close to 100,000 employees, direct and indirect, more than 1,600 companies. We're talking about 74,000 titles, new titles every year, and at the same time, we're talking about companies that are a capacity to export very important. This is something that I can show you. That is the evolution of the turnover of our sector. As you can see, the bottom line of this chart, you can see this chart bar on the screen, is in 2013. There was the bottom line of our industry after the crisis of Lehman Brothers. You remember, at the end of the 90s, at the end of the last decade, and from then to now, we have increased step by step just to try to recover the position we had. I am very proud to say that even in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic situation, our industry growth 0.8%, and even if you take out of these figures the textbooks, we can talk about an increase of 4.6% of our turnover. I think that this is a success, because our industry has worked a lot. We had the help of all the institutions that we work together with them, with bookshops, with libraries, with distributors, with everybody, just to try to reach the situation where we are now. It's not the same in the export, where last year our exportation decreased dramatically. As you can see, more than 20%, near 25% of our export declined because of the situation abroad. We will talk a little bit later. But it's important that you can see how is the Spain's book ecosystem. 70 out of 100 books we sold are sold in a bookstore, are paper books, are printed books. 24 out of 100 books are sold by e-commerce, but also are printed books. And the e-book accounts for 6% of our industry. What I mean is that the printed book is the main engine of our industry. I think that it will last for a long time. On the other side, I think that we have to talk more than the turnover and the data and the figures that you can imagine, which is the dimension of our industry. But I think that more important than that is these four features that I think that are the most important in our industry. We're talking about competitiveness, we're talking about bibliodiversity, we're talking about international vocation, and we are talking, last but not least, about multilingual. And I like to start with the multilingual. As you know, in Spain, we have several languages at the same time: the Spanish, the Catalan, Valencian, Basque language, Galician language, that are co-official in our country. And I tell you that 25% of the production of the new titles every year are in these other languages that are not Spanish. It means really an opportunity just to show you the diversity of our activity, the diversity of our culture, and is an example of how all of them can grow, can live, and even I think that probably we are one of the countries where the number of titles we publish every year are higher. After that, the competitiveness. I think that it's very important to see that how is the pie you can see in that chart, that the big companies represents the 70% of the number of companies we have in Spain. The small companies are the 30.4%, and the medium-sized companies represents the 52.6%. This is something that is very, very important for us, because it's the reality of a country where we have a huge competitiveness. We publish every year, as you can see, 70,000 books. And I tell you another thing. Only the top 10 books, bestseller books of the year, accounts for 2% of the turnover of the sector. I mean that this is a composition that is really, really very, very important, just to represent that all the companies have a very interesting position, just to try to sell books, just to survive in the middle of this situation where there is a huge concentration in a few groups. The other thing for me is very important is the bibliodiversity. This is a sector open to all other subsectors. You can see in this pie how is our distribution: adult fiction, children and young, textbooks, non-fiction, comic, others. This is very open to all the activities, and we have a number of titles that is close to 800. It's 737,000 books, titles alive in the market now at that moment. It represents really a huge quantity of books, a huge production, and as well you can see the competitiveness of our sector. Talking about our international vocation, I can tell you that this is something that we are is in a strong commitment with the internationalization. Now, the Spanish language is a language that is common in Latin America, and it has been our natural way to spread our activities. At that moment, we have 219 subsidiaries of 46 publishing companies. They are most of them in Latin America, but you can see as well in United States, in Europe, even in Asia, in China, Samoan, in Turkey. I mean, we are really in a huge vocation. But in the other side, we have as well a lot of small publishing companies that they are working on export, and they are really starting an export around 300 million a year. That is close to 10-15% of our turnover abroad. That is very, very important as well, and indicates which is the effort we are doing now, especially in Latin America, in Europe. But at that moment, we are working with institutions, especially with the Ministry of Culture, and even with institutions, the ICEX, that is the Institution of External Commerce in Spain. We are working on open new markets, especially in Asia, where we think that we have a great opportunity. And then what I want to say in conclusion, that you can see, or you will see during these days and even next year, I hope, a country that is spilling creativity, is resilient, and has an innovation that has allowed us to be where we are now. At the same time, I say that even you can imagine that a sector as fragmented as we are could be a fragile sector, but I mean that this fragility is at the same time our strength. First of all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patrici, for this great presentation. I would like to ask some questions, some specific questions, and I would like to start with Elvira Marco. You said that we have supported like 340 translations by now, and 800 grants have been awarded for the also for Spanish publishers in order to sell their rights. My question is, a Guest of Honor project is a multi-year project, since the main objective is to grow the translations from the country. Therefore, normally, there are a lot of physical meetings and trips to the country, to Spain. How did you deal with this challenge, being surprised by the actual pandemic without losing your objectives? I know we have still 1 year time, but what can we expect for 2022? In order to plan also on the other side by publishers and journalists, will there be trips, or what are your plans for the next year?
Thank you, Marife. Well, of course, it hasn't been easy working or living for any of us in these past years. We started organizing trips, meeting with publishers in Germany and in Spain in 2019, and then suddenly our plans were completely changed in 2020. So we, of course, embraced rapidly the digital platforms available, and this year, we have organized meetings online with publishers from Germany, Italy, France, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and also publishers specialized in young adult literature and children's books. And of course, as everybody else, we have seen that these meetings work, and they were our best opportunity to put together publishers from Spain and agents from Spain with other countries. Of course, next year, our idea, now that traveling has now become possible again, is organize meetings in Spain, and to bring publishers to see where books are coming from, and also to bring journalists, as Guest of Honor project involves traveling with journalists to Spain to show them literary scenes, and also to have interesting meetings with publishers. So of course you can expect that next year we will be organizing physical trips to Spain.
Okay, that's great to hear, and helps us all to plan in 2022. My next question would go to Maria Jose. This project means a lot of responsibility and, of course, also of investment. It costs a lot of money. We from Frankfurter Buchmesse are very interested in the sustainability of this kind of projects. What are the plans for the time after 2022?
Thank you very much, Marife. Of course, next year, Spain wants to show the spilling creativity in the week, in the fair. But this is not a weak project. This is a long-lasting project for us. The best way of doing that is being together with the publishing sector, with the creators, and with institutions like Instituto Cervantes, all the Cervantes here in Germany, of course the embassy, of course Tour España, ICEX, and mainly Acción Cultural Española. We are working together in this project with Elvira Marco. I think books are our best ambassadors here in Germany and in the world. I think what we need is an opportunity. Frankfurt and being guest of honor is an opportunity for visibility in order that people could, readers of course, and professionals could know better Spain and the Spanish professionals in the book sectors. Our way to contribute that this be a long-lasting project is, as Elvira explained before, through translations. It is important that our authors be here in the bookstores in Germany. This is important, and this is not made for once. This is made to long last. It is important for us, these travels between cultural journalists in both ways, between bookstores, between librarians, in order to put the focus on the Spanish literature and publishing sector. Of course, we are working with universities here in Germany to strengthen our ties and to work after 2022. And of course, the creativity and the professionality of the publishing Spanish sectors in order to bound this network that this year and next year we are making.
Thank you very much, Maria Jose. We will see a small video now on the Spanish project 2022.
La creatividad es un signo distintivo de la cultura española que queremos compartir con el lector internacional. Es el eje del programa de España, invitado de honor en la Feria del Libro de Frankfurt 2022.
Desde el Ministerio de Cultura y Deporte del Gobierno de España estamos trabajando para conseguir enseñar al mundo entero el potencial de nuestra literatura, de nuestra creatividad, que vean quiénes somos, que conozcan lo que somos capaces de hacer en nuestra profesionalidad, en la fortaleza del sector que tenemos.
Somos un país con una creatividad desbordante, no solo en el ámbito de la literatura, sino en todos los ámbitos de la cultura.
Y lo hemos querido expresar también así en nuestro lema, creatividad desbordante. En inglés, Spilling Creativity, y en alemán, Sprühende Kreativität. Es una creatividad que se basa en dos sólidos pilares, como son la bibliodiversidad y la sostenibilidad de nuestra industria.
Después de 31 años, somos un país distinto. La internacionalización de la cultura tiene un actor principal, que es el libro. La tarea de Acción Cultural Española es la proyección de nuestra cultura dentro y fuera de nuestras fronteras. En ese sentido, junto con el Ministerio de Cultura, han promovido más de 800 ayudas para la traducción.
Tenemos un sector con más de 800 empresas editoriales, que publicamos unos 70.000 títulos al año y que está formado por grandes empresas multinacionales de capital familiar, españolas, también de capital extranjero que están aquí operando en España, y empresas medianas, pequeñas e incluso microeditoriales que conforman realmente un ecosistema profundamente rico y de una gran bibliodiversidad.
Desde quien escribe, desde quien crea una traducción, quien edita, quien corrige, quien imprime, quien distribuye el libro, las empresas de logística, finalmente los libreros, hasta el lector, es todo un engranaje que tiene que funcionar de forma perfecta.
La relación que tiene España con América Latina es enorme como lugar de recepción de la literatura que se hace en el otro lado del Atlántico, y también una relación con, de algún modo, fijar tendencias y atención sobre ciertos nombres.
Tenemos un lenguaje común con América Latina, pero después tenemos una multiplicidad de lenguas en las que también se cita nuestro Estado en España, y queremos enseñar toda esa fortaleza, toda esa pluralidad también hacia afuera.
In the recent years, literary novels such as Ordesa by Manuel Vilas, Intemperie by Jesús Carrasco, or Patria by Fernando Aramburu, they have not only been translated successfully by dozens of publishing houses and have been adapted to movies and series in main platforms such as Netflix or HBO. The common denominator, I would say, is the highest quality of writers offering the best of their traditions, but transforming local issues into universal topics through empathy. This, I think, what we talk when we talk about great literature.
Creo que la literatura española está viviendo un momento de gran creatividad, con una gran variedad de registros y con proyectos de ambición literaria que están teniendo una amplia resonancia en el extranjero.
Es un momento de muchísima variedad, muy imaginativo y muy rico.
La gente ha acudido a las librerías, ha leído mucho y hemos visto tanto grandes sorpresas como consagraciones, como consolidaciones de trayectorias ya muy reconocidas.
Spanish book ecosystem is so rich, is so diverse, that we wanted to show it to you in genres, in languages, in approaches. We want you to know our authors, to read our authors, to love our authors.
Thank you very much for all these interesting insights, and very good luck and a fantastic fair 2021. Good luck also in the press conference tomorrow. I would like to invite you, Maria José, to say some closing words to this activity, and see you tomorrow morning in the press conference.
Please let me thank you and the fair again for this opportunity to be a guest of honor country, and I would like to invite all the audience tomorrow in this press conference of the Spanish Ministry of Culture, in which we are going deep in our project of spilling creativity from this year to the next year. So you are invited to dream with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marife.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Hello everybody, welcome to this very special event to announce the 2021 finalists for the leading international prize for history writing, the Cundall History Prize. My name's Dan Snow. I'm delighted to be a host of today's conversation because it's between two of the best, two outstanding historians and authors, Michael Ignatieff and Margaret Macmillan. Michael Ignatieff is this year's chair of the jury for the prize, administered by McGill University, and he will today reveal the 3 books that the jurors have chosen as their finalists. It's very, very exciting. Now, it's a big deal actually, because each of the winners, each of them are winners. They each receive $10,000 US. The overall prize winner, who will be announced in the first week of December, will see their prize money go up to $75,000. That is the richest purse for a work of non-fiction in English. So I had the pleasure of hosting the Cundall History Prize winner event last year. I'm going to do it again this year, and we're going to be talking to the 3 authors whose books we're going to announce today. So I need to get reading. They will all be part of the annual Cundall History Prize Festival, a 2-day program of events. Do make sure you visit cundallprize.com for information about the lineup. So today's event is being brought to you in partnership with the Frankfurt Book Fair, History Hit, the Literary Review of Canada, and Fane Productions. But now, let's get into it. It's my pleasure to welcome the historian, author, broadcaster, academic, the former leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, what a CV, Michael Ignatieff. Good welcome, Michael.
Nice to be here.
And alongside you is one of the world's most distinguished historians, Margaret Macmillan. She chaired the jury for Cundall in 2017. She's Professor of History at the University of Toronto. She is an Emeritus Professor of International History at Oxford University. She is one of my personal heroes because she's also my aunt. In fact, I think she's also my godmother as well. There we go. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you, Dan. Nice to be with family and friends.
Michael, you have moved, I don't know how you guys have done it. You've gone from 350 books down to 3 over the last few months. Michael, what's it been like for you and your jurors judging so far?
Well, it's been, in a sense, when you start, you think it's impossible. You start with 350 and you know you're funneling this down to 3, and we're going to be announcing the 3 today. And at the start, you think, I just don't know how we're going to do it. But we had a very good jury, and I think this is where experience counts. Each of them, Eric, Sunil, Henrietta, and Jennifer, you'll meet them later. These are pros, and so they're pretty good at discarding. A lot of the job is just saying this is an interesting book, a good book. I think the criteria that drove a lot of this, I don't know whether Margaret agrees, was whether these books reach out to a wider audience and communicate urgently to a wider audience. It was one thing to write a book that pleases historians. We were looking for books that both satisfy the criteria of excellence in historical scholarship, but also can really blow it open for an ordinary reader. And we've got, I think, 3 books that meet that criteria above all. I don't know how Margaret did the judging when she ran the prize, but that's what we were looking for.
Margaret. It's interesting, Margaret, because as a historian, surely you're tempted to look at the endnotes and the quality of research and whether the new archival sources have been found, or is it just sort of someone who's able to write and engage with that larger audience? How do you balance that up?
Well, we did try and balance it, and I think Michael's absolutely right. I mean, when I chaired it, we were all I had a wonderful jury as well, and we were all very conscious of the need for history to be accessible to people because history is so important. We all know how important history is, and we need to be able to reach out as historians. We need historians to reach out to people who are interested in their world and how it got to be the way it was. And so I think we did try and keep a balance. Of course, it matters what the research is. Of course, it matters that the person writing the book really is absolutely familiar with the subject. But what we look for, as you've done this year, I think, Michael, is we look for the books that made us say, I never knew that. That's absolutely extraordinary, and I'm glad I know it now.
Speaking of knowing it now, let's find out who the first finalist is. It's time for the chair of the jury to reveal that first finalist for this year's Cundall History Prize.
The first finalist is The Horde, How the Mongols Changed the World by Marie Favereau. The book's published by Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, and The Horde chronicles the 300-year reign of the Mongol horde and shows how their empire left a lasting trace on the history of Russia, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Middle East. My jurors and I thought the Horde was really vividly written, history on a vast canvas that enabled us to see the Mongols through their own eyes. And an amazing picture emerges of a mobile empire constantly on the move, whose very flexibility and ability to integrate and work with alien peoples accounts for their extraordinary historical impact.
Well, another one, Margaret, isn't it, of these huge kind of transcontinental histories that we're getting at the moment, which are just linking different regions and across different periods. It's just fascinating stuff.
I think it's wonderful. And I looked at the longer list before the three finalists. Well, I don't know the three finalists, but I looked at the short list. And I thought, you know, it encompasses the world. I mean, it goes from Africa to Latin America to Asia, Europe, the Americas, which is what I think history should do. And the Mongol horde, I mean, it's a phrase I know. And I'm ashamed to say I know very little more than that. I mean, I know they had an impact, but what that impact was, what they did, how they did it. So I really look forward to reading it.
Yeah, it's an amazing, one of the things that's just fantastic about the book is its vivid description of the ways in which this empire moved. I mean, 150, 200,000 people would move from their winter resting place to their summer grazing place. 100,000 felt tents would be packed up and move. And so she has this incredibly vivid description of an empire that literally moved its capital, you know, twice or three times a year and conducted all its businesses in these felt tents that could hold as many as 1,000 people. So it's very, very gripping, and it changes your view of empire, because I think our view of empire is that you got to have a capital city and everything's stuck down and it's like the Romans. But this was a mobile empire, and part of its success and it survived so long precisely because it was mobile. So it was really an eye-opener to me too.
And Michael, no shortage of extraordinary characters as well, I suspect.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with Genghis Khan, and it charts the history of his descendants, and it follows one particular part of the Mongol Empire, the Western Empire, which, you know, I hadn't realized how far it had got into places like Hungary. I'd always understood that it had profoundly shaped the history of Muscovy and Russia, but they went much further west and south. They basically got to the Adriatic, and they went right down into the Middle East. And so in all these ways, the book changes our view. And instead of thinking of the Mongols as something that's very, very distant, you really felt that this empire shaped a much wider region of the world than we had assumed. So it's a terrific book and beautifully written.
Margaret, it can't be accidental that at the moment, this time of engagement between East and West, anxiety, but also enormous trade and exchange, we're suddenly looking again at these giant Eurasian stories. As someone who's been studying Chinese history from long before it was fashionable, does that feel that it is something of this moment?
I think so, because what we saw, what I grew up in, was a world that was shaped by the European empires, and they were mostly seaborne empires, and people got in ships and went around the world. And I think we overlooked the land empires, the Chinese, the Qing, for example, the Manchu dynasty in China, which extended China's borders enormously, the Russians, who built a great empire on land, not at sea, and of course the Mongols. I think what's also happening is we're realizing that empire has not gone away. It's merely been sleeping, you know, and it is probably the most persistent and prevailing form of government in the world. I mean, you think of how many empires have been in the past, and we're seeing a new age of empire, and we don't call it empire. But I think what we're seeing in the competition for influence, for example, in Central Asia between Russia, the United States, and China, those are imperial struggles. And so I think very important for us to understand not just how the Mongol Empire shaped our world. I mean, I asked myself, what would have happened if they hadn't pulled back from Hungary, if they'd gone into Austria? The whole of the center of Europe might have been quite different. We might see mosques in Vienna, where you live now, Michael, instead of churches and cathedrals.
Yeah.
So I think that was that. But it's also very relevant for our present world, because we are, I think, I would argue, looking at an age of new sorts of empires.
Well, let's get on to the second book. Can you bring in, Michael, the second of this year's finalists?
The second book we've chosen to be a finalist for the 2021 Kundal History Prize is Survivors, Children's Lives After the Holocaust by Rebecca Clifford. The book's published by Yale University Press. Survivors tells the story of the child survivors of the Holocaust from 1945 to the present day, using archive and oral interview techniques to understand how these children recovered from trauma, rebuilt their lives, and sought to recover this terrible past that they began their lives with. As jurors, we thought that Survivors transforms our understanding of historical trauma in general and its impact on children in particular. It's beautifully written, it's intensively researched, it's very unsentimental, and it's really quite profound, and it makes a lasting contribution to our understanding of the Holocaust and its unending impact on those who survived it.
Yes, well, thank you for that, Michael. I've read this book, and I agree, it's astonishing. I was very struck, Michael, that a lot of it is about history itself, because some of these young people didn't remember what had happened to them during the Holocaust. And you have to go on a journey to they have to interrogate whether they want to find out or not. And I found that very, very challenging.
Yes, it transformed my idea of trauma and memory, because many of these kids were then studied by famous psychologists like Anna Freud and everything, looking for traumatic injury through their lives. And in fact, many of these kids as adults proved extraordinarily resilient, had some difficulty even thinking of themselves as survivors, encountered resistance from other more adult survivors who said, "You're not really a survivor at all. You were a kid. What did you know? What did you go through?" And they had to fight for the right to be considered survivors. And then the most challenging thing for me was that you would think a child who survived Mauthausen or Dachau or, God help us, Auschwitz, nothing else that happened in their life would matter as much as that. And the significant thing is that Clifford shows that these people had lives. They had long, complicated lives long after the Holocaust. And the book ends with one of the women saying, the worst thing that happened to me was not Auschwitz. It was the death of my beloved husband. So that you understood that you had to reinsert this traumatic beginning to their lives within the scope of an entire life, and then begin to resituate your understanding of the Holocaust itself. So it's a very profound book. It really changed my mind about a lot of things.
Margaret, I suppose it's unsurprising, but the Holocaust does still exert such an extraordinary, dark fascination for us.
It does, and I had thought that perhaps we had explored every aspect of it, but this is clearly a new and very stimulating and very profound work. And I think to look at the children, I assume, I haven't read the book yet, but again, you make me want to read it right away, that we will learn something from it about children too, and about how children deal with trauma. And this is something that is still with us. We think of the children who are sitting on the American border who've been traumatized by being separated from their parents. We're thinking of I think of the child refugees. So again, it seems to me that this is an exploration of an enormously important episode in history, one which we still puzzle about. I mean, I think one of the great questions of the 20th century is how could that have happened? How could the Germans have done it? In many ways, one of the most civilized countries in Europe with wonderful arts, music, institutions. So it's a puzzle for us, which I think we have to keep thinking about because it matters to us. But I think also to look at the children, I think will perhaps help us to think about what's happening to children today.
The point that Margaret makes about children today is, I think, important. One of the things that Clifford, the author, keeps insisting upon is that children are agents. They're not simply passive, innocent victims of historical processes. These children often shaped narratives of what happened to them that were highly imaginative and sometimes actually false. They often decided, I am not going to talk about this, and I don't care how many well-meaning shrinks come at me. This is my story. It's not your story, so leave me alone. There were many different reactions by children to this experience, and she restores to the children a kind of agency, which I think is very important in thinking about childhood in general. So it's an impressive book that, as Margaret is suggesting, will, I think, change the way we think about childhood and childhood trauma in many other different contexts beside the Holocaust.
Well, let's talk about another impressive book now. One more book can join the trio of finalists. Michael Ignatieff, tell us what it is.
The third and final book being named a 2021 Kundal History Prize finalist is Blood on the River, a chronicle of mutiny and freedom on the wild coast by Marjolaine Kars. The book is published by the New Press. Blood on the River is the story of a slave rebellion that took place in 1763 in a Dutch colony in the present-day Guyana on the Atlantic coast of South America. Using 18th century Dutch sources, it tells the story of a slave rebellion and its bloody suppression from the side of the Dutch on one hand, and uniquely also from the side of the slaves themselves. And the jury thought that Marjolaine Kars, the author, is just a marvelous writer and a scholar who used untapped resources that had never been used before, to breathe life into both the oppressors and the oppressed in a colony built on slavery and savage violence. It's really an unforgettable piece of storytelling.
Margaret, we've got Eurasian empires, we've got the Holocaust, and we've got slavery. I mean, these are things that we are all talking about in much beyond the Kundal Prize at the moment.
It seems to me exactly what the Kundal Prize should be doing, looking at books that deal with extremely important questions which continue to resonate in our world and continue to be important for us, and bringing fresh insights. And I love the way in which all three books bring fresh material, to actually find what the slaves themselves were saying. I gather that the testimonies in the book, I gather, or I don't know how they were collected, but so often we see history from the top down, and sometimes it's impossible to recover the voices of those who are in subordinate positions. And this book clearly does. And I think that's very important. And again, rather like the children in the second book, it restores a sort of agency to those who were slaves and helps us, I think. And I'm going to be doing a lot of reading in the next few weeks because all these books sound wonderful. It helps us to understand better what the slaves were thinking and feeling and doing. I'm very much looking forward to reading it as well.
Michael, could you tell us a little bit more about those sources, and particularly those that have managed to record the feelings, dreams, aspirations, and experiences of the enslaved people?
I mean, I think the context for the book is a kind of revolution in Dutch consciousness of its empire, of its imperial past, and of slavery. I don't know whether if you've been down to the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, that wonderful museum, every, one of those famous, portraits of rich 17th century merchants now has a little additional label beside the picture telling you that this rich guy made his money on pepper and sugar and made it therefore on slavery. So the whole society is rethinking its slave legacy, and Marjolaine Kars then discovered an archive in which the reason we hear the slaves is that the slaves were put on trial and for their part in this rebellion. And the rebellion, by the way, completely controlled the colony for a year. They completely drove out the Dutch. And so they ran their own world for a year. And so when they were then put on trial, their testimony was recorded. Now, they were in fear of their lives and they suffered horrible punishments afterwards, but any verbatim commentary from slaves is especially precious, especially in the 18th century. And that makes the book extraordinarily dramatic, because both the governors of the colony who reassert control and the slaves who seize control speak to us across 250 years of time. And it's very thrilling and very chilling. And then the horrendous violence that was then perpetrated against the slaves to bring the whole thing back into order. I mean, it's a chilling but extremely dramatic story that, as I said about Clifford and as Margaret's pointed out, restores the agency of the slaves who rose up against their masters.
Margaret, we are talking about slavery a lot. Michael mentions that in Holland, in the Dutch, we are going through a very similar process here in the UK at the moment, arguing about how we should curate these objects, statues that are connected with the traffic and the trade in enslaved human beings. What does this mean? What is happening at the moment?
Well, I think history is so often affected by what's happening to us at the time. And so the sorts of questions that we ask about the past will change because we have new questions and new concerns. An example I often give is women's history, which when I went to the University of Toronto just wasn't a subject. It wasn't even in the index of general histories. And it became a subject of historical inquiry really in the 1970s and 80s with the first wave of feminism. And I think countries, as Michael has pointed out, in the case of the Netherlands and Britain, as you mentioned, are looking at their own histories and asking different questions because they are concerned about the heritage and the persistence of racism in their own societies. And so I think this is very much part of what history does. I mean, I think, Michael's probably had this experience and you've probably had it, Dan, of people saying it must be nice to do history because once you've got it, you don't have to change anything. And we know that history is constantly changing because we're changing. And I think the Kundal list really reflects that. Those authors are asking new questions about the past.
Michael, as both a historian and somebody who has been a practical politician, what does that? Historians now are being drawn into the politics. People call them culture wars. What is the job of a historian today?
The facts, the disagreeable facts. I mean, I just think that the past is never past. To an astonishing degree, the politics of the 21st century continues to be a debate about the past. In Canada, the debate is about our handling of our Aboriginal heritage and our treatment of our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. In Britain, it's the constant agonized debate about the colonial legacy, some regarding the empire with pride, others regarding it with shame, and on and on and on. And the discussion in politics is highly moralized, and it's designed to win votes or, win adherence. So the job of a historian in that say is to say, listen, history is not a morality play, and history doesn't have a kind of, green box that ticks one side as right and the other wrong. All a historian can do, and Marjolijn Kars does it in this book, is just show what Dutch colonialism and the extraction of sugar out of Latin and South America actually looked like. And you cannot be a Dutch citizen in the 21st century and not look that stuff in the face. You can be proud of, the Dutch, golden age, as they call it, that wonderful period that we celebrate when we look at Rembrandt's portraits. But it was built on a terrible exploitation of human beings. And you can continue to love those paintings and love the achievements of the Dutch Republic in that period and even be proud of being a Dutch citizen, but you've got to look this stuff in the eye, in the same way that a Canadian has to look what happened to Aboriginal peoples in the eye, in the same way that British people have to look at the sheer number of slave owners who built the fortunes on which the prosperity and magnificence of London was built. I mean, these are just facts that have to be lived with, accepted, and understood. And a historian's job is just to be unremitting and unapologetic about, presenting, and try not to be drawn into and become the plaything of one political side or another. And it's very, very difficult. And I think it's something that is just extraordinarily salient about modern politics. You look at American politics, they're still fighting the Civil War. It's not over. And so this is why historians have a central role in just clarifying what happened. I don't know what Margaret thinks. I mean, maybe I've been too vehement on this subject. I don't know.
Margaret, is it exhilarating being a historian at the moment?
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, I agree with Michael. We're being drawn in, and I think sometimes used in ways which don't become us. And it's not our job to sit as judges on the past. I think our job is to describe as honestly as we can the past. And as I said earlier, ask new questions about it, because sometimes the evidence can be looked at in different ways. And I think we need to do that, or we need to uncover new evidence. I always shudder when governments say we must teach this kind of history or that kind of history, because we've seen where that leads. An official view of history is something that stifles debate, that puts everything into a box. And I don't think we want that. I think what we do, and we can have our own views because we are citizens and we are people in other ways besides being historians. But I think what we do is put out what we think about the past, as argued as best we can. And then at a certain stage, it is up to those who read our books or listen to us to make up their own minds. I don't want to tell people what to think about the past. I want to make them aware of issues about the past. And so I see our job very much as saying, wait a minute, you haven't thought of this, or what about that? I mean, we're like those really tiresome people at dinner parties who say you can't have got the train on that day because they weren't running that day. The people who are nitpicking about facts. But we are, in a way, Michael, aren't we? We care deeply about facts.
We do, but I think there's another more painful aspect of this. We're human beings. We're not all seeing, and many of us, I'm speaking of myself now, are inhabited precisely by the same historical mythologies we need to criticize. I mean, as a Canadian citizen, there's just a lot about the record of Canada's history towards Aboriginal peoples of which I was not really fully aware. And so I registered shock when my Aboriginal fellow citizens recorded a very different view of the national story than I had. And so we're also drawn into this debate because we are inhabited by some of these illusions and falsehoods and sentimentalities. All we can do as professional historians is then go back to whatever sources we can find and kind of establish, using our professional skills, what we think has happened. But sometimes that means a very painful reckoning with our own illusions and presuppositions.
Michael, let's talk about the enormous list of books that you and your fellow judges looked at. Is it possible to draw any conclusions, to take the temperature of our times, but via the books that you were presented with? What's that tell us about what the consumers of history are looking for and what the producers of history want to write about?
Well, I think that the historians that we were looking at, the subjects that are surging up are empire, reckoning with empire, slavery, colonialism, relations between the races, and I think also the relation between the sexes and genders. I think it's, empire, race, and sex. And gender. I think these are the things that we noticed. I think the other thing that Margaret said earlier, which is, I think, also true, is history is trying to be global. And it's tough, let's be honest. It's admirable to want to do global history, but I noticed that some of the books that did not make the short list were global in ambition, but their reach exceeded their grasp, in the sense that you know, if you're going to do global history, you've got to speak about 12 languages, right? And many historians have wonderful ambitions, but they don't have the linguistic skills to master the sources that would give them mastery of, you know, the history of Vietnam or the history of China or the history of wherever they're going. And so as we globalize the study of empire, as we globalize the study of race, as we globalize the study of sex and gender, is putting an enormous burden on historians like myself. I mean, I got 2 languages, I haven't got more, and it's just a lot. So it's exciting to do global history, but it's extremely demanding. And the trouble with great history is the minute a historian doesn't have full command of a period or place, it shows in the prose. And so a lot of the books that I admire their ambition, but they didn't make the cut because they just didn't have this grasp of all the sources. And this is a big challenge for global history going forward. And I think, in fact, that global history is beyond the capacity of individual persons. We may in the future have a bit of history with teams, you know, simply because we can't all learn Vietnamese, Chinese, you know, Filipino, and all these things to do justice to the full range of these issues.
Well, thanks, Michael, for destroying my dream of writing a great global history of the Anglo-French struggle of the 18th century on every continent for global mastery. So I'll just shelve that long-held ambition because I completely agree with you. Margaret, looking out at again, just what you haven't read, obviously looked at the precise 300, but you're across what's being published, what the work that's being done at the moment. Are you seeing sex, empire, and race very prominently as well?
Yes, I think very much, because I think, again, it's partly a reckoning that we're doing with our own past. And like Michael, in Canada, again, when I went to university in the 60s, there was no Indigenous history. That was a field that simply didn't exist. And there were pioneering historians who have helped to uncover the sources and help to build a narrative. The other thing I think that is now preoccupying us more is threats to established orders. I think we're becoming preoccupied with radical populism. We're becoming preoccupied with what happens to democracies when they fail to uphold their own democratic values. So I think we are moving into a sort of political history. I mean, we're already doing political history when we look at imperialism, but I think that the impact of politics, possibly the impact of the Trump presidency, has made us think again about how democracies came into being and how they sometimes disappear. And so I think, I suspect, I may be wrong, that we will see more in future on those sort of subjects.
Are we going to see Margaret McMillan on that subject? I'd love it.
No, well, I'd like to see Michael Ignatieff on the subject. So well, perhaps we can do a collaborative history.
There you go, folks. You heard it here first. Sign them up, somebody. And perhaps with a dose of climate breakdown and pandemic disease as well. Thank you very much, Michael and Margaret. That was such an enjoyable conversation. I hope you all enjoyed watching it. Thank you for joining us today. We hope this is the beginning of your journey with these 3 outstanding books. I am off to an online bookstore right now to buy a couple of them, I can guarantee that. As a next step, I urge you to head over to the prize website, cundallprize.com. Awaiting you there are Michael's fellow jurors. You've got Eric Fuller, Henrietta Harrison, Sunil Kilnani, and Jennifer Morgan, talking about the 3 finalists in more depth in a series of videos. And you can read extracts from the titles, you can tune into podcast interviews with the authors, and much more besides. They've got you covered. I hope to see you all at the Cundall History Prize Festival in December, but goodbye for now.